mute thing. Ah, we're live, I guess, I think. It hasn't loaded on the other thing. Prepared. Okay, here we go.
Prepared.
So, like, my streaming patterns are probably going to be erratic at the moment. I still haven't finished the Palestinian protest I meant to do. Also, you can see, like, a stack of me. I'm going to leave it like
Holy
that.
shit!
But the, what's it? I still haven't done that Palestinian protest. I haven't edited it from, October, late October. And what's it? I'm gonna try and get that done. I've been going through a crisis, and I've lost a lot of people dear to me because of poor actions on my behalf. And so I've been like in the gutter big time. So my patterns are gonna be erratic as fuck. And so in this therapy session disguised as a stream, we're gonna be covering the big Bigot University. Also, like by it's me, whom is it's me? It's never a giveaway of. Oh, hi Ashanti. Good day. Okay. So, liberals, they're trying to steal your cotton.
What's up, guys? Aldo here with PragerU. Today, I'm in Westwood, California, asking people if they would date someone with different political beliefs. Let's go find out. How would you describe yourself politically?
Probably lean liberal, Democrat.
I'm like in the middle.
Wait,
Yeah, pretty much in the middle.
I'm centrist, yeah.
I'm so in the middle. Like, I'm so, like, on top of issues. Very progressive. Can't help myself. I hate that shit so much.
I'm a fence sitter.
Can the stream hear the video?
Yeah, they should.
I don't like to put myself in a.
Oh no. Oh no. They can't. Proper ease. It does this all the fucking time. It's not supposed to switch. There we go.
Category. Honestly, I would say neither.
Independent.
I'm against the two-party system.
I'd say I'm in the middle.
Democrat.
Democrat.
Would you ever date someone with different political views?
Yeah.
Would you?
Yeah. Yes.
I would.
Why?
I think it's important to be open.
I feel like it would be interesting to have somebody who
You could be
actually has
mad gender
different
envy,
views than my
Jesus.
own.
I think I would date somebody with different views on like economy issues, but I don't know if I would date someone with like different views on like some social politics.
You know, there's a lot of people who make politics their personality.
Yeah,
As long as
kinda
that's
weird.
not the case, you know, I don't really have an issue with it.
I agree
Maybe I
with her on
wouldn't
that
marry.
one.
Yeah, because like if you agree on social matters, then you can convince people to disagree on economic matters. If you agree economically but disagree socially, I mean, like,
Yeah, I mean,
Well-
I think they're intrinsically tied together, but you know, when we're
oh
talking
yeah, they
about,
are
like,
intrinsically
similar
tied together, but I feel one carries the other a little better.
Yeah, like
Because
if I'm like,
understanding
dating-
the social means you would, to some degree, understand the economic. If you think you have an economic position, but then don't have the social positions to back it up, you don't really hold that economic position. That would be my position on it.
yeah, like when I'm thinking of like
Yeah.
what type of positions that would like if I'm dating a girl that was like she's like pro-capitalist or whatever, it's like nah, whatever, you know, it's kind of indoctrinated into that shit anyways. But like if she had like really reactionary fucking views on like race, or immigration, or LGBTQ plus, like that those are pretty much deal breakers. It's like we're not gonna get along, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah, you go into somebody's house and there's like a portrait of Adolf Hitler. It's like, okay, I'm out.
It's like a
Fuck this
fucking
shit, I'm out.
it's like a fucking Russian Tsar flag or whatever. Like,
It's also the thing that defines things more because, like, fascist economics just is mixed economy stuff, so you can kind of see it everywhere. Like, even with people that might not actually hold very fascist beliefs, like social democrats, for example. Like, a social democrat will agree on a lot of social issues, but they won't agree on economic matters because they have that mixed economy mindset. A lot of anarchists are like this too. And so, like, there's that element where it's like to just judge on economics without the context of social, you could end up making some blunders where you group groups together that, whilst they have relations and they all actually do form political blocks, they're not the same thing. I don't know, like a wider perspective, because I reckon I could probably date someone who's a social democrat. I would be in the field of trying to convince them to not be social democrats, and might leave if they stick to social fascist positions, and like when fangs start to get shown, I want to be like towards the side of the proletariat, because I don't want to stick with that. But like, I definitely ain't someone that's like, oh, you have to be a Maoist. I would prefer if someone was a revolutionary, preferably, because like I'm a militant person. And I'd like a militant missus. Like, not gonna lie.
Yeah. Also, whether they're conservative or liberal, no Zionists. So that's another deal breaker, definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
But I
Let's see
don't
what
mind
else I have.
someone having like naive politics, because like I'm always happy to teach, so it's not really an issue.
Yeah. Or even just debate, discuss, whatever, as long as they're not saying absolutely ridiculous fucking race science shit.
I've managed to have someone who used to be a good friend that in the first conversation we'd had on Discord and a server I used to be in like within 10 minutes I got them agreeing with me that social democrats are moderate fascists, and like they weren't an actively political person. They had engaged with some people with some left-wing ideas on Tumblr a couple of times, and that was it.
Yeah.
And like usually you would expect those kind of people would be more sympathetic towards social democrats, but this person was just like, okay, do you know what, this makes a lot of fucking sense.
Yeah.
So it's, people need to be more willing to not only be political towards people, but be blunt about it. Don't just beat around the bush. Like, just say the shit. Like, you're either gonna scare people away or you ain't. Like, you should soften your blows, but don't beat around the bush.
Yeah, it's also like there's different types of people too. Like some people don't like arguing or debating even in like a lighthearted manner. Like if it's understandable you don't like fucking screaming at each other and shit over stuff. But even just like disagreeing and having a civil discussion, some people actually are not comfortable with those type of discussions. But people actually try to like keep politics out entirely of their relationships.
I couldn't deal with that. That wouldn't work.
Yeah, I
for me.
couldn't deal with that either.
Yeah, I would go
Crazy.
insane.
Yeah, that would be crazy. It's like Steven next to a person that supports genocide.
I mean, because well, that does end up being the case, though, when people think like that, because silence and ignorance, that's committance to genocide.
Yeah.
Never date a patsock, but they never go outside to begin with. Never date a Bosch fan, but they are only interested in underage kids anyway. Becky V knows.
Oh, the never date a Pat Sock
Reminds
shit.
me- okay.
That's funny because I don't know if everyone has seen it. Oh, where the hell was it? I saw it on Twitter floating around a couple of months back though, where they said like biggest red flags or whatever, and one of the biggest red flags for women from men that they get, red flags that they get from men, is being a communist. Being a conservative is higher on the list, but still being a communist was pretty high on the list, and it's just like damn. We know that they're talking about dangists though.
Yeah.
That's like
I
all these
remember you
provisionists
talking about
are.
that.
Yeah, it's like like Hojus bros stand up. Like it's like so it's time to fucking win back what it means to be a communist, because these fucking dangists. Like when people think of a communist now, they think of a dangist. And I could understand. I agree with them on that. Being a dangist is definitely a red flag.
The thing
Don't
is,
you-
as well,
don't you
is
think
there
some of the
definitely are.
prejudice has-
There definitely are a lot of men in the communist movement that aren't very good communists, that think that like they're better than women and the players and stuff. There definitely is a bit of a problem with men being like that. Like good communists, no, they're pretty decent on these kind of things, but there is a bit of a toxic masculinity problem in like communist movements, and it's not just a first world issue.
Yeah, I hear continually from women comrades that, or especially ones that are really heavily involved in organizing about a lot of sexual harassment that goes on in these organizations and sexism in general. And it's like, oh man,
Because
yeah,
purges aren't even done in any of these orgs. Like, these things aren't dealt with in any proper way. Like,
yeah, they pretty much always leap to the defense of the person that is at fault.
yeah, because
And they,
what people don't get is that, like, with like sexual assault, the most common group involved in being the victim or the victimizer in sexual assault, the victim is most commonly in poverty, and the victimizer is most commonly of privilege. The percolation
yeah.
of petty bourgeois radicals inside these communist parties make them a cesspit for sexual misconduct. And this is this isn't me saying that working class people don't do this shit, because we definitely do. I live in an area that has a high sexual assault rate. Don't even get me started. And a lot of that isn't just workers. A lot of it is petty bourgeois people taking advantage of the homeless. But at the end of the day, inside these kinds of organizations, this percolation definitely contributes. And there are barely any workers in these orgs. So what workers are you pointing at and blaming? Or do we have to mention the labor aristocrat and then labor aristocracy and then get screamed at because they don't exist anymore? Lenin said they were temporary. No, Lenin said the bourgeoisie couldn't maintain it for long. Actually, they could, but they don't want to, and so they will get rid of a lot of benefits as quick as they can. Like the situation we're in, where we have a massive labor aristocracy that's not getting paid as much as they think they should get paid. Like, it doesn't stop them from being labor aristocrats. They're still lieutenants of the bourgeoisie. They're still putting their hands up going, yo, pay us. We'll beat these union workers up. Just pay us. And then the unions are like, yo, pay us. We'll stop these union strikers from beating you up. Like, they care about their earnings. They're philisteinal in what they earn. They don't give a shit about anyone else. That's labor aristocrat behavior. There is no, like, straight up, like, average Bob Basic proletarian in history that has turned around and gone, my earnings mean more than the earnings of my fellow workers. That's petty bourgeois thinking. That's the I want to be a lieutenant of the fucking bourgeoisie. It's why the labor aristocracy is a very hard thing to define. It's not about how much they earn. It's about their role and their class relationships and the way they relate to production. Like, managers are an easy example of this. Managers are labor aristocrats because they are managing the proletariat. There is differentiations amongst managers. Some are more proletarian than others. This is very true. But they are all labor aristocrats, and that's an intermediary class. It ranges and changes and difference, and so this poorer sector of the labor aristocracy that's formed since the end of the Cold War are still labor aristocrats, especially when you put imperialism into context and look at the global class divide. I am not an aristocrat. I'm lumpen proletarian. I ain't even in the you get a decent amount of money proletariat. I'm in the dirt poor as shit will probably die soon proletariat. And I can tell you now, I'm in the top 20% of wage earners in the world. Sorry, top 25% of wage earners in the world. But that doesn't really change that I'm very close to the top. And I am poor as shit. Compare that to, like, the rest of the fucking world. It gets so complicated, and so this structured relationship is very much there. I get really annoyed with a lot of these perpetuations. So when it comes to sexual assault, we see that there's an oppressor dynamic that goes on. Yes, there are illnesses that can cause these things. Pedophilia is an example to get into. There are illnesses that cause it. They are not the common cause, though. I will stand my ground on that argument that the most common cause of it is an oppressor to oppressed relationship. It is exploitation that causes it to occur, because we see this with sexual assault. And inside these party organizations, exploiters are essentially running wild. The petty bourgeoisie are not your friend. Like, you can have friends in the petty bourgeoisie, but as a class, they are poison. And these organizations in the first world have been majorly poisoned.
Yeah, and building your politics around the petty bourgeoisie, and and making it to where your organization, that's all you care about. Cough, cough. CPI. It's just going to lead you to like a weird sex cult. We see this with CPI. We see this with the what was that Pan-African Party, Socialist Party, or whatever the fuck it was. Yeah, but there was also another split off as well that had a lot of sexual assaults as well. I cannot even for the life of me remember
the Ghazi's group?
No, Ghazi broke off from this group. So I can't remember. But yeah, there's a lot of sexual assault in that too.
Yeah, because I remember all of the Dengist Nazis were defending Uhuru at one point.
Probably just because they defend fucking Russian imperialism or whatever. So.
Yeah, literally, it's just all these Russian imperialist cults defending one another in that scenario.
Yeah.
What's it? There definitely is a lot of nuance on that situation, though, because, like, I think a lot of what's missing from the analysis is how oppressed groups can get caught up in such a dynamic in the first place. Because black people supporting Russia is definitely not the same as white people supporting Russia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, when you've been, like, crushed by America all your life, I don't agree with what they're doing, but I can kind of understand why they got caught up in that dynamic. It does kind of just feel like anti-Americanism. And that's playing into veganism. It's the pipeline to fascism. It's, you know, it's you could call it Garvian style nationalism, just to get under Jordan's skin. But the what's it?
Thinking that
I think Julius Malema has the same feelings towards Russia, which is unfortunate because Malema is actually really fucking based on a lot of shit. But
it's because it's crusadism against NATO. I guess there are a lot of people that do want the bourgeoisie to stop Cold Warring and sort of hit the fan with each other. I don't want it because nukes, but like I can also see why that's wanted because there's so much crisis already happening around the world. It's like you might as well let them brawl and see if they're actually fucking willing to blow up their own countries for once. It's not a good position to hold, but I really understand where that position comes from because it's like it's basically kind of like accepting that war is going to happen regardless, and so just take it to your own place, when obviously the better position is, can we just not war, please? No war. It's World War I all over again. There were a lot of people that kind of got into that mindset of, oh, the imperialists are actually fighting each other now. And it's an unhealthy mindset. It is one that leads to opportunism. We don't need Britain to fight Russia because Russia can fight Russia, and we don't need Russia to fight America because Americans can fight America. Like, that's the communist position, and there's so many people who are like, otherwise sound like pretty decent communists. Like, they're not Dengists or Duganists, so yet they'll still support Russia like it's some sort of fucking arbiter of change, when it's like, no. If anything, China is the arbiter of change when it comes to the imperial hegemon, but change doesn't always mean good. Like, yes, China is a more progressive empire than the US, but progressivity in the bourgeoisie now is not progressive for all of humanity anymore. That ended like 100 and summit years ago, like 1907 or something. Like, they have done some progressive stuff since then, but I mean specifically in the ramifications of bourgeois development, not in social, cultural, political development that occurs amongst the proletariat and amongst the society itself that the bourgeoisie inhabit. Like, inventions, the bourgeoisie being progressive, that's just science. Like, science was still making progressive studies when feudalism was still in power and was like being regressive and dominative, and you could say like the feudal equivalent of fascism trying to grab onto its reins and hold on to feudalism's existence. There was still a lot of scientific study and progression occurring, but feudalism itself was only doing progressivity in its own domain to maintain feudalism. Progressivity in imperialism right now is progressivity to maintain imperialism. China is more progressive than the US because they're a tighter empire. They have a stronger grip on being an empire than the US has, and they have a stronger grip on maintaining their economy than the US has. That's the progressivity. This was the same with the US to the British. Kind of. The US is a complicated one. But they definitely did advance the way that imperialism worked. I mean, neocolonialism as we do it today was started by the US and the British in the 1920s. when the US and the British were starting to compete with each other on neo-colonialist developments, kind of similar to how the US and China are competing on the more modern style of colonialism we see today.
Yeah. Kind of reminds me of how in Stalin's last speech he he said that like in the earlier period, bourgeoisie used to present themselves as liberal, and like now that there's the period of imperialism, there's pretty much no remaining trace of liberalism amongst the bourgeoisie.
Yep. That's for the petty bourgeois to indulge in.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see where this cringe goes.
Okay.
Marry them, but I would date them.
I think it's hard to build a relationship that's going to be very serious
said she
towards
wouldn't marry them,
marriage
but she
if
would-
it's too different.
Are you guys dating?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're engaged.
Are you dating right now?
I am.
And do you guys share same political views?
Pretty much, yeah.
Do you guys align politically?
For the most part, yeah.
I would say so.
Do you think dating someone with different political views makes it harder or easier?
I feel like it would make it harder, especially if your family has the same political views. So like introducing people to your family might become more difficult.
It all depends on how much you're willing to compromise.
When you think of a liberal man, what kind of man do you picture?
A normal person.
What do you think?
Ew,
Like I have a
ableist
view
language.
for, like, conservative.
Stay away from that bitch.
Oh my
Don't even.
I don't know what they would look like.
Don't touch a bitch that says normal people with a fucking 12-foot barge pole. Like, shit.
You can tell that the
Yeah.
guy asking that question was praying that she was gonna say like a soy boy or something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He was praying she was gonna say something like that.
Soy boys are
Oh, yeah.
desirable though, because the soy do be dank.
Oh, speaking of the whole someone who's normal, I remember one of the big Pat Sock accounts on Instagram literally has in their bio hashtag be normal towards the bottom of like their LaRouche bullshit. And I'm just like,
I've
be
seen people with
normal.
that on
Ooh.
Twitter too. Shit is
Yeah,
cringe.
I think that like that same one who I know is also on Twitter has that in his Twitter bio too. It's like be normal. I'm like, the fuck does that mean? I'm
Yeah,
like,
what the fuck
it's
is
like,
normal? Like, what? I guess, like, to a lot of these white people, that just means be racist and sexist and fucking.
Well, and that's the thing too. It's like the Pat Sock, the Nazbol, who was saying that hashtag be normal in his Instagram and Twitter bios. It literally, someone explained to me that same guy is a self-hating bisexual too.
Wow. It must mean like even further than just be normal by their fucking saying that. Probably even more so talking about heteronormativity, which is a super reactionary belief for a so-called communist.
Yeah, but then again, all those guys there. I mean, when they say that, they're just showing their true Nazi colors.
What did this other woman say about
Um,
what she thinks of?
How much you're willing to compromise.
When you think of a liberal man, what kind of man do you picture?
A normal person.
What do you think?
Like I have a view for like conservative men, I feel like, but not liberal. I don't know what they would look like.
What does a conservative man look like?
Like a lot of like trucker hats and like country clothes, or like old white men.
Country clothes. What do you mean by country clothes? Like, anything's country clothes if you wear them in the country.
Old white men? Okay, that was fucking funny, actually.
I don't know what they would
Or
look like.
even better,
What does a conservative man look like?
Like a lot of like trucker hats. And,
You know when he
country
asked that
clothes.
question,
Or like old
was
white
like-
men.
What
he
values
was like
do you?
praying that she was gonna say like a big, strong, masculine man. That's
Yeah,
what he was hoping she would
I could see that. I was like, wait, no, please don't commit to that.
Yeah.
I thought,
You can
I thought
see
for a
he's
second-
not happy about the old man quote. He is smiling off, he's smiling off sadness.
Yeah, it's like an
Yeah.
awkward.
And I'm pretty sure this woman is like conservative herself, isn't she?
She is.
Just owning the conservatives with the conservatives. I like that. That's self-destructive.
I
What values
almost
do you
thought for a
attribute to?
second- Oh yeah, because I almost thought for a second she was gonna say someone like, "Oh yeah, some super racist, super religious person driving a pickup truck," and I'm like, well, that might be an accurate descriptor in some places.
Yeah. Let's see what else they say.
Conservatives.
Racism, fascism,
Base.
religious
It's
zealot.
base.
As much as they call themselves conservative, they're pretty bad with money and financial responsibilities.
Fucking absolutely obliterating.
We covered all the bases.
Also, putting the noises behind it and showing the list, they just made him look more badass. I want to watch that again.
That was awesome. This guy's fucking based.
What values do you attribute to conservatives?
Racism, fascism, religious zealot. As much as they call themselves conservative, they're pretty bad with money and financial responsibilities.
That's a fact.
I think he said we covered all the bases.
I'm conservative. I think I'm pretty good with money, you know?
That's hilarious.
What values do you associate with liberal or leftist men?
Opposite of like traditional, maybe more willing to like be on like equal footing, like financially. I think also with like conservative men, I tend to like think of like religion, like being big into like Christianity, and with like liberal men, I like associate like less religious qualities. So maybe like more like atheist like vibes. Yeah.
Are you an atheist?
I'm not an atheist.
Do you think it would be easier to date a conservative man or a liberal man?
I think they're the same. My dad is like liberaler, and I like him. He's nice to get along with.
What do you think? What do you think would be easier?
Conservative moment where you think of your dad before you think who you would date.
Bro.
Conservative. I don't know why, but like my dad's kind of more conservative, and I feel like I'd get
Literally
along with someone
confirm
like
your
him.
statement in
I
real
think
time.
relationships can work.
Oh,
if
the moronic statement of, oh, my dad's kind of this politics and I get along with him. It's like, okay, you grew up with him. Like, shit. Like, I know people I grew up with and they have dog shit politics, but we still kind of get along because they're not politically active people and, like, they just kind of believe some silly things. And I'm like, okay, well, I can criticize them every time they come up and see if we can still maintain a friendship. Like, so long as someone isn't being an active bigot, I'm willing to, like, go through bigotry and neutralize it. But, like, I know that I don't like them because we share the same political views, because that's something that's obviously a differentiation. And so, like, I wouldn't ever choose my political positions because I kind of like someone who holds those positions. I might want to, I don't know, like the positions, like, you know.
Yeah.
Like, I
like,
didn't even know anyone who was a Marxist when I became a Marxist. Like, well, there was one person at the school, but he was just like some weird, like, middle class revisionist that I didn't really learn much of. He just wore a Soviet badge all the time. And there was a teacher who was like a weird, like, Khrushchevite, and the Khrushchevite turned Corbynite, and that was it. And I never really engaged with them until I already got into Marxism, which was sociology showed me the ways to Marx.
Remember when I first moved to Phoenix, I matched with a girl on Tinder, and she was a left com, and we kind of stopped talking. Probably because of our positions.
Engels is a revisionist. He wouldn't even take Marx.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Well, it's because we all know that Marx was the bottom. Like, it's pretty obvious.
Oh, the video went back to this base dude. Let's see what he has to say.
If the people in it don't align politically.
In the end, probably not. If they're actually talking about politics. I mean, there's plenty of couples that work because they ignore it, but if they're actively talking about the topics, it's pretty hard.
You got to choose a liberal woman or conservative woman. Who are you choosing?
I'm choosing a liberal.
Probably conservative.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, I just tend to bond better, just statistically.
Do you have to choose a conservative man to date or a liberal man? Who are you choosing?
A liberal man.
Ah, my gosh.
He's so
I'm
mad at that.
I have a conservative.
What did she say?
Statistically.
Do you have to choose a conservative man to date or a liberal man? Who are you choosing?
A liberal man.
Ah, my God.
Where's the person who goes neither?
I have a
Commie.
conservative
Bring up the
girlfriend
commie.
because our values align. Well, you guys,
I
that is
wanna
a wrap for this
steal her
video. Let me know in the
gender.
comments below, would you date somebody with different political views than your own? If you guys enjoyed this, make sure to give it a thumbs up
date
and
your
subscribe.
mom.
Be sure to follow me and PragerU across all social medias. And to stay up to date with everything that we're doing here, head on over to the App Store and download
Funny,
the
too,
PragerU
'cause
app.
like,
I'll
there's
see you guys
been-
in the next video. Conservative women probably a little
There's
more
been
attractive, right?
multiple cases.
I don't know. No comment.
He knows. He knows. A little.
Wait, what was that?
Go to the App Store and download the PragerU app. I'll
The
see you guys in the
PragerU
next
app?
video.
Oh god.
Conservative women probably a little more attractive, right?
I don't know. No
Wait, what
comment.
was the
See you guys in the next
question?
video.
Wait,
Conservative
wait,
women
wait,
probably
wait,
a little more attractive.
wait, I want to hear his
Store
question.
and download the PragerU app. I'll see you guys in the next video. Conservative women probably a little more attractive, right?
I
Oh,
don't
there
know.
we go.
No
He's asking a
comments.
dodgy question.
He knows. He knows.
Well, how does that work? Attraction is literally relative. You fucking gimp. Like, there are murderers that are attracted to, like, fucking, like, I don't know, like, people that like to assault people. This sounds like something that was made by a fucking...
I'm because like most, like when we're thinking of like conservative liberal, you know, in like the normie sense or whatever, like a lot of times they're evolved from like socialists. People seem to be, women specifically, tend to lean more left, like liberal. If anything, the people that are more right are like more center right, not like full on MAGA crazy ridiculous shit. You know, that they would actually consider themselves conservatives and shit. Like most MAGA women I know are like horrid looking. Personally.
I mean, a lot of men, sorry, a lot of
Yeah.
women that are into conservative ideas are usually because of the conservative relationships that they're in.
Yeah.
America still has a lot of traditionalist marriage for a country that has actually quite drastically changed its hiring rates for women. But nevertheless, like, men are very attached to the 50s nuclear family. And so a lot of rising conservatism amongst men is the quote-unquote death of the family. Buddy, we wish it was the death of the bourgeois family. I don't get people's mindset what they don't understand. Death of the family is usually used as a bit of a buzzword, but it doesn't mean that family as a concept wouldn't exist. It's that whatever we're gonna call family in like the next society is gonna be very different. Like, and there will be this sort of thing where there isn't this blood barrier, like, to like people you would call family. Like, found family would just be seen as family by not just yourself as it is now, but like your whole family, and it brings people closer together. And like there will be these much more socialized interactions amongst family groups, and society itself will essentially be a big family.
Yeah.
The idea is to make a world family where we're all like different distant relatives of one big fat whole.
Yeah, and like the concept of family won't be distorted by all this fucking private property relations and shit where they treat each other differently.
Yeah, and economic privileges, economic differentiations between groups. Because like what a lot of people don't get when people say men have a role as an oppressor, but they're not an oppressor at the same time, because it's very complicated, is that like men whom are poor, whom earn more money or literally earn money and women don't, they see themselves as above those women and take an oppressive role in the relationship towards them. Speaking relatively, this is the same as white supremacy and stuff like this. These people are almost in the same boat. The man only has slight benefits above the woman, but he will maintain his oppressive relationship because patriarchy is more tasteful to him. This doesn't mean don't outreach to men. Many men will change, but like, and I'd argue most will. But because patriarchy exists and is even in the slightest beneficial to them, it's hard to convince men. Like, you have to be much more like you have to be very detailed with how you approach the situation, because men are overly defensive over these stuff, and you have to lay things out for what they are. Men's mental health is not more important than women's rights. Like, that's something that has to absolutely get through the brains of, for some unknown reason why, a lot of people who call themselves lefties, like, who will, like, be pro-women, and then, like, they'll get in the way of women's rights stuff because, oh, it makes men feel bad that women are doing better in school. It's like, shit, maybe we should help men do better than school then, rather than like bitching about women. Like,
it's fucking. I've seen some shit like that from like men's rights groups, and
it's like what, like they make the justification that it's just like, oh, we need to remove women's benefits. It's like, no, I think just like, I don't know, assign teachers more, because it just seems like it's a teacher problem. Maybe we need to stop teaching men to think brashly. Like the whole like boys will be boys crap and that boys are just more rambunctious in their years is not really true. I mean, going through testosterone puberty can make you a bit on the high end, but even that's not guaranteed. Biology is not something to reduce yourself to because it is so diverse, it is unreal. Especially given that being a man doesn't necessarily mean you have testosterone. There are estrogen bodied men out there. Don't forget that. And there's both estrogen bodied AMAB and AFAB men to take into consideration. And so this mindset is stupid. It's something that's ingrained at a very young age by the way that we teach men to grow and develop. Look at a lot of the video games they put out. Like anyone who was born in the 90s knows how fucking toxic masculine those things are and how much they kind of teach you to be a bully. Like they're dreadful. Like being a badass in video games essentially means being the cringiest bully ever, but like sounding like you just smoked a fucking pack of cigarettes.
It's kind of funny because like growing up as a gamer, it was something that I always noticed about especially when we were playing online games and shit. Like, why are all these fucking dudes so reactionary? Like, there's a lot
Oh
of
my
reactionary
God.
fuckers when you play online.
Fucking Modern Warfare 2 lobbies were KKK meetings. That's what they were.
They
Like,
really were.
holy shit.
Yeah.
The fucking
oh,
R
yeah.
slur, the N slur, the B slur, for Mexicans.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And it
because
didn't
I
really end
remember
in
like with those.
MW2 either. I mean, that was kind of a thing throughout that whole era, and when they started to change it to where, you can have party chats or whatever. Like when everybody was just sitting in the lobby chat. Yeah, that shit was reactionary as fuck.
Yeah, I remember because like there was like an instance when I was playing Black Ops 2 multiplayer one day where like some like little white kid was rapping and then someone tells him to shut up and then it's like they said, oh yeah, one of them says, oh, I'm gonna rape one of your parents or I'm gonna rape your family. I'm just like, what the fuck?
Shit.
Yeah,
But
I never
then
really. Oh, go on.
Oh yeah, but then like I remember there was one instance of Black Ops 3 where another kid was rapping and someone was like, "Bro, what are you trying to do?" And then literally the kid goes like says the N slur and just goes on like a whole racist rant. It's just like,
Oh my
oh
God.
my god, yeah, it's a cesspool of reactionary
It's
bullshit.
like that video with that like white Minecraft like chunky kid that was like fucking going like, "Don't make me say it. I'm gonna say it." Like when he was getting bullied, because like white person gets bullied, so their default is to use the N word. Like I've been bullied. It sucks, but you know what? Like the things they're doing is enough to fucking get at them. You don't need to like talk shit about an oppressed group because someone from an oppressed group is being mean to you.
Yeah.
That
Always
was like
found it
that
weird,
was like
too,
that was
that,
like
like-
my main that was my like fucking biggest criticism as well with like fucking when like Jason went off at Anarcho Pack is that like his response to someone who he was willing to be friends with and trust who was trans was to then be transphobic when they betrayed him. It's like Jesus Christ, man, like what one person betrays you and then the whole group sucks? Is that how it works? Like fuck you, man.
Yeah, because it kind of reminds me of something too when I was in high school, and because my high school experience, with this horrible education system, led to a very unconventional, education up until college, to where I remember like when I used to be like involved like in religious groups or whatnot, there was like this one guy like in our group for a short bit who was like half white, half black. And I remember it's like, he specifically wronged like, so many people in the group. And even because he was in elementary school with a bunch of us too, he wronged a bunch of people back then. So like in like a lot of my like reactionary years, I would think, it's like, oh yeah, it's like a way to, like talk behind his back, get back at him, say like a bunch of like reactionary or like racist things. But then looking back on that now, I'm like, no, just because someone, one person is like that, it's like that's selling out the rest of the group like that. No, just no, not gonna work out.
I just found it weird too when like a lot of like hardcore gamer dudes would like. Have you ever heard gamer dudes like bitch about women not having like not liking games and all that and like not having similar interests and shit? But it's like whenever you ever actually ran into a girl that played games,
They're just
And the other dudes
sexist and
noticed, like,
awful.
yeah, they would like be sexist and shit, and be like really pieces of shit or just creepers. It's like, are y'all really surprised? Like,
Yeah, I got added by someone and they keep giving me weird responses. Like they were like, I said like hi with a question mark because they sent me a H. This is on Facebook. They're friends with someone I know who's a Christian, so I don't even know what's happening. And then they were like, oh, sorry for the ad. And I was like, I don't even remember when you added me, so I'm not really bothered by that. I just want to know why you sent me a single letter message. And they went, see, thank you. What? Why did I do to get thanked? I don't know. Like, I don't know whether like there's just a communication problem or like I'm dealing with a chaser. It is really hard to tell. Because I'm like, why the initial nervousness when I just put like hi with a question mark? Like, you added me a while ago, as far as I know. I don't remember when you added me. I just know that I know someone that you know.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because like on Facebook earlier today, someone that I know is like one of like the utility workers or like field workers like from my company, it's like okay, they added me on Facebook a while back after I got a new Facebook. Well, then supposedly it looked like there was another account with their same name, but then after I accepted the friend request, like they start sending me like these weird like hi and hey messages, and they start to like send multiple like them after like every 5 minutes, and I'm like, I know the personality of this one field utility worker at my company pretty well. This seems like a fake bot account or like a scam or spam account, so I'm just like, yeah,
Oh, this
no, this isn't
person's real. They're
profile.
just being fucking. They're making me feel creeped out. That's all.
Yeah, I've had
Because
similar
when
feelings
people
with,
answer
like, weird
questions in
drama.
such a dislocated way, it usually feels like it's some form of avoidance from like whatever they're actually there for, and that gives me the vibes of like an anxious chaser that like wants to fucking. I don't know, like they're ogling the trans woman's Facebook page. I don't know. It was weird that they sent
Yeah.
me a one letter message out of nowhere. They've never
Be like, yeah,
messaged me
I'm fucking
before.
better than you.
I think I'd had them on my friends list for a while. I can't even remember when I added them, but a message out of nowhere, and then they just sort of withdrew from it and deflected, and I don't know. I want to know why. Like, if you, I don't want to just be left in the dark. I want to know what the fuck was the process here.
I just assumed they wanted me to talk to them or strike a conversation, but that usually just kind of annoys me too. At the same time, it's like, if you wanted to talk to me, why didn't you just ask me something?
Well, that's why I put hi with question marks, because I was like, yo, if you got something to say, say it. Because they're like older than me as well. I think they're like in their 30s or 40s. So that adds to the creep factor.
Yeah.
I've known a lot of people like that in my life, where it's like, I don't know, because I've always had a thing where it's like, I always feel like I'm always the one who has to reach out to people. But I notice when I do reach out to people, they always seem excited to talk to me.
Yeah.
So it always like makes it, I don't know, just gives me a weird feeling. It's like, if you wanted to talk to me, why don't you just talk to me? like, oh, you haven't talked to me forever. How you been?
With some traits in like autism and like my fibro is really bad for it. ADHD is a bit weird for certain elements of this too, but it's a lot to explain in one sort of paragraph. Can cause like these moments where you kind of just get locked up. Oh, anxiety disorder is bad for this as well. If you've got like social anxiety disorder, you kind of just like feel really socially withdrawn and anxious to engage. And then if you have generalized anxiety disorder, and especially if you have rejection sensitive dysphoria, you'll get sort of like afraid that people won't want your time, and then you'll sort of back away until they do want your time, or you think that you're an annoying person to be around, so you will only go around when people want you around, so that it's sort of on them that they wanted you around if they find you annoying.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of that going on in me. It's like when I feel like I'm always having to be the one to reach out, it's like, am I bothering you? Like,
Yeah, I get that same feeling because I've had to almost reach out to everyone like I've known in life, to where it's like,
like if I don't reach out to them, like I won't hear from them the rest of my life.
I'm a person that will like not respond to a lot of messages because I just can't like maintain a lot of it. Like people will be messaging me about all sorts of different stuff, and I'm just getting exhausted. And so if people aren't in my like immediate circle, my chances of getting to them are a lot slimmer. Not entirely slim. I mean, if I see something that catches my eye that's very urgent, I'm gonna dive to it because it's just in my nature. But
Yeah.
like, if it's not urgent and like I can't maintain it, then I'm gonna have to like put it on hold and try and get back to it. In the meanwhile, there's someone who I've needed to message for months. Let's just put it that
Yeah.
way. um,
Yeah,
and that's just because of the
too.
way
I
the
think
situation I'm in. I'm so overloaded all the time. It's very difficult to manage a lot of these things, especially while trying to like maintain continuing a YouTube channel. I haven't been doing very good at it lately. I've barely done any streams.
Yeah.
I think that like that thing in the back of my head, that like anxiety, I guess, of like being like, you know, why am I always the one reaching out? Like, am I bothering you? That type of shit. I think the only reason that probably has a big factor in why I wasn't really that annoyed at the time with my ex-girlfriend, who would like flip out if I didn't respond to her in like 5 minutes or some shit. Because it's like, at least I know she wants to talk to me. But looking back on it, it's like that is kind of toxic, actually. But
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, go on.
Oh yeah, because I know I've come across that too, like with people that I reconnected with from like years earlier in childhood, where it's like, yeah, I was like the one who reached out to them, but after some time passed, then they eventually began, as things built up again, they began reaching out to me. But I know in some instances where I think there might be some lead in terms of like getting a date or something. And I know that's a bit different, but sometimes I feel like if I'm the one putting in much of the effort, like for conversation prompts or conversation starters, that yeah, I'd like expect and like kind of like okay, the responses are going to be random. It's like it can kind of create a weird, almost like toxic scenario.
yeah. I always did find that weird though. It's like my first inclination would be like, if I'm always the one reaching out, maybe I would also have to be carrying the conversation all the time. But a lot of times that doesn't even end up being the case.
Yeah, that is very true. Very
Yeah,
true.
I'm
Sometimes
someone
I
who
carry.
struggles with reaching out, but if someone starts a conversation with me, I can talk for hours.
Yeah,
Yeah,
same.
yeah. Because like the thing is, it's like part of the time with a lot of people, I'll carry the conversation. Like sometimes, then other times, I'll be the one taking the back seat. It just depends on the day, depends on the scenario, the topic, whatnot.
Yeah.
Let's see what this outro is like. Let's see.
Hey guys, thanks for watching this video. PragerU is a 501c3 organization. Help us keep our videos free by making a tax-deductible.
I'm disappointed.
Wow. I'm surprised they even uploaded this video. I feel like they didn't really get the answers they wanted.
Oh yeah, especially the one
where
guy. Like, I get they're trying to do like the crazy communist, because I mean, he did the way he criticized fucking conservatives was, I mean, for lack of a better word, very woke. Like,
Yeah.
man knew straight up. And you could tell it was a very organic understanding. Like, it's not a rationalized one via like theory or practice or anything. Like, I just like looked at conservatism, looked at history, and was like, "Yep, you know what? Like, this is like what this is." And that's what people forget, is that so many people are seeing a lot of these things already. Like Mao said, most people are like a certain percent communist already. You just gotta awaken
They
it, you know?
definitely didn't get the answers they wanted from the women either, because a lot of these conservatives, dude, have like some fucking delusion that like women just
Want to
openly
be
desire them.
oppressed.
Like
They like Islamic people because the brutalism or something.
Yeah.
There's something that oh, what was it? That was something that Jordan Peterson said. It's like it's women like Muslims because their propensity towards like brutality essentially, and there's a womanly desire to be like brutally oppressed. It's like, okay, what?
What the
I mean, there
fuck?
is definitely a kink for that somewhere, but Jesus Christ, like.
Yeah, but that's not with everyone.
Well, I
It's
mean,
funny too, because like
I'm being coy anyway, because it's a very different context. Like,
it's funny too, because like when was that shit with oh, what's her name? And Marjorie Taylor Greene, where she like got caught in like having a relationship with some communist bodybuilder or whatever.
what?
Wait, what?
Oh, y'all didn't hear about that? I don't know if it was this year or last year. But yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene like got caught like having a sexual relationship with some like communist. I don't remember. They said he like was a bodybuilder at the gym or like a yoga instructor or something like that. I don't know. I think it was like
my
a gym person though, like a gym guy, and he was a communist. And then
Was it Brian Glenn?
yeah, and then there was Lauren Boebert, who recently got a lot of shit. Yeah, she got divorced, but she also got a lot of shit because she got caught on a date with a Democrat.
Yeah, it will only when I search for it, it'll only show me results about her like right wing boyfriend that she got this year.
Yeah. Oh, from Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of the conservative dudes are really pissed off at Lauren Boebert because there was like video footage of her. She was like at a show or something with her Democrat boyfriend, and he was like groping her boobs and shit. A lot of conservative dudes are really pissed off.
Why can't I have some of that actions? As many of them are probably thinking.
Well, it's funny too because a lot of those dudes are the same ones that think like any man that's like left leaning like doesn't get anything and like is just a soy boy or whatever. Like they're bullshit like caricature of this shit. It's funny too because I've met a lot of the people who they would call like quote unquote soy boys that I've met in real life have been conservative. They've been like Ben Shapiro types.
Yeah.
What's up, guys? Aldo here with Prager.
Like projection. Plus, I feel like it's definitely a thing I've seen with these fucking conservative dudes, though, is they view like the reason why they focus so heavily on like dating across the aisle or whatever, you know, is because they see it as like a conquest.
Yeah,
you know?
I mean they see liberal women as women to be groomed into conservative women.
Yeah,
it's why like there's a massive fetish in like being older than women in conservative circles.
Yeah,
like, it's because they fetishize a dynamic where they are like the absolute.
Yeah,
I feel like there's a similar thing with like chasers as well. Like they see it as like a conquest.
Yeah, it reminds me of Bibi Netanyahu when he asked about like Arab and Safari Jews, and he basically said, yeah, they're all right as long as they're led by white commanders." And I'm like,
oh,
what?
wow.
Like a really like 20th century fucking colonialist fucking mindset right there.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, God, are you proud of your race?
Yeah, like a thing that we know amongst conservatives that happens a lot is the fetishization of underage people. That's
oh my
really
God.
big thing with them.
Moment.
Like people between the ages of 14 and 17 usually end up being massive targets of this shit.
And they project it heavily on like LGBTQ people. It's so fucking annoying.
And it's like because that reminds me of like when Jason like called out like a lot more of like the Z-leaning conservatives for saying, oh yeah, global homo conspiracy grooming by kids, to be gay or whatnot. And it's like honestly, yeah, I think they're all just projecting, like whether it's the Republicans or the Z people saying that because they're more than likely going to be the ones trying to groom kids.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I remember Ghazi Kotza did a little bit of that shit too. A little bit of fucking LGBTQ propaganda about grooming or whatever. Stupid as hell.
I'm pretty sure Yankee Spanky did too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jordan Peterson probably. Women love Haas.
That was an awful fucking PragerU video. It wasn't even really that good.
Oh, this one's gonna be
Like the la-
worse.
Yeah, I'm
well,
surprised
the
they even
last
uploaded
Prager,
it.
the last PragerU video I saw was PragerU Kids, and it was about the Russian Revolution.
Oh my god,
It
breaking
was
you kids is such cancer. Oh no.
Oh.
it was really bad.
Oh, that reminds me when I saw a meme for PragerU Kids that said, "Let's go back in times like the 1930s or 1940s and hear Hitler's side of the story."
Interesting.
There's so
I
many accounts
remember.
of it. Like everyone's heard it. Like, oh my god, he died like a
I remember the
bitch.
PragerU video that like said the British Empire was like good for humanity or something like that.
Oh god.
Oh yeah, the British Empire did
Yeah.
so much good for humanity, like imperializing more parts of the world via like traditional colonialism than like any other empire.
Yeah. I think they like
Or
said something along the lines of like the British Empire like brought civilization into the world or something.
Yes, by blowing them up and then directing their economies to specifically extraction economies, they're not producers.
it reminds me of what I remember PragerU said something had a video too, and I think that was like the first PragerU video I came across years ago where they said nationalism is good and should not be conflated with fascism or Nazism. And I'm like, but a
Bro, like
lot
as
of the
soon as you have to make that
fascists and
clarification, I'm like
nationalism.
wondering like if let's say I'm someone who doesn't know what like nationalism's ties to fascism is. I'm just some gal, and you say that, it's like saying, oh, the benefits that we have within our city does not come from any form of corruption, and the accusations against my cabinet are nothing to be concerned of. It's like, okay, so why are you having to make this precursor? Why are you telling me that it's
Yeah.
not fascist? Like I want to know now. Like, I want to know why it's fascist, rather than just knowing why you think it isn't. Because usually these rebuttals do not contain the actual critique, and I want to know what the critique has to say. Like, that's the way a lot of people are going to be inquisitory. Like, their mindset is kind of ridiculous. Because like anyone who's wanting to wonder rather than just have their own beliefs like justified, so they can just stay ignorant, they're gonna want to learn why nationalism is called fascist, because how are you gonna
Yeah,
understand
why
it if
it's
you don't learn what it
associated with
means?
fascism and Nazism.
Well, I mean, the thing you end up learning, truthfully, when you're a Marxist, is nationalism isn't just fascist, but most of it is. There is certain forms of nationalism that are
Yeah.
justified. Like the nationalist struggles of days gone by of the European bourgeoisie was a once upon a time progressive. Like, and it still had so many problems because the bourgeoisie can't do anything progressive without doing something regressive. That's just something to be taken in tow with the bourgeois. I'm being somewhat facetious, but I don't know. They're pretty dodgy. They like the bourgeoisie
Yeah.
revolutions came to power by them blagging people that they would make a free society and then betraying them. That's how the English Revolution went down. Like the poor were like groups like the Diggers. They were like supposedly on an agreement that class would basically end and we'd all just like share the society together. Like and that didn't happen. If anyone knows the history of Cromwell,
Yeah.
they got stomped out
Yeah.
and murdered and displaced across the country. And this is how the French bourgeoisie came to power as well. The French bourgeois, I mean, there definitely was members of the French bourgeoisie that wanted to keep this sort of like class collaborative effort going on, like where there was this somehow like more progressive bourgeois cohesion. It wouldn't have actually changed much. Everyone gets all like who was that fucking guy that they guillotined? Robespierre. Everyone gets off thinking that Robespierre would have made like France less reactionary, and like kind of, but not at the same time. Like it'd still be the same shit. Bourgeois development has necessities that it has to fulfill, no matter how social democratic it wants to be organize itself. Robespierre was definitely a much more progressive bourgeois than he's given credit for. His policy towards democracy was a lot more allowance of not just voting, but an actual derivative of the people to struggle, the right to revolution. Like those were ridiculously progressive, more progressive than the ideas of a lot of bourgeois people today. it's purely liberal, you could say, like liberalism in its original revolutionary format before it changed. And I mean, he was just
What became reactionary.
and how it would change was already shown in the UK. This monarchistic style liberalism kind of just became the way a lot of Republican liberalism began to work. The US is a fine example. The president literally functions as a monarch, and they just voted in, and they have term limits now. But before, you could do a Roosevelt and just go on a massive fucking kill streak.
Yeah.
But yeah, the fucking the British regression that occurred in the 1680s, when it was still England. England regressed. Scotland regressed with England because they're buddies or some shit. I'm being really reductive of history in a way that will piss a lot of people off. But what happened then when Britain formed in originally the idea of formulation came in 1722, I think. But I'm not sure whether that was when the declaration was made. I think it was. It might be. 1722, Britain was formed, and that kind of formulation of Britain became a bit of a standard when it came to liberalism. And then the French did when the French rose up. The French Revolution sort of changed the framework because it applied republicanism to this. But this is where you got the bourgeoisie going against Robespierre. Robespierre's ideas around liberalism became threatening to the bourgeoisie, and so his death had to come. But a lot of people think he was a socialist. He was not. He was just a really radical bourgeois person.
Yeah.
I think people should research Robespierre, though. He is insanely based for his time. He did do some bad shit, though. Like, it's not like he's perfect. Let's not get fucking into worship culture, but like, he is pretty cool. Like, comparatively to the bourgeois leaders of his time, he was amazing. Like, still comes with all the problems of being bourgeois, though. Like, just put it that way.
Yeah.
But this is where Engels' point on the bourgeoisie only go halfway comes deeply into this. Like, they do not complete shit. Like, the whole framework of applying what Robespierre wanted to apply would have made capitalism progressive to the point that socialism could have folded in like moments. And
it's just like that fact too. That the bourgeoisie, even if it's a bourgeois democratic revolution, they're a vacillating force. They wish to stop the revolution as quickly as possible. As soon as they get something that materially benefits them, they don't want to go any further beyond that. They absolutely have to, and I think that's part of the bringing the whole Marxist concept of the actual permanent revolution, not the Trotskyist sense, but actual permanent revolution. Where we're not putting a Chinese wall between the bourgeois democratic and socialist revolution, and why it's so important, even during the bourgeois democratic revolution, for communists to do everything they can to take hegemony of that revolution.
Well, yeah,
so that the
because then you
bourgeoisie
can make
can't
it a
just bring it to the end.
permanent revolution where it's all one revolution and it's continuous.
Yeah, you can raise it to a higher stage.
Yeah, because like a lot of people don't understand. Like, some people just think permanent revolution means arts of struggle as well. But like, permanent revolution is literally just like socialism to communism, to be really actually capitalism to communism, the revolutionary struggle between those two. Like, and the socialist struggle is like the center point of it. It's like that's the middle ground of the permanent revolution. It's not the start of it. And so like, in this situation, the bourgeois democratic revolution, if it is controlled by the proletariat and their organization, it can be a socialist revolution even though it is a bourgeois one, because it is a driving force for the development of then the conditions to fold it over into a socialist industrial development. Look at what happened in the Soviet Union. 1928, the Soviet Union was still a capitalist country in its economy, but it was socialist in its dictatorship. Socialism is definitively the dictatorship of the proletariat. Not just that definitively, but that is the core element of it. But there was a capitalist economy. 5 years later, that capitalist economy had been shrunk down majorly. And not only that, but at the time that it was capitalist, there was a lot of socialist institutions that already existed in industry. A lot of industry had already become owned by the state and organized by the state. It's not like it was just a capitalist economy, it was a hybrid economy. It's actually why this point in socialism is very dangerous because, I mean, social democrats would absolutely adore to take over the country in this situation.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
so
that's the focal point for dingists.
And so this is where you get the rise of revisionism in these times. The revisionists that took over in 1956, actually a lot of them were taking over in 1948 and 1954 and 1938 and lots of other times because, as Kosha says, this was a problem before the war, and I think the 20s was when this shit show started. I think a lot of them, as well as Stalin actually murmured, I think it was in the latter part of socioeconomic problems with the USSR. The Russian aristocrats in the party, like the former Russian aristocrats, they were a massive issue. Which it's good for Stalin to have noticed Russians can be bad sometimes. I'm being coy. I know he's not like that, but he is also a bit of a Russophile. Like Lenin did call him a Russian bully once because of it as well. Because he thought that he thought that the Russian Soviet should have more political power because of its population size. It's like big stinky moment.
Yeah, it's just that's kind of marching into a bit of dangerous territory there.
The thing I will state is that this was when the national question was still being really heavily figured out. Marx did talk about it, but not in the way Lenin did. Like that's a really big addition of Leninism, is that the more diverse and like applicable and universal understanding of the national question that actually is very flexible. I do prefer Lenin's readings on it than Stalin's, but Stalin's is still good. I think just people need to not take it as rigidly as they do. Stalin does not directly anywhere say that you have to take these things rigidly. I think if anything he implies otherwise. But a lot of people just read Stalin's very like detailed sort of descriptors of things and sort of take it as like a strict like instruction set rather than it being a set of like composing characteristics that kind of cannot deflect each other. I will say his positions on America in there though are fucking dreadful and should not be repeated. Please.
Yeah. I was like, I still see a lot of the same some troubling errors from like a lot of ML comrades where they'll absolutize Stalin's writings about commodity production under socialism, but they seem to just be looking at the name of the section of the book in Economic Problems of Socialism. They don't actually
Not
read the content
the problems that he brings up about it because he's kind of pissed that it still exists.
Yeah, that's like kind of the whole point there.
The whole goal was that by 1950 they'd be done with it, and they were nowhere near. That was Stalin's big problem. He was like, if anything, it's gotten worse, and that's concerning. Like, that's not him saying positive stuff. I must remark.
And, yeah, I remember in his work, the right, because he wrote a lot, especially in the late 20s. Because when we think about the late 20s, it was the debates in the party between, should we end the NEP and begin the 5-year socialist development plans, or should we just continue to do the NEP? So there was a big debate against right deviationism and the party that Stalin was writing about, and one of the questions of debate was the possibility of restoration of capitalism in the country, and a lot of the right deviationists were saying that there is no possibility of restoration of capitalism. Stalin argued that there was possibilities of restoration, and not just from the outside either, from foreign invasion. He says here in his work, The Right Danger in the CPSUB, written in 1928, he says, quote, "Have we in our Soviet country any of the conditions that would make the restoration of capitalism possible? Yes, we have. That, comrades, may appear strange, but it is a fact. We have overthrown capitalism. We have established a dictatorship of the proletariat. We are developing our socialist industry at a rapid pace and are linking peasant economy with it. But we have not yet torn out the roots of capitalism. Where are these roots embedded? They are embedded in commodity production, in small production in the towns, and especially in the countryside, unquote. Like, that's a very important point right there
Yeah,
about,
because so long as those market economies exist, the bourgeoisie have sanctuary essentially. Like some of them might try and escape the proletarian life that they've gotten to try and take advantage of the cheap nature of the market as well. Because like this is why the big bourgeois will try and become petty bourgeois so they can struggle their way back into the big bourgeois again, and whatever petty bourgeois remnants exist, the peasant included, will be seeking to take the place of the missing big bourgeoisie that prior existed. It's a driving force of class interest. You know,
Yeah.
like so long as these foundries exist, it's going to happen. And like, there's a problem with people kind of like moralizing and thinking that like, okay, well, if there's like just two peasants like owning a little bit of land in the town, are they going to go their way? It's like, yes, they're part of that class. That's their competitive nature to exist in that framework. They're in a market economy that is ran in the bourgeois way a market is run. Essentially, it's just like sort of controlled by the socialists. Like it's they're allowed to sell and buy goods, and it's done on a market ratio. It's just set by the government. Liberalism has done this before. There are actually some traditional liberals that preferred this model, but apparently planning just sort of went out the window for liberalism by the 1800s. I don't know, piss and shit or something. But the I'm being facetious again. But usually when liberalism likes to plan the market these days, they just let fascism do it. But the so like this control over the market allowed there to be this containment of the issue, kind of, but only in the sense that they could limit the amount of power that they could develop in any given time, but they couldn't eliminate the amount of power that they can get from resources. That requires military intervention, because it's the only way you can ever deal with it. Because you can control their stream of money, but you can't control their stream of goods. And you're also still trying to ratio things on the basis of supply and demand, because like you're trying to make sure that there's some form of like interest for like it's not as drastic as it is in capitalism, but prices will change based on supply, because that's what the Ukrainian kulaks were doing. They were trying to hold off supply to increase the price of their grain.
Yeah.
Although I think there might have been a bigger thing going on there, because like it's kind of sus that Khrushchev told Stalin that they had enough grain for export while in the middle of a famine, and then fucking like contacted him like I think it was like a week or two later and was like, "Yo, we've been having a famine for the last like 2 years. Can we have some grain?" And Stalin was mad when he got that telegram. Like, he lost his shit. He was like, "Yo, what do you mean? Why didn't you mention this when we were like sorting out the trade for the grain? Like, it would have been a really useful thing, because we could have told you to fucking keep it." Like, Stalin was not very happy. Yeah, because people don't know, Khrushchev was actually the leader of Ukraine at one point.
Yeah, he was. Speaking of Khrushchev too, it's also interesting to note if you listen to or read Hoja's famous speech at the meeting of what was it, 81 communist parties.
Yep.
Yeah, he talks about how I forget what year he said. But it was in like the mid 40s when Stalin was still alive, and Albania was destroyed by war. They were having grain problems at the time. And Stalin actually diverted a shipment of grain that was intended to be going to the Soviet Union and diverted it to go to Albania to help for the situation there. That was a really, comradely thing for to do there.
Fucking Stalin's a darling when it comes to these kind of things.
Yeah.
What time period was this again? Because I think there was actually a famine in the Soviet Union at that time.
It might have been 46 or 47.
Yeah,
because they were having like an issue after the war, like because the American aid stopped coming in, and like that was like the last real major famine in the Soviet Union. Like the post-war situation.
Yeah, they were having a massive trouble there. I think the thing is that like the perspective was that one shipment wouldn't make that much of a drastic differentiation to the problem.
Yeah.
Because the issue they had was that a lot of their grain fields had been bombed to rubble or burnt to crisp, so they had to like try and kickstart growth. Like the Nazis had bombed the shit out of, mined the shit out of, tanked over the shit out of so much of Soviet land. Like,
Yeah.
because as much as we can chud the Nazis and be like, yo, you got cooked and you lost, they didn't just go to war against the Soviet Union. They were race sciencing the Soviet Union. They wanted to genocide the Slav and uphold the Germans because they obviously, like, you know, a lot of people that fetishize Scandinavians, they're gonna fetishize is it the 1100? I can't remember the I can't remember. They're called like the Rus, the Kievan Rus, and they come from Sweden, or Sweden. Sorry, I gotta take fun out of the Scandinavians whenever I can. I'm actually part Norwegian, but the um, Viking invasion moment, but the fucking what's it? Yeah, so like the Nazis were like fetishizing that there's like a massive group of Aryans and they need to free them from the Mongolian horde of the Slavs.
Also, there was also the scorched earth policies. That one was done by, well, the Soviet Union had to do it, at least in the areas where they couldn't like defend, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I do have some criticisms of their scorched earth policies, but it's not as bad as people say. Like, they weren't like
Yeah, and then the Germans adopted it as well when they started scorched earth. You know, all the areas they started losing, so it was just like complete.
I heard the
wave
Nazis started like taking advantage of like the collective farms or some shit.
Yes,
oh
they
yeah,
did.
because they had a
Hitler-
food shortage, so they needed it.
Yeah, they started privatizing a little bit of it, but they only privatized like 10% or something like that. And Hitler actually thought it would be fucking stupid to like. I think his quote was like, "It would be stupid to like privatize the collective farms." But you know,
That's interesting. I didn't hear that one.
what's his face? Who was that other guy who was in charge of the East at the time? Rosenberg. He was much more in that like, you know. He wanted to like privatize the farms and promote religion and as a way to like, you know, turn the Eastern population against communism.
Hitler's kind of weird as well when it comes to these things because like guy was like very pro like privatization of a lot of things. But then he'll just come out with some like rotted mixed economy takes as well. He can't decide whether he wants to properly blend in the social democratic elements or whether he just wants to smash them in there with a hammer.
There was one time he was asked about the minimum wage, and he basically said, like, he didn't even give like an answer. He basically said, "Well, how do we tie this to the racial health of a society?" I'm like, what kind of answer is that?
Racial
This
health.
is what I mean. Hitler sounds so much like
Racial
Jordan
health.
Peterson. It's hilarious.
Yeah. Oh, but with the grain issue, at that meeting of like 81 communist parties in 1960, Hoja mentioned that like after the Bucharest meeting, which I believe also would happen in 1960, like middle of the year, Albania was having more grain issues, and Khrushchev actually tried to use the situation to like bend his political will, and he actually took forever. I think they said it took over 120 days, and he barely sent anything. And basically the reason why was because Hoja was not falling in line with Khrushchev's line against the his attacks against the Communist Party of China. So he was trying to make Hoja fall in line with his fucking shit, basically using, you know, economic threats like that.
This was at a time when fucking China and Albania were tight as a knot. Like, you ain't winning there.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah.
Mao still had problems with some of his positions here, but this was when Mao was based as all living hell.
Yeah.
Because
Khrushchev and the bourgeois governments, they were both criticizing both Albania and China for being like warmongers or whatever.
Oh, that's funny coming from them.
When the bourgeois governments in the Soviet Union
Yeah,
were real.
the country that ends up getting threatened to be nuked multiple times by the Soviet Union is the warmonger. Like
Yeah.
I gotta say that like while China has definitely got a long history of war, since its communist revolution, it's not been very warmongery.
Yeah.
That's like one thing you can give China credit for. They've definitely been involved in funding wars since the bourgeois takeover. That's been an interesting little facet of them. They were actually donators to the war on terror, for example.
Or the arming of reactionaries in the Philippines.
And there's the like 8 factions that split in Myanmar, and like
Oh yeah.
and like
Yeah.
China is literally supporting 5 of them.
Did you know that like 90% of the world's like gems come from Myanmar?
Oh,
Damn.
I'm not even joking.
That's mental.
Yeah.
There's
And
a
it's
real,
be-
there's a real,
and-
there's a
and-
real like South African fucking blood diamond situation going on there, where I imagine there's a lot
Really
of fucking
is.
child slavery about to come up now.
Yeah.
And
Nothing's
it's not
done about the political situation there.
yeah, the whole country's like unraveling at the moment, and it's under a military coup, and it doesn't happen. No coincidence. It's also the poorest country in that whole region, basically.
Crazy to think about,
And
considering
some
they
of
have all
it
the
is not
minerals.
even their fault either, or the Chinese fault. You can look at the British and more specifically the Scottish with that. But yeah, no. The reason it's so important is because those gems there, I forget what they were saying specifically, but they said it's like those gems are like millions of years older, so they're much more solidified. I'm probably butchering this all to hell. Than other countries, basically.
Yeah.
And they're much more
What
untapped.
They find in there.
What was that?
What kind of gems did they find in Myanmar?
Oh, I can't really go into the list too much without like.
There's a lot. Just put it that way.
There's just like all kinds, like the stuff that like movie stars, like you see at like red carpet events and like those kinds of gems.
So gems are really hard to get a hold of because you only really find them around like mountains and places like that because they
also
come
good
from
for
high
money.
pressure. Volcanoes too.
No.
Volcanoes are a great
They're good.
place to find gemstones.
They're good for money laundering as well.
It pisses me off that how the Brezhnevites tried to, justify all of their fucking social imperialist bullshit.
Well, they try and make
Basically making
Brezhnev
the
sound
same-
like he's more like Stalin, which is hilarious because apparently he re-Stalinified, which is not actually true.
Yeah, because like they tried to say like the socialist community and the internationalization of the economy and all this shit, limited sovereignty. It's like internationalization of the economy in the case of Soviet social imperialism was literally just like the same fucking liberal shit. Where it's
Yeah, when
like
I hear someone say
specialization of
internationalize the economy, I just hear imperialism with special fancy words.
Yeah, it's like they literally wanted them to do comparative advantage shit where like they focus all of their economic development on one thing, so that they're basically fucking reliant on foreign imperialism for everything else, which basically means they're getting rid of their national sovereignty and they're not able to actually, control their economy and their policy the way they want to.
I think people seem like it's like they're trying to like use internationalism to ignore the fact that national sovereignty is like an important understanding in Marxism. Like we don't negate that does exist and is like a framework that if it's ever going to go away, it's going to take some time because oppressor nations might have all the national freedoms that they fucking want, but like oppressed nations don't. And so there's like a whole dynamic of transition that's going to occur in how nations relate to each other. Because, I mean, ethnic groups are still going to exist. So there's going to be something that's going to symbolize like different groups of people in different ways. And it's going to be different to nation. But if we call it nation in some hypothetical, like it's not going to be the same as it is now. And these concepts of things, the barriers are not really going to exist like they have before. Like things are going to change so drastically where the way people relate to each other is a lot differently. But in the situation of socialism, you're not internationalizing your economy because what does that mean? Like What, putting your economy in other people's countries? That's not that's not socialism, buddy. Like socialism is an organized structure of different relationships. You can interconnect with fucking developing economies and other stuff like that and have a relationship, but you're not going to be expanding into them. It's just like, oh, well, we're both part of a block of stuff. Do you need any help of anything? You don't need to have a market relationship with your allies when you're a developing socialist country and you're actually doing very well for yourself. That's just exploitation. There's no other way about it.
It's funny too, like they try to frame Brezhnev as like a return to Stalinism or whatever. What the fuck happened to when Stalin called for balanced development of the economy? Like, are we just throwing that shit out the fucking window? There's a reason he said that, you know?
No, you cannot just focus your economy on one single thing, and you can't centralize your economic development. Since Khrushchev, the Soviet Union stopped developing the countryside and stopped developing the towns and left the East to rot except for military installments and just developed the European side of the Soviet Union and the cities mainly, and any town they could turn into a city.
Yeah.
Which is the issue of bourgeois development. That's why I think like the city concept of the bourgeois is really out of date and kind of broken, and we need some sort of like middle ground of a large town being like the sort of optimal model where things are very close together and walkie distance, but nature's like very heavily preserved. Because I don't like the idea that some people have that we're just gonna have like so much shit built so close together everywhere that you just travel and there's always stuff. Like, I want to preserve nature, thank you. Like, we don't have that many people on this planet that we need everything so close together, but we could have it close together without being so far away. Like 2-3 miles to 5 miles to 10 miles to 20 miles. Those are doable things. If you had towns have a 30-mile radius between each other, you could have lots of vast nature that's huge, have enough space to house and live everyone, and have places close enough together that it's like, okay, like public transport's going to take you like 30-40 minutes to get there. That's pips.
Europeans would probably be fucking shocked to hear the population density in the US. Like, population density here is crazy, where it's like there's so much.
Yeah, you have such a large population and like so much more space than you could ever need for it. Like everyone thinks like, oh, America 330 million. Okay, that would probably fit like the country they're in and fill it up well. No. You could fit like 2 billion people in America and it still probably wouldn't be like half full.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Pretty crazy to think about. But yeah, like this like whole social, it's crazy to think, well, because a lot of people don't even think the Soviets were ever like social imperialists or whatever, but it's like, no, they were.
Trav moment.
Yeah. Yeah, for real. But it's like, you can't fall for this like internationalization of the economy bullshit. Like, you have to have your national sovereignty. It's pretty much everything. It's one of the most important things you would need, especially in the period of, you know, surrounding imperialism, social imperialism, and both sides satellites. Like, like your national sovereignty is what literally keeps you, the whole country, from turning into a revisionist capitalist shithole. Like,
yeah. Oh, but
for his fault.
According to the Brezhnevites, it's still socialism. Remember.
Yeah, it's so dumb. It's like, you know, for all his faults, one thing I love about St. Carl is he said, like, if you want to know what imperialism is, you know, look at your plate or whatever. It's like, person who feeds you, you know, that's who can dictate your policy. That's who can tell you what to do. It's super important to make sure you have all that shit in line.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what this dickhead has to say.
Oh yeah, this guy talking about.
What's up, guys? Aldo here.
Oh yeah, we just like
today.
This is just the normal fabric of these streams, though. Start something mundane and then just get into really deep theory. I like that.
Oh God, where are they even? Where's this being filmed at? Looks like California, but
Yeah, probably California, because that's where all the liberals are at. I'm gonna catch some of these liberals off guard about their whiteness.
That's where a lot of these like I don't know. I guess you can call them grifters. I mean, I'm sure they believe the shit, but they also definitely profit off of it. It's like where a lot of these like conservative fucking content creators that they just live in California. It seems like a lot of the time.
I mean, Haas lived in like a skyscraper in California.
Yeah.
Now he lives in fucking Michigan.
Oh no, I think it might have just been a normal apartment block. I don't know. I don't know how Californians live.
Probably a skyscraper.
Well, there was always that video that where he was complaining about an Uber driver having to go up like a fucking big at like 20 fucking levels of an elevator or some shit or stairs or something. He was all mad.
Yeah, there's a lot of floors to have to a building.
Yeah, because I know a bunch of people were saying at one point Haas like lives in Dearborn, Michigan, near Detroit, which the a lot of those suburbs of Detroit definitely have like big story apartment buildings. So yeah, you can see where that's going.
My apartment complex only has 2 stories, and it's annoying. Even that's annoying. Kind of wish it was on the bottom floor.
Yeah, the problem with the bottom floor though is privacy. Like, I pretty much always have to have my windows, like my curtains closed to have privacy. That's really annoying.
Yeah, I still unfortunately face that problem because like my apartment's like right next to the staircase, so people are always walking by my shit. It would be cool to have like one of the apartments that are like way off to the side, where it's like nobody's gonna walk by your apartment because you're as far as it goes. So
yeah,
I wish I had an upstairs one, but I
apartment
need a
like that
building
in
with an
college.
elevator because I just can't. Like, if I come back with shopping and it's stairs, I could end up hurting myself trying to get those with a crutch in one hand and shopping in the other.
yeah, that would suck. When I came back this earlier today from shopping, I saw a receipt just chilling on the steps, and I just moved it away, picked it off because someone could slip on that shit. Like receipts are kind of slippery, to be honest.
Yeah. Kind of annoying that people do just sort of throw them on the floor. There's usually a bin if you want to just chuck them there.
Yeah.
I just shove them in my bag because I'm like, I don't want to have to deal with trying to find the bin if it's been knocked over, because some people tend to kick it, which is not very fucking useful.
Yeah, that's why I just put it like in my bag. I have a habit of saving bags, but I haven't done it in a while. I usually just toss them now.
Yeah, I feel.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Let's see with this fucking. By the way, does anyone else think this fucking dude kind of looks like Jackson Hinkle?
He looks like
Oh my
he looks
God,
like
yeah.
Jackson Hinkle deep fried edition.
Oh, speaking
What's
of
up, guys?
Which,
All the-
Hinkle used to live in California, but now he lives in fucking Miami.
Oh. Well, at least
What's
he
up, guys?
dedicated
Aldo
his
here with
fucking-
PragerU. Today, we're in Venice Beach, California, asking people if they are proud of their race. Should be some interesting answers. Let's go do it. Are you proud to be Mexican?
Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely.
And are you proud to be Asian?
Oh, 100%.
Yes, I am.
Okay,
Why?
okay, let's stop right here because they said proud of their race, and it's like then they started going to like ethnicities and nationalities. It's like, what?
Yeah.
Okay, so they've already What? This is PragerU here.
Expect anything out of Prager.
But this is because race is a jumble of these different things slammed together because it's an oppressive structure for class interactions
Yeah.
based on ethnic groups. But it's like compiling ethnic groups. It's why, like, like calling Asians Asian, like, yeah, one of the most diverse places in the world. Like, okay, like West Asians and East Asians are completely different people from like completely different like descendancies. They're far out from each other. It's like, North Asian people, South Asian people, all over Asian people, different ethnic groups, very diverse. China, 56 different ethnicities, and they're very diverse amongst each other. Some of them are Buddhist, some of them are fucking Muslim, Some of them are Christians. Like, it's a whole load of diversity to a lot of these different things that people just don't even consider. Black is one of the stupidest fucking things anyone ever created, because the black people, as we have called African people for God knows how long, it's the most diverse place on earth.
Yeah,
Like, the
I was about to say
ethnicities
that.
there are so different. You are gonna, like, if you picked out some random white person and some random black person, they are more likely to look similar than picking out two random black people. The African societies are like massively diverse from each other, and there's a lot of fucking, like, you could call it like racist infighting that occurs amongst Africans as well.
Yeah.
Like, every society has like their own sort of version of what we call whiteness and blackness. It's not always called this, and this definitely occurs all over the place in different parts of the world. And so we see oppressor culture emerging there as well. That takes on these different relationships of different ethnic groups in the region. This is something that's just innate to capitalism. Like,
Yeah, like what was it? It's been a while since I've seen the map. I used to see this map all the time. There's like a map, it's like a non-colonial map, or it's supposed to be like a non-colonial map of Africa. Like, if land was actually divided by like the peoples and, you know, cultures within it. Not divided by, like, you know, French, British, and etc. fucking colonialisms. People don't really realize that the modern, you know, borders were not really
yeah, the French and the
democratically.
British drew pretty much almost all of them.
Yeah. So like it would look very much different than what it looks like today if it was democratically decided.
The thing that's most notable is how chopped up it'll be compared to how it is today. Like, there'll be so many more different countries than what we see today that will look small because Africa's so fucking huge, but these will be big places. It's just there's so much space and so many different ethnic groups that will want to go their own way that Africa's going to look very, very different in the 20 to 40 years time that I expect revolution to really fucking start hitting the fan around the world, because I don't think we have much time left.
Yeah.
And I think that's sort of putting a bit of a flame under people's ass. I think people have noticed that people are starting to get much more aware of capitalism. Not necessarily meaning they're becoming lefties or communists, but people are much more aware of it, and that sort of capitalist realism is starting to crumble. And so we're going to see more struggle here. And if shit's like that here, oh my, in the third world, and you just have to look at the fact that African communist parties have been arming and organizing recently. Like, we saw a massive uptake in organization over the last 2 years. And we've also got like massive organization of both communists and just anti-colonial organizations in the Arabian regions, North Africa, West Asia. And in Asia as well, there has been a lot of uptake in communist struggle inside India and the Philippines. And so, like, around the world, we're seeing a lot of these developments. We even saw the Shining Path. I think they attacked an airfield or something in... Because I think they were bombed. I can't remember the full story of it. I think it was late last year. The Shining Path got in a saucy situation with the government. So, like, revolution's kicking off around the world soon. Like, people are getting prepared for it. Anti-colonial struggle is on the uptake, and the bourgeoisie are somewhat distracted from a lot of it as well, because they're so focused on the coming, like, like Chinese, like, war or whatever the fuck they think's gonna happen. They think World War III is on its way, and it probably is. I think if the bourgeoisie with you know, think World War III is coming, I think that's a pretty good sign it's coming, given that imperial wars are bourgeois wars. And if they're thinking that this shit's gonna come, I think they probably got some good insight to say it might be. Like,
yeah,
they're the ones with the power to do this shit. So, like, it does rest on their laurels.
It's just not gonna go the way they want it to go.
I don't think that I don't know how much they actually want it. I think the Russians and the Chinese probably want it because it's favorable to them. Similarly to how the US wanted World War II because it was favorable to it. But, like, I don't think the US wants this.
Yeah.
I don't know about the EU and the UK, though, because they're both looking to undermine America a bit, so... I would keep an eye on those two.
Yeah, definitely. Kind of depends though too, because you know, the imperialist power that kind of has control over a sphere. Yeah, their sphere of influence is the one that dominates a region. They kind of want to just ride that wave for as long as they can.
Yeah.
But as soon as it gets threatened, that's when they start thinking of armaments and shit, ramping up the armaments race and trying to provoke a war, and then most times trying to frame it like as if they're the defensive ones, because the bourgeoisie always want to make it seem like they're doing a defensive war.
Well, I think with the Americans, it's that like they think that it's coming anyway, so they need to start first. I think like they wanted to be able to keep China as a junior partner, and that failed. And so America's reaction is to go to war because they think that that's imminent for them. Because, well, America's been in that position as a developing imperialist, and they played the same games. And the reason why Europe you have to be careful of is that Europe might do the same tactic America did to Europe during World War II. Take advantage of the war, straining out the hegemonic power, and then sort of try and slip in.
Yeah, that's why like another thing that's like super reactionary about the theory of three worlds, the Deng Xiaoping shit, where they tried to like ally the third world with the second world, because it's like the second world is still imperialist. That's the thing about it, about that second world. That's like we're talking about imperialist powers here, that had active fucking, struggles against actual like third world countries, and had contradictions with them. Like just because they have contradictions, inter-imperialist contradictions with the hegemonic powers, doesn't negate their own reactionary imperialist tendency.
I think the way they did the structure is just wonky anyway, because I would argue that the first world shouldn't just be the hegemonic powers, it should be the big imperialists. Kind of similar to how you would make the big bourgeoisie and the small bourgeoisie separate. And so like then the second world should be inter-imperialists, like regional imperialists like Iran and stuff like that, countries that have an imperialist relationship but they're not big boy empires. And then you could say there's the colonized countries.
Yeah.
It's actually more complicated than that as well, because the second world is also kind of colonized, but like it's colonized but also imperialist.
Yeah.
Neocolonialism makes everything so much more complicated.
Yeah, it's also similar to the thing that Lenin talked about in Imperialism and I almost said Imperialism Revolution. That's Hoja. Imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. Where he talked about he also said it in like one of the speech at like the first Congress of the Communist International, where he talks about countries that like where he's talking against Kautsky's ultra imperialist fucking concept and how the various ways it's reactionary. One of the reasons that he gave was that they can't always be in a cohesive block together, because the very nature of commodity production, it develops capitalism unevenly. So the uneven development of capitalism is going to change the alignment of strength, the strength forces of all these imperialist powers. So like whenever one country has gained enough strength, they're going to make a move on the international market to try to increase their market share,
Yeah.
So those contradictions between these imperialist powers are always going to exist, even if one is at a weaker position.
Lenin actually also pointed out, I can't remember where, about the ways in which former empires kind of model themselves on becoming the big empire again. They don't necessarily just become subservient. Like they don't just indulge themselves entirely in Americanism and think that's the way that they're always going to be. Everything is about scheming to once become the big fuckers again. Capitalists can think long distance, but it's usually just about expanding their empire. And so we can see this with like the British. The British did everything they could to try and make sure they maintained some formulation of their power. The British Commonwealth is actually an example of it. It is a neo-colonial institution that's run by the British. That's something that people don't consider a lot. It's terrifying when you actually think of the amount of countries that are in the Commonwealth and their relationship to the British.
Yeah, and every once in a while, I'll see like random reactionary interviews pop up of like people like being like proud or whatever of like the British Empire, like they want it to come back and shit. It's like, wow, really, you're proud of it? It's like,
Yeah, it's like, holy shit, proud of what? Genocide.
Proud of
Yeah, for real.
shooting rubber bullets at protesters. Proud of
Well, you say
putting a million people in an open air concentration camp.
No, but you see, it was very brave of them when they used 16-pounder guns against people with swords and bows and arrows. You know, the braveness of the British Army and its conquest. Like, you know, they fucking went about there with the heaviest shit that they could deploy at any time and just brutalized their way into native lands. The British expanded quick because the first thing they started privatizing when King Henry VIII kicked out the Catholic Church was military development for the Navy. The production of cannons. It's the first private institution that was ran for, like, not mass production, of course, because we weren't really in that time. That was the industrial era, but like big, expected big load production, stuff that's going to take like a few years to do, because if anyone has ever researched anything about those old those old naval ships, those war vessels, they took a long time to build back then. Like, holy fuck.
A lot of investment, a lot of insurance, a lot of ships were basically just like, you know, like the economies were sometimes just built around these big vessels, hauling things in like giant.
And it wasn't really like a proletariat as we see it today. Everything was still very precarious and broken up. Capitalism was very, very young at this point and still heavily feudal. Because this was some of the inklings of capitalist development, but this was in feudalism. Like, the capitalist revolution had not happened yet. That was in the next century. That was 1640.
it's like this whole. This is the thing I always run into, and especially in like imperialist core countries and shit, when they talk about reminiscent or proud of like some horrible fucking shit that the country's in the past, like people's fucking reminiscent about the British Empire and shit. It's like I always run into this shit where it's like, you know, the whole patriotism thing, especially in the fucking imperialist core. It's like, yeah, we gotta really. I don't really like it's all messaging type of shit anyway. I mean, there's a quote from Lenin where he talks about the very concept of patriotism is of second or third rate importance. You know, it's not a huge thing to like really stress on in the first place. But if you're going to talk about it, you got to be clear what you even mean by it, because like any type of actual socialist sense of it is not what the layman thinks of when they think of patriotism, you know?
Yeah.
Like I don't see how I could be like, I love the people because I love people generally, and I love the land because I love the earth. I don't like the settler colonial concept known as America, the United States of America, you know?
It's
I mean,
one
it
of those
literally
things
says
where, like, I feel like patriotism being used in another context is somewhat of a really hard sell, and we might need to just come up with a better word.
Yeah. Like,
because I think it gets exploited so easily because everyone's just like, oh, look, socialist patriotism. It's like, they just mean that they love the fucking place they live in. Like, that's all it is. It's just like, it's this sort of social unity shit. They maybe, I think they should have used a different word because of the ingrained, like, bourgeois element to it, but at the same time, they're de-bourgeoisifying it in their own right. So it's like, within the Soviet Union, it meant something different. Well, until the revisionists took over and turned it into Soviet patriotism, which big oof. It's supposed to be proletarian patriotism, but piss on everything,
Yeah.
shit on everything. That is the
It's
Khrushchev
like
model.
it's like for me, yeah, like if you're in like a socialist country, you know, I have no problem whatsoever with talking about patriotism. Like you should be patriotic in a socialist country, but it always have to be a socialist, internationalist type of patriotism where you're proud that your country is socialist, and you do not take a narrow nationalist standpoint where you only care about narrow nationalist interests. You care about the world proletariat and the defense of the country against imperialism.
Well, it's like nationalism. I only ever want to hear that word from an oppressed population. Like, I want national liberation struggles for those peoples, and that would be a form of nationalism. Social nationalism, which sounds like some Nazi shit, but that is something that does occur, and a lot of Marxists don't understand that. They take the Luxembourg route on understanding these things, which is by pissing and shitting and throwing everything all over the place, because they never read Marx on like oppressed nations, apparently, or just missed that part while lecturing Lenin on how not Marx he's being about it.
Yeah. Like, if I lived in an oppressed country, or if I lived in a socialist country, like, I would be an ardent patriot. But I would not use that term to like describe myself in an imperial core country. I just can't.
Yeah, straight up.
Especially one that fucking literally in its Declaration of Independence talks about Indian savages. Like, sorry, no. This is a settler colonial project. There's nothing to be patriotic
for. And so many working class people already get that. A lot of lumpen proletarians really get that as well. Like, you can see how much they've just given up on America and couldn't give a shit about it.
Yeah.
Like, American nationalism and patriotism is very middle class, and they've centered it around that forever. It's always been a very middle class thing. White workers, especially labor aristocrats, definitely do get caught in it. Not denying that there's a nationalism problem even down there, but it is much more of a middle class sort of culturalism that's kind of spread into the proletariat because of the labor aristocratic relationship that white workers usually have. I know there are exceptions to this, but most of the time it is a more labor aristocratic relationship the white proletariat has to the rest of society.
Yeah. And this is where I think one of Malcolm X's strengths is too, is when he was talking against American patriotism. It's like, he's talking about like he found it strange whenever an African American would say like our government or whatever, because it's like the government doesn't care about them. Like the government is the white supremacist fucking settler colonial government. There's really nothing to be patriotic for.
Securing its supremacy.
Yeah. I also find it funny too, because a lot of times, like with the people that push the like whole socialist patriotism shit in the imperial core, they said like, oh, we don't mean like we're gonna whitewash education or anything like that. But then like right after that, you got Jackson Hingle talking about like abolishing woke education or whatever, and replacing it with patriotic education. It's like, yeah, we are whitewashing it, and then we got people, just ignoring the stuff. They talk about like stuff that like Marx or Engels wrote about America and shit like that. It's like they didn't have all the information available really, and one of the biggest things that we know for a fact that they didn't have all the information about what was going on with the American project was in Dialectics of Nature, where Engels said, "Oh, Columbus, he didn't know that the things, discovering America and all this shit, or quote unquote discovering America, he didn't know that it would bring slavery and the slave trade.
Even though he got in trouble with the fucking Spanish monarchy for fucking trading too many slaves."
Yeah, it's like he definitely knew about the slave trade, and he was actively involved in it.
And one of the main reasons
he took slaves back on his first voyage.
Yeah.
And one of the main reasons for the exploration to the west that they did was in order to find a trade route that didn't go through Istanbul because, well, it's a long story, but that area around Constantinople, Istanbul, whatever we're calling it, had a large influx of slaves coming from that area of Eurasia. People seem to forget about, apparently, but that import of mostly white slaves to Europe was cut off at that point, and it was like, oh, great, now we got to go somewhere else now.
Yeah, bro.
Well, yeah, groups like the Tatar have been like really big targets for slavery in Europe.
Yep.
The
Yeah.
Tatar have just had like one of the hardest times out of like a lot of Slavic groups. Like I feel really fucking bad for them. Like they're the natives to the Crimea, like the actual ones. And so like the whole Crimea War is a load of Russians claiming that they should be separate because it was a separate national group there. And it's like, yes, that's true. But the separate national group there was the Tatar. I think there might have been other Slavic groups there as well, but I know the Tatar made up a massive part of the Crimea that's currently in crisis right now.
Yeah.
But then Stalin decided to commit genocide because that's the way you deal with fascism.
I also think like specifically in the USA, there's definitely like a fucking settlerism that's been embedded in the communist movement here, because like, you know, I think that like people always try to romanticize the CPUSA in like the 1930s and shit. It's like even in the 30s,
They were racist
you
as
know,
fuck.
yeah, there was racist shit there, and like they were trying to contest the black belt thesis and shit.
Yeah, and they abandoned black people to go along with Roosevelt, who did nothing to help the black population.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
right,
funny,
so
like
black.
they never talk about that either. It's like they needed the support of the white racist Democrats to get the New Deal passed. So it's like, yeah, that was pretty resolutely a break in unity of, you know, oppressed nations there. So
Yeah, like I think the unity of all peoples thing is forgotten by like most Marxists. It's very annoying.
yeah. It's even more annoying too, because a lot of the U.S. Marxists that, you know, are opposed to quote unquote supposedly opposed to CPUSA now, you know, and their revisionism. A lot of them ended up just really adopting the same fucking positions on the black belt. Like they, especially in the 80s, like the late 70s, 80s, like they're doing a whole like, oh, there is no separate nations now. They've all amalgamated into like an American nation. Like that's pretty horseshit. And the justifications a lot of the time were just like, oh, it's too radical. It's gonna fucking scare off white workers. That's like, wow, that's a pretty like
It's
pathetic
like
stand, really.
it's like
Abandoning
and like
principles.
what? Like the right position's gonna scare them off? Okay.
For real.
Like, why are we focusing on those labor aristocrats then? Because that's all I'm getting from that. Like, you telling me that is that these people are privileged little fucks that don't want to give up their privilege. I also don't think that's a reason not to try, though, either. Like, we have to try and reach out to petty bourgeois people a lot, and then they're not even our target group. They're people that we literally know there's a high chance that they could be little shits and not become proletarian intellectuals and instead betray us and do the whole fucker you over. And so when we still have to try and engage with them. So proletarians that have bad ideas, like I am gonna really sit down and like engage with them on it, learn what the fuck their problem is.
Yeah, and it's like their solution is horrible too, because like we can identify the problem. Like, okay, let's say the problem is the program will isolate white workers. The fucking solution should not be to drop it from your fucking program. Solution should be to like you know propagate and educate white workers so that it's not like it doesn't isolate them.
And also, like, it wouldn't be isolating them if those white workers were committing to racism. So it's like maybe you should be trying to combat that racism. Like, it's a communist party that's made up of white people, so it is kind of their responsibility to criticize white people. Like,
Yeah.
it's like they expect black people to do it because it's black people's problem. They're doing that white shit, or it's just like, nah, that's your problem. It's your issue. It shouldn't be criticized. It's like, bruh, ever heard of allies? It's a really useful thing. And the it's like cis people can be like this. They won't get involved in arguments to defend trans people a lot, even if they don't agree with the arguments that are happening, because they'll just be conflict adverse, and it's just like, you'll get an argument if someone talks about something that involves like the white working class, but as soon as it involves like a trans person or a black person, you just kind of sort of back away. What's going on there, buddy? It makes you like,
Yeah.
it's bigoted shit, even if they're not intending to be bigoted. And because it's a condonement essentially. It's like it's liberalism. And
Yeah.
well,
It's like it's a fucking thing I see just regardless of tendency. Is basically just it's more so along like first world white people, where it's like regardless of tendency, I keep seeing this shit pop up. Where like I even saw it in a Comintern SH document where they were opposing reparations in the USA. Oh, I found out Comintern SH is primarily a German. They're a German organization. They were opposed to reparations because it's like they said something ridiculous along the lines of like what entitles black workers reparations over white workers when white workers are suffering too. It's like, okay, that's like the stupidest shit I've ever heard.
yeah, straight up.
Like, first of all, you're talking about you're just completely ignoring generational poverty. You're completely ignoring systemic racism. There's a lot of shit going on here that you're fucking up on to make such a ridiculous statement. And the thing is, too, it's like, if you ever want to, work towards a program that tries to resolve the national question, you're never going to do that opposing reparations. Like polling on African Americans, that's consistently pretty much like either the highest or one of the highest positions frequently polled on.
Yeah, even amongst black conservatives.
Yeah.
That's the thing, like, white supremacists can't decide whether they like black conservatives because they give them cover, or they don't like black conservatives because they're a little more critical of certain frameworks, even the ones that are set out little compradors.
Yeah.
Oh, well, at least the ones that aren't pretending to be white. I gotta make a distinction.
Yeah. For real.
Have you noticed that you never see those, like, black conservatives that are in the lower echelons of government that actually are, like, still culturally very like open about their blackness rather than trying to hide it. When it comes to presidential runs, what do you get? White ass black guy, white ass black guy. Same with the liberal Democrats. Like, they managed to get a black guy in power, and the only reason he seemed more black than he actually tends to behave is something he did in the mid-noughties, where he changed to using a more like African American imitation of his voice. Because he's not African American. He's like Kenyan American. Like he is part African, but not in the way that like the term African American is used. That's why the term African American is so stupid. But the he's not New African. He doesn't come from a New African heritage at all. His father was actually some like bourgeois, like very rich Kenyan. So like his cultural relativity to like what blackness means in America is not the same. And he was brought up by his white mom, so like he has a very white relationship to his existence, even though he is black, and that's why he then tried to change his poise. He realized he was coming across a bit too white to people, so he started doing a black performance essentially, and that got him majorly popular. And you know what? It did work. When I was growing up, I was fooled by it. I was a pretty fascist person, and I liked Obama, like, at the time. Like, so that tells you everything. That tells you everything you need to know. Obama was probably, like, one of the last great chances America had of having a president that could have united both sides. And the only reason that didn't happen was because the Republican Party went absolutely fucking pig shit mental and stirred the wok of white supremacism in society.
Yeah, they went crazy. A lot of people forget that fucking time period. It was a pretty dark period.
If they hadn't have gone crazy, it would have been the biggest uniting period since 9/11.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so many people would have come to unite around Obama, and then it would have been very easy for Obama lookalikes to take power. It wouldn't change much, but it would be the kind of like weird social democracy we've come to see from Blairism and stuff like that, Clintonism, where it is like it's like social democracy and neoliberalism scrapped together with tape, with a little bit of corporatism in the mix.
Yeah.
But the third way is weird though, and a lot of implementations of it have been more neoliberal than the original maker likes to see. Like, one of his big complaints with Blair was that Blair was way too neoliberal about his implementation of the third way, and that's what caused it to fail. Anthony Giddens, or Gaddon, I can't remember. I think it's Giddens. It might be Gaddens. I don't know. He's a lord from Labour, and he's a really stinky little fascist. He came up with the third way in 1987, which the Labour Party then adopted instantly.
Doesn't Culture Thug like talk about how like I think he doesn't like Pinochet, right? He doesn't think Pinochet wasn't a fascist or something like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of fascists that don't like Pinochet because Pinochet is seen as like a hero of neoliberalism.
Yeah, he's seen as like too.
Okay, so this is the thing.
If we're using fascist language, he's basically like he's a Jew, basically puppet.
Well, this is the thing. Like, the Nazis and their mass privatization efforts aren't as popular amongst a lot of hardcore Nazis. They sort of want a more mixed economy. Like, the sort of way you see a lot of modern fascists is they sort of want what China does, where like they have a sort of struck and balance between state-owned industry, state-leased industry, and then private industry.
Yeah, they're very big fans of China. Culture Thug, specifically, also is very big fan of China.
You will never hear them criticize Hitler about his privatization efforts. They'll always choose other people. Criticization of Hitler is not really allowed, like, unless it's like doing faint pretend I'm not an anti-Semite stuff. That's really the only thing that's allowed. Don't ever criticize his actual positions, because A, that sets you up for knowing a bit more than you do, so it's harder to be that relative, like, interesting, cool person to people that you meet and try and groom into your politics. And also, it ensures that you maintain this structured, very, very silent dog whistle. No words are needed. That shows that you don't have a problem with him. To people that realize that you don't ever bring him up. You kind of avoid him when people bring him up. And you sort of try and take obscure positions on the war that allows for nuance. That's the way fascists work. They try and mix the wok as much as possible. They keep shit stirring. And as long as shit is stirring, it's hard to see what's in it.
Yeah, it reminds me of that one fascist during that one debate. And he basically said that, like, oh, well, Hitler got all these policies of privatization from fucking his one economic minister, but he ignored a lot of them and implemented his own. And that's why we need to implement his, like, 4-year plan or whatever the fuck he was going on about.
I mean, what's it? Hitler's 4-year plan was a planned economic effort, and that was sort of very intrinsic to fascism. So, as a fascist, he is speaking something that would be useful for fascism. The problem is that Hitler never managed to fully get the bourgeoisie under his thumb. He got a lot of them under them. A lot of them were simping for him as well, which is weird. But he never managed to fully get the bourgeoisie under control, and that was one of the things that actually failed the German war effort massively, because the bourgeoisie kept trying to find ways to poke holes in the Nazi system so that they could exploit it. And like Hitler's trying to keep control of this the situation amongst them, which he can't do very well because like he's also dealing with the war on several fronts. The whole framework of this King's Rule shit really comes into frame, because even with all the different leaders that exist, that you could fit all the names of them on like an A4 sheet of paper, or the people that had like the high command positions. Like they weren't that many that were able to actually like rule countries and regions. It was very limited leadership, and that's a big problem with fascism under the Nazis. Is they they concentrated power to very small hands in how they organized the government, which did allow them some ability to massively stomp over like anyone, including keeping the bourgeois in line. That was sort of a big aspect of this sort of petty bourgeois radicalism that exists in fascism. We see this with Italian fascism as well. The original form of the Italian corporations, sorry, cooperatives, those syndicates were originally designed in a way that would have actually given a more cohesive class collaborative relationship. In the sense of how fascism works, I mean cohesive to be clear, compared to how they actually did it, where it gave the bourgeoisie absolute immense amount of dominance. Now, mind you, in the other relationship, the bourgeoisie would have still had a lot of power and dominance. Their power comes from their economics. But just because it would have given workers more power than the other option would, the bourgeoisie absolutely threw a hissy, and that's actually why Mussolini changed how corporatism worked in Italy in 1923 or 1924. The bourgeoisie literally threw a pissy because they were going to be all in the same syndicate rather than in separate syndicates. And so they had to do this like separate syndicates that unite into an syndicate, and then like it was complicated as fuck. But these different aspects are very major aspects of trying to create this class cohesiveness that the petty bourgeoisie fetishizes. The bourgeoisie actually doesn't really care. They don't really give a shit about class cohesion. They don't think it's that necessary to them anymore because they think they're so powerful that they can just buy off what they need to buy off when things get rough and keep engaging in their investments. There definitely are members of the bourgeoisie that could care about this, but they're an exception. The liberalism that does remain in the bourgeoisie is very slim, and what it is centered around is their weird poisoned version of laissez-faire, where it just means like we need to make profits, and that's all they really give a shit about. Like, they give a shit about expanding, they give a shit about profits, and some of them, the more intellectual side of the bourgeoisie, they're the ones that start indulging in the shit that's normally expected of the petty bourgeoisie, the cultural hegemonic institutions, the engagements like that. Trump's actually an example of this, someone who is actually a little interested in taking a more political and governmental position. That sometimes can just come from bourgeois opportunism. They're the ones that tend to be quiet and all that. Someone coming in this charismatic and then like actually having like a direction that's different from the direction that's been going on so far, that's a sign of a fascist bourgeois member who's doing a little more like thinking about the situation than a lot of the bourgeoisie could give a shit about. Most bourgeois are just watching the stock market. It makes sense that someone who has had a lot of bankruptcies and stuff like that would be thinking a little more than just watching the stock market because they've never been comfortably on it. They've always been struggling to maintain their position. Well, at least until recent times. When they became a billionaire, it was like, you know, basically you can have as many bankruptcies as you want and you'll probably still survive. You just might lose your companies. But as soon as you're a billionaire, you have enough to live forever. So you're never going to stop being a billionaire, really. But
it's kind of interesting, too, the petty bourgeoisie. Oh, go for it.
No, go on. Go on.
Oh, it's like, you know, the petty bourgeoisie, how they want to kind of have, they also kind of want to do the thing where they want to ride the wave as much as they can, try to preserve their own class, because they're kind of, I think in their eyes, they're kind of fighting a war on two fronts. You know, they're fighting against the upper bourgeoisie from expropriating them, you know, being outcompeted to the point where they fall down into the proletariat, and they're also fighting the rise of the proletariat as well. It's pretty much exactly what Marx and Engels said in the chapter 3 of the Communist Manifesto, section C, where they talk about German/true socialism, or quote unquote true socialism. in that section, you know, they're talking about the reactionary interests of this version of socialism. They're talking about the petty bourgeoisie And it says the whole point of it here is this quote: "To preserve this class is to preserve the existing state of things in Germany. The industrial and political supremacy of the bourgeoisie threatens it with certain destruction on the one hand, from the concentration of capital, on the other, from the rise of a revolutionary proletariat. Quote unquote true socialism appears to kill these two birds with one stone." I think that's a very interesting paragraph and section in general.
It gets into why, like, I think that some petty bourgeois people that come into fascism actually believe it's not capitalism. Like, not just that they're believing their own lies, like, they actually think they're doing something that is, as said there, a quote-unquote true socialism, where it's the real, like, pinnacle of society. And I think that comes from the very aristocratic nature as well of the petty bourgeois. Like, they sort of want a very feudal relationship with society. And I don't know if there's some sort of like holdover from, I know, the fact that like a mass amount of the feudal aristocracy became small capitalists, or whether it's a new phenomenon that's emerged from regressionism in the bourgeoisie itself. I don't know. It's actually very hard to tell because like it definitely doesn't appear exactly the same as like the kind of positions we saw from the crumbling aristocracy, but it definitely has some contrasts with it as well that are very similar. It's a very complicated situation, but the petty bourgeois definitely have that aspiring aristocracy mindset where they want to take power, and it. So when I say I want to take power, I'm not about the normal petty bourgeois drive to become bourgeois. That is the typical. That's the liberal mindset of the petty bourgeois. When the petty bourgeoisie want to take power, they want to replace the bourgeois political class as the new bourgeois political class and sort of take its role. They're not interested in owning private property. They're interested in owning the state and everything involved in it. And they want to take a much stricter rule to things to maintain structure, cohesion, cooperation, stuff like this. To make everyone in this sort of like big family of proletariat, bourgeois, and petty bourgeois mediators in between. This it's idealistic as all living hell.
Yeah, I think a lot of the petty bourgeoisie to get into like fascism and all that shit, and these so-called socialisms or whatever. They are in a sense class conscious. They just like they realize what's going on with capitalism. Capitalism is slowly but surely phasing them out of their class, and they fear. If you talk to a middle class person, just in general, their biggest fear is falling down to the class they deem beneath them.
Yeah.
They fear losing their class position so much. Like they are obsessed with that. So it's pretty easy to see how they can be dragged into these types of political ideologies that seek to maintain their class position.
It's
Preserve
why
their class.
they'll always stand against the bourgeoisie, but only to ask the bourgeoisie to stand by their side, because they know they need them. Like, they know that they need them, and so they want to stand against capitalism, but, like, invite the bourgeoisie to a new system where we're much friendlier to each other, but it's just capitalism, and actually it's more brutal than any capitalism you've ever seen. Like, it shows that the petty bourgeoisie don't give a shit about brutality. They just give a shit about their contract with the bourgeoisie and how it represents them.
Yeah.
Hitler is like a fine example as well of how like fallen petty bourgeois turn out. Like Hitler's ideas were like a mix of like German Empire fantasy stuff and then like what was it, the SDP stuff in his early years.
Yeah.
And then he went homeless before the war. And like because he moved into Germany, he used all his money. And that's when he started to get a little more right wing. And when he went homeless again after the war, just before the Freikorps was organized, this is where like he just started like cooking and cooking and cooking, and he just shifted straight to the right like a bullet. And like this is because of his petty bourgeois like cultural mindset about these things. He already was so willing to be lenient and actually nationalistic towards German imperialism. Klotsky moment. But the fucking he then pushed farther into these directions when he became impoverished because he was yearning to be out of those positions. And rather than looking at it on a basis of like, okay, well, these conditions need to be improved. Although I will say he did to some degree empathize with people down there, but he also discriminated against them. Like Hitler's positions on these things are complicated. He's a weird man to research. I I would suggest taking some form of mental health medication or marijuana before ever reading anything involving him because it's taxing. He's very contradictive. It's very Jordan Peterson-esque. You would expect him to cry sometimes, I would think. But yeah, he did empathize, but he was also just sort of very like disgusted with being a part of the Ragged, and his empathizations may have been just very much a part of the Nazi program to manipulate the lumpen proletariat. I mean, they formed a lot of the SA by basically tricking lumpen proletarians into saying that it's doing revolutionary stuff and it's a fight for the the freedom of the impoverished, and so a lot of people joined up, thinking they were doing socialist stuff, and then became a death squad. And that's the thing, people need to understand, that's how easy it is to form these kind of things. You just, the exploiters just take advantage of people, and like this is why it's so important for Marxists to fucking engage with the homeless, because they are, like, down here, we are very fucking radical and very revolutionary. Just, like, we're more willing to act out in, like, actual more egregious acts of, like, revolutionary attempts in desperation, where they're not properly organized, they're not, like, they're not cohesive in some sort of, like, strategic struggle. It's just one ton and usually very individual or in small groups, I'd say, is more often posses and gangs. These things can be advanced very massively, and if we don't do it, well, the fascists, and they will end up getting a very radical army that could crush an unorganized proletarian army. And with the proletariat, you have to deal with the labor aristocracy. You have to deal with the different the union problem and the different strata relationships between the ununionized and the unionized, especially then taking in the laborer and labor aristocrat contrast into consideration. With the lumpen proletariat, it's the proletariat still. It's confusing when people say it isn't, and they should be slapped. But the organizing around this sector allows for an organization of the rest, because you can direct the homeless organized elements into agitation and engagement and greater developments of strategy. You can build up this ground basis that not only invites workers in, but puts pressure on the unions and like creates this article of struggle, rather than just throwing pamphlets out to fucking labor aristocrats that don't give a shit. They don't care. Like, there definitely are some that do, but most of them just want to go shopping. Like, that's all they think about. When they see you handing out flyers, they think you're an annoying little salesperson that's trying to get in the way of them buying the thing that another annoying salesperson got them into.
Yeah, and like,
yeah, for real.
I noticed a lot of like first world Marxists like try to take the quote unquote orthodox Marxist like views on the lumpen, and it's pretty shit. It's like Marx was better than Engels on the lumpen, but neither of them really had great views.
Especially with that, Marx would one point say a view that makes a lot of sense. It's like, okay, yeah, the ragged proletariat, like, the homeless and the bourgeois. And then he'd mention something completely out of left field, or talk about like petty bourgeois people and D-class. I'm just like, okay, what? And then Engels got really angry about the lumpen a lot. Like, man, needed to chill.
Yeah, I mean, Engels went as far as saying like anyone in the labor movement who tries to organize them as like a traitor to the movement is like, oh wow, that's just shit.
Like, because a lot of Marxists just read the literature like it's a tomb. They just continue to follow a lot of this crap. Like, they ignore. Like, people will say that Lenin just agreed with Marx's position. I'm like, no. Like, yeah, Lenin definitely did criticize like elements of like economics that exist within the framework of the lumpen, like things like prostitution and stuff. But He also literally said organized prostitutes, so I don't know what the
Yeah, he
fucking
said organized prostitutes
yeah,
and
like
reach down to
he
the lower
criticized the
section.
framework because of them being exploited. That's not the prostitutes' fault. Like
Yeah.
intrinsically, like and Lenin was very big on criticizing patriarchy. I don't think he missed that point.
Yeah. Plus,
I'm actually gonna head out for the night, so I'll talk to you guys again later.
Not a guy, but
alright.
talk to you later.
Yep, see ya.
I got another 15, 30 minutes in me. Oh, but yeah, like I mean, the third Congress of the Communist International, and I think the fourth as well, they openly fucking called for organizing the lumpen. So
Yeah, straight up.
and then years later, Mao called for the same thing. So I mean, there's been
Mao
no.
actually showed a lot of like greater understanding on like even the old like because everyone goes, oh, it's because the lumpen has changed, and I'm like, I don't think it actually really has though. This whole like, oh, the lumpen's become more proletariat over time. It's like, no, it always was because like the way that the lumpen proletariat really formulated was from serfs and peasants that had just turning proletarian, and so they had like either dual relationships or they had just fallen into the proletariat hard because the usual way that a peasant became proletarian was by losing their land. And Mao made that specific distinction that it is a peasant that has no land and has become proletariat. You can't be a peasant with land becoming proletariat and be lumpen proletariat. That's of course semi-proletarian. All confusing dynamics, and semi-proletarians used in a different context in modern societies, so I guess even more confusing. I'm not a big fan of the term, to be honest, but it does just mean in transition. A lumpen proletarian, former peasant or former serf, is not in transition. They have just plummeted into the proletariat, and they can't get jobs very well. They're very disbanded. They're usually nomadic. The Chinese People's Liberation Army, it had more lumpen proletarians in it throughout the 30s than it had proletarians until maybe the late 30s. When it first started organizing, the majority of its force was formulated for the lumpen proletariat, and it sort of goes to show that like the position of the third Congress of the Third International was spot on. That the reserve army of labor, the disenfranchised, will very much become a revolutionary army if organized. And China absolutely showed this to be true. They implemented this policy of engagement. I mean, the Soviets did too, but like it wasn't on the scale of like the way that the Chinese formed the People's Liberation Army was just sort of the scale of it was immense. Like the way it sort of popped out in the middle of an invasion. Because the Sino-Japanese War was a really long issue that was going on for ages because Japan had been invading Asia since the late 1800s, early 1900s.
Yeah.
And so in this midst, we saw this not just in China, but we saw this all over Asia, was the rise of both anti-colonial and anti-capitalist organizations trying to fight for freedom. But yeah, no, like the lumpen proletariat, I can't get why people hate us so much. Or think that we're like, that we're all just like, what's the word? Petty proprietors or something. It's like, no, that's not how that works. Like, I feel like lumpen proletariat shouldn't really be used for the people that petty proprietor unless they're like, because like, the people that are lumpen proletarians that involve in the drug trade, for example, are like drug runners. There are some that are paid so much you could say that they have a more like labor aristocrat role to the lumpen, but like your average drug runner is making like minimum wage or maybe a bit more, running around selling like weed or coke for someone, and they're having to just run around like mad. They don't produce these goods; they just get given something to sell, and so it's commission work essentially. It's like being given magazines to sell. Like you got to sell for your boss, and so they are like lumpen proles, like straight up. Like a drug dealer is not a lumpen proletarian. Like if they're an actual like full-on dealer, not some runner, not some person who picks up a cure an ounce. I mean someone who literally is an outright dealer. They have a labor aristocrat to petty bourgeois relationship, usually towards the petty bourgeois in this regard. And then, so they're lumpen petty bourgeois. And then you have like the drug lords And so that's the thing I try to explain to people is like really when looking at the lumpen, you want this structure because you've got to understand that like there are different relationships to productive forces, and it's even more dynamic than that. I like as much as your relationship to production is what determines your class. I think that's reductive. I think it's much more dynamic than that when you get into stratification. It does justify your position between the two classes, the two main classes. That's definitely true. But stratification is much more diverse in how it's justified. It's not just your relationship to production. It's also interclass relationships, different privileges and different sort of dynamics and contrasts that exist within a class. Like the labor aristocrats they're technically proletarians, but they have a bourgeois relationship to the proletariat and an oppressive relationship at that. So,
yeah, it's one thing I like about Mao's work, analysis of classes in Chinese society, because he doesn't just talk about the bourgeoisie and the proletariat and the peasantry. Like he actually gets into like the big bourgeoisie, the middle bourgeoisie, and the petty bourgeoisie, all this stuff, the national bourgeoisie, the rich peasants, the middle peasants, all that stuff. Even gets into the lumpen a little bit. Yeah, like he gets into all these like little stratifications and these like middle grounds and stuff. And you have to actually get into those too because it's important. You can't treat all of them the same. They actually have different, goals in mind.
yeah, I had a friend tell me that someone they knew was like, "Oh yeah, there are like they basically like did the reductive thing of it's the proletariat and the bourgeoisie." And then when asked about the intermediaries, they were like, "Oh, well, there are middle class people, but they don't really matter." It's like, oh,
oh wow.
Someone who hasn't read Gramsci said what? Like
Yeah,
shit.
they definitely matter.
Like to think the bourgeoisie just rule the state on their own and have no help at all from the petty bourgeoisie is just mental. And then to think that the petty bourgeoisie can keep influence at the top of their priority, like at the top of their game of the proletariat without help from the labor aristocracy is also insane. I mean, that's why the petty bourgeoisie are the biggest defenders of the labor aristocracy. They understand the necessity of them much better than the bourgeoisie does. The bourgeoisie sees them as numbers on a spreadsheet. The petty bourgeois are more intellectually involved with capitalism. This is me not denying that there are intellectuals in the bourgeoisie that absolutely are, and we shouldn't ignore that because that'd be dangerous. But most bourgeois don't give a shit. Like they definitely have enough access to these kind of things that they probably understand a lot of this shit because it's sort of a part of their existence. But they don't care. They're so detached from humanity that they don't have that like patriotic spirit that a petty bourgeois person has. They're more monolithic. They're less emotionally attached to like a lot of things that we would just see as normal things to be emotionally attached to. Like everything is about their empire and developing their empire and building heirs to their empire and protecting their empire and expanding their empire. Like everything is funneled through that lens. And so there's not a very diverse layers of framework to what the bourgeoisie want. They want money. Like that's their big thing. But they want capital, I should say. It's not necessarily money. It's all about capital, which capital can form in money, but it forms in like I think there's 4 different forms. I can't remember. No, because there'd be agrarian as well, so I think it's 5. Skibbity bop. Where was my brain going with it? Yeah, so like the petty bourgeois, their relationship to capitalism is very romanticized and loaded with this concept of like purity. Like they try and fetishize this idea that this cohesive society can be built. That's where you get the statement of unregulated capitalism as a criticism. It's like, what do you mean unregulated capitalism? Like capitalism it is regulated. It's not unregulated. That's kind of very ignorant position to take on. And B, regulation ain't gonna save you. Like what? What is it gonna do? Like, oh, you'll get more benefits from people's death, like people's oppression, like blood money. Oh, good for you, buddy. It's not gonna go to everyone in the society because a middle class needs to have a lower class to keep them in line. That is straight up bourgeois idea, and the petty bourgeoisie actually to some degree agree with this because they've been so fucking locked in step with it that as much as they hate the fact it's weighed over their head, they think it's something that maintains competition. Because if you're still in the petty bourgeois, you think that you're like good enough to be there, and so these kind of like things that filter out the petty bourgeois are to many degrees considered good because it filters out those that should be proletarians and aren't capable of being petty bourgeois. This is the petty bourgeois idea of meritocracy. They think it goes two ways, and that like merit should be given on those whom deserve to be in certain positions of merit, and so the opposite to that consideration is, of course, as one would expect, quite draconian. Before everyone wants to diss off, I'll see what this dick has to say.
Because I was born there.
Are you proud to be black?
Today.
I am very proud to be black.
Yes. I'm proud to be a black man, yes.
Yeah, I am.
Why?
Why? I mean, I see no reason with it, you know. I agree with that. It's just, you know, my family's black. And, you know, pretty family-oriented family. There's nothing wrong with it.
For me, I'm proud to be black because of what
Just
my
show them as many black
grandmother
people as they
went
can to be like, look at all these nationalists. It's like, yeah, black nationalists. What's your problem?
Also, the framing of the question too. It's like, are you proud to be like? What kind of like? If somebody comes up to you and says that, of course you're going to probably say yes. It's like, oh, you're not proud of yourself and your culture and everything else. It's like fucking.
I mean, the next consideration is though is that my culture isn't a race. Like,
yeah.
Also, I noticed that they sectioned off the video. Where it's like we're in the section "Are you proud to be black?" I can only assume that means there's going to be "Are you proud to be white?" section.
Yeah, it's.
do they call Latina a race as well?
Check that first. I think it was the
Probably.
first one.
No, they don't.
Are you? Oh, it just says "Are you proud?"
And then it says, why should we be proud? I'm not proud. Nationality versus ethnicity. Oh my god, I can't wait to see what they say there.
Yeah, for real.
Also, I can't see the divider for the chapter. I think it's there. Yeah, it's really hard to see it. For that one. It's because of that mountain there. Because the nationality versus ethnicity is the most replayed section. Oh yeah, no, it is all one. It's just the most replayed word was getting me confused. Okay. Yeah, it's the most replayed section, so that bit is gonna be funny, I imagine.
Yeah.
My mother, just different type of discriminations that we go through.
Are you proud to be white?
Wait, go back.
Yeah, that sister was
For me-
preaching.
You know, pretty family-oriented family. There's nothing wrong with it.
For me, I'm proud to be black because of what my grandmother went through. My mother, just different type of discriminations that we go through.
Are you proud to be white?
That's the thing where it's like, this is another reason why like we all say like it's there's no problem really with oppressed nations talking about they're proud to of their race and everything. They're uniting over oppression that their people have gone through.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, if they went up to me and said, "Are you proud to be white?" and then I'd be like,
I would instantly say
first
no.
of all, like what? First of all, like I don't identify as white, and then I'd go into a huge rant about the concept of race and fucking why it's bullshit.
Yeah, for real. Oh, we're in the section now. Are you proud to be white?
Here
Are
we
you
go.
proud to be white?
We got white bitches first.
No.
Base.
No, I'm only half white.
Hell yeah! I
Yeah.
retract my statement of
Colombian
calling
and
them white bitches. We
Proud to
found
be
good
Colombian
white
and
people for
Ecuadorian?
once.
Yeah.
Why are you proud to be Colombian and Ecuadorian but not white?
Based.
People never boast about like being white really around this area at least.
Why should we be proud of things that we have no control of, like you said? Why should we be proud of our immutable characteristics instead of the things
That's
that we
not
have
what they
control
mean,
over and
though.
put effort into?
I think you should be proud of both of them.
Yeah, I think it's
it's a different thought being proud and being appreciative of where you've come from and what you've done to get there. Being proud of your achievements, yes. Being proud of things that you can't control, no.
I don't think you should be ashamed of the things you have no control over, but I think the difference is saying, I'm not proud to be 5'10". I'm not proud to have brown hair, and I'm not proud of my race because it's just something I was born with. I'm proud of the things that I achieve. My achievements are instead what I should be proud of.
At least for me, I'm proud of
This is stupid because it's basically like shutting down unity struggle. It's basically like, oh, it's my achievements. It's in pure individualism. It's like, what? But bro, you are a white supremacist coming out here trying to tout how good it is to be proud to be white. Like, what are you even on about? Like, you literally give white people the ability to answer a question whether they're allowed to show pride or not, and that I don't think that should really be a question that we need to ask white people, or should give them the ability to be asked, because it's not their question to answer. It's already been decided that they should not be proud for being white. They don't get a say on this. This is not how this works. They don't get to turn around and say how they should be able to be proud to be white. Whiteness is not actually that bad, folks. That's an instant way of getting fucking booted. Like, if someone in a communist party said that and they don't get kicked out, that communist party is a fucking flop.
For real. This is the type of guy that would, like, walk out with, like, a White Lives Matter shirt or something.
Fucking Kanye West moment.
Yeah.
Bro. And to be clear, I'm talking about this white guy. I'm not talking about this other guy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I know
same-
you're on about the guy on the right, but, like, it just reminds me of Kanye. Kanye is very White Lives Matter.
These people remind me, like the people that'll shout like, anti-racism is code word for anti-white, or black nations for black people, Asian nations for Asian people, white nations for everybody.
Asian nation. Oh my god. The Asian nation.
It just sounds funny.
You know how many wars you would start with that? Like, that would start so much war.
The Asian nation.
Like, holy shit. Like, we're just gonna call Asia a nation. Asia has had the most wars happen in history in there. And China or Mongolia started most of them.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
Asian nation. Oh my god.
Like 5'7", but I don't mind like not being 6 feet tall. I don't look at 6 feet and I'm jealous of that. It's like I've grown my whole life being this height, and so I'm proud of my achievements, and I'm proud of like everything that I've done makes me who I am.
I think the big difference.
Based answer. He's just like, yo, it's just like I'm proud of who I am, but I'm also proud of like what I am.
National.
That's fair. Like, fair income. Be proud of those things. Those things can be tied to your struggles as a people, though. Like, with black people, those achievements are tied to that struggle to exist. It's not the same with white people. There isn't this national unity around these kind of struggles. There's like a part of the struggle for freedom. The national unity is always around maintaining these oppressive relationships. And so there isn't a nationalism that would actually be progressive and help the proletariat, white or not. Like, it's not gonna, like, for white people. For black people, nationalism will help the proletariat, and so these things are two different things, especially given that black nationalism can only really survive if it has a socialist element to it. The black bourgeoisie, the petty bourgeois, like, they don't stick around to be revolutionary a lot of the time. They either very quickly sap in to try and fit in within society while still being discriminated against massively, or they become big bourgeoisie, and there is no such thing as a black big bourgeoisie. They just become white bourgeois while being black. And that's like a really intrinsic thing that's like basically like, I don't know if this is an intentional part of how America works with its class organization, but it essentially cut the fucking snake's head off when it comes to like black bourgeois revolution. It's like completely stumped it. Like, black bourgeois revolution has tried to happen many a times over, like Garvey being a nice early example to point to. And whether it be fascist or liberal, it has failed every time. And that's because the black bourgeoisie can never get in a position with the white bourgeoisie where they're opportune enough that they will get a deal good enough that will allow them their own bourgeois national power and organization. They won't get the Irish deal. And that's because they're inside America. America and them share the same land, and America will use that advantage to destroy them if they try and get that much out of them. So the black bourgeoisie kind of somewhat know to keep their neck wound in to some degree. That's the thing with the black petty bourgeois. There definitely are outliers to this. I mean, like, a lot of gang organization has involvement with the petty bourgeois, and a lot of it is oppositional to U.S. society. But like, those that are comfortable, they maintain their comfort and do not get too heavily involved. It's the uncomfortable black petty bourgeois that's much more radical, and that's something that kind of shows, like, the revolutionary bourgeois activity is not as strong in the black community as revolutionary socialist activity.
Yeah, like I frequently hear a lot of criticism from like working class black people of like the black bourgeoisie and shit. How like they never bring the money back to their communities. They just basically spend it in the white community. It's a frequent.
Or when they do bring it back, they build a basketball court like white conservatives do. Like, holy shit. Like, it's literally like the fucking Irish Americans are just committing to racial stereotypes. It's like, oh, thanks, G.
For real. Now we're at this section, nationality versus ethnicity. Let's see what they have to say.
Nationality versus ethnicity. Whereas nationality, you have culture, you have tradition, you have things that you actively participate in, or choices that you make. Whereas race, you have no control over it.
Every ethnicity should be proud of themselves.
Are you proud to be Turkish?
I'm proud to be a human.
What's your ethnicity?
Israeli.
Okay, that was the kind of base response there. Like, it's just like...
That was pretty base.
To be proud of themselves.
Are you proud to be Turkish?
I'm proud to be a human.
What's your ethnicity?
Like, base, like, like, especially given that Turkish nationalism is a really big thing on the rise, just to see, like, Mandem just show, like, dispel a lot of the ignorance that people have about Turkey, where people think Turkey is just this sort of, like, nationalist conglomerate. Like, there's a lot of people that do not like how, like, the concept of being Turkish works, because it was something that was sort of stapled together by the Ottomans. There isn't one Turkish nation. There is, like, so many different national groups that go into being Turkish. It's silly that people don't, like, people call themselves Marxists and they never study any of these things. I understand there's a limited range to people's studies, but, like, don't talk like an authority if you don't fucking know, please. Like, shit. Like, because a lot of people perceive Turkey as just sort of like, it's just a reactionary hellhole. No, there's a lot of progressive shit in Turkey. Like, Turkey has its problems, but, like, shit, the communist movement, like, the Maoists there are pretty fucking tight. There's there's MLs there that are pretty alright as well, from what I remember. And there's an anarchist organization I can't remember the name of too. And there's a lot of, like, active movement going on there. But also in general, amongst the Turkish population, there are a lot of progressive positions being pushed. And so, like, it's not... A lot of people think it's just sort of like a more Europeanized Saudi Arabia, but it's not true.
Yeah.
I think I remember seeing like one of the biggest solidarity marches for Palestine was in Turkey. I think I saw that recently.
Turkish solidarity with Palestine has been immense. That's why the Turkish government is trying to take imperialist moves that are like quote unquote on the side of the Palestinians. Essentially, they're trying to gate Hamas into compradorism, which is always going to end up being a problem. Oh, this is something I wanted to mention at the start of the fucking video as well. The so like with the situation in Palestine, I think a thing that not a lot of people considering, but we need to be careful of, is yes, critical support for Hamas. However, them and other groups are bourgeois revolutionaries. It is not a given that they will see through the anti-colonial struggle to its end. They will very likely turn coat. That's their thing. As soon as they get a good deal with the imperialists, they're happy for it. Hamas has been for a two-state solution before. We know that. They changed to a one-state solution, but their positions are precarious, and they're separate Hamas groups because they're not a fully unified group either. The West Bank Hamas is different to the Gazan Hamas, and Gazan Hamas itself is more like gangs than your average bourgeois political organization. They're a little more broken up. See, gangs is probably not the right way of putting it, but then they're like a junta. Like, that's a lot of the way Hamas operates. They're not very liberal, I'd say. And so the likelihood of them going full KMT feels pretty high in my regard. I think it's less. I don't think it's as high as the KMT. I think the situation Palestine's in colonially gives them more of an interest to see things through further.
Yeah.
But the chances of it are there.
Yeah. Speaking of the whole Palestine and Israel thing, this woman in the middle here, she said she's Israeli. I wonder if he's going to ask her anything because this is a recent video.
Oh no.
God.
I'm proud to be a human.
What's your ethnicity?
Israeli.
That's not an ethnicity.
Would you consider yourself white?
I am.
I'm white. Are you proud to be white?
Oh my
Well,
god.
technically I'm
This guy definitely has a swastika somewhere.
Greek, Bulgarian, Portuguese.
Are you proud to be white?
Well, technically I'm Greek, Bulgarian.
Oh, he said Bulgarian. I thought he
Portuguese,
said
English, and
Aryan.
Okay.
I was like,
I don't look at myself in the colors, but yeah.
I'm just, you know, I am who I am, as we all are. I feel like everybody should be proud to be who they are, whoever God, you know, destined them to be.
I put everything on God, so whatever He decides to do for me, I will accept it.
The bottom line is that everybody should just treat each other with love and respect, as well as treat themselves with love and respect.
That's it for this one, you guys, in Venice Beach, California. I thought it was a really interesting topic, but let me know what you guys think.
Man of the street.
Yeah, go back to worshiping Hitler.
If you were in a man.
That was your rape.
That was a rape. Like, holy shit. Inspiring stories from around the world.
Damn, Prager, you fell off.
Yeah, their thumbnail game is bad. Like, they used to have a better thumbnail game, I swear.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
I saw communism with my own eyes.
Oh, well, what's
San
that one
Francisco
after? I
cleans
wanna
up
see
its
this.
streets to impress the
Oh my
communist
God,
leader of
that's so
China.
loud.
The British
Oh,
government is accused
Jesus.
of murdering an 8-month-old baby. Hundreds of thousands of
Wait,
Israel.
what's
San
that?
Francisco cleans up its streets to impress the communist leader of China. The British government is accused of murdering an 8-month-old baby.
This is
Hundreds
horrible
of thousands
editing.
of Israel supporters gather for a peaceful
It is.
protest in D.C., while pro-Palestinian protesters attack our nation's capital. Miss Universe goes bankrupt
You
after
see the
allowing men to
contradiction?
compete as women. Protesters attack. Thousands of Israel supporters gather for a peaceful protest
Hey,
in
look at them.
D.C., while pro-Palestinian
Civilized,
protesters attack our nation's capital. Miss
They
Universe
attacked our
Carrying-
nation's capital. They're trying to equate Palestinian protesters to the January the 6th riots. Riots that they supported when they happened. Like,
Yeah.
That's insane. That's ridiculous.
Hector.
the right wing love
Jesus.
to project so much. It's so annoying.
Jesus.
And
They
bro,
have
those
the biggest
Palestinian
victim
protesters were peaceful. They got attacked. Like,
The craziest
Yeah.
thing about these conservatives is they always talk about how like liberals and left wingers and all this shit have like the biggest victim complex. I've never seen anybody with a victim complex worse than conservatives. Holy shit.
All they do is.
They would have you believe they are the most oppressed people in the world.
yeah, white people used to be the best, but then like black people happened or something, and they're working with the Jews to take over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and trans people. We can thank the Nazis for that one. The Nazis came up with the idea that Jewish people invented trans people, and that sort of made us a big conspiracy theory since.
Oh god.
bankrupt after allowing men to compete as women, and thousands of users on TikTok are praising Bin Laden. We'll get into it right now.
All that is pretty
What's
nice.
up, guys? Welcome
I
to
just
the
wanna
wrap-up.
know
We break
about
down
the-
biggest
is it-
stories of the week that you might have
where's
missed
the-
and definitely need to
I'm
know.
only
Happy
here-
Friday. It took
Where-
the leader of the Chinese Communist
There we
Party
go.
coming into San Francisco.
I'm only here for this.
Over the last 24 hours, thousands of users on TikTok have taken to the platform to stand with Osama bin Laden. Well, that's a sentence I never thought I'd have to say, but here we are. Yashar Ali, an independent journalist, sums it up pretty well here in his tweet. Over the past 24 hours, thousands of TikToks at least have been posted where people share how they just read bin Laden's infamous letter to America, which explained why he attacked the United States. The TikToks are from people of all races, ages, ethnicities, and backgrounds. Many of them say
He
that
had to
reading
say
the letter
race
has
first. Like,
yes.
He's reading from a fucking prompter, and his brain saw races before anything else.
Yes. Fucking.
open their eyes and they'll never see geopolitical matters the same.
The way he said geopolitical sounded like fucking Jew-political. Oh my god. I'm just like so waiting for anti-Semitism that I'm just like on the trigger point. I'm like, wait a minute, did he just say something anti-Semitic? What? And it wouldn't surprise me if they are doing that because they think that like the globalists are like the evil Jewish cabal coming to like piss on their parade.
Yeah, it's.
way again. Here's one of those videos here.
My voice just wants to leave
If these young, and I assume progressive women love the Taliban so much, they should go spend some time in Afghanistan instead of the usual Turks and Caicos, right?
Wow.
Obama wasn't even in the Taliban. He was the
What the
fucking
fuck?
leader of Al Qaeda, which is a Saudi Arabian institution, not a fucking Afghanistani.
Oh my gosh. What the fuck?
Oh god. He's conflating so much
The face the guy is pulling on pause is my soul right now hearing this.
He tried to have a bumper sticker like joke about it, but he just made himself look like a fool.
Yeah, it's
my
like
God.
no one's thinking that like he was like a good dude or even believed a lot of stuff he said. It's just kind of like some of the stuff he said about America was very true things. He was trying to justify an act of terror to like groups around the Middle East. It was a way of trying to use bourgeois radicalism as a way to essentially like assail Middle Eastern countries to its own imperial like outlet. That's Al Qaeda's interests as a separate institution from the Americans. They are an ally of the Americans, or like they were formulated by them. But just like how Hamas used to have relations with Israel, it does not make them just some puppet alone. They're puppets in the way compradors are, and compradors do have their own interests. They don't just join the imperialists because they like the imperialists and want to be their benefactors. They do it because being their benefactors gives them a lot of shit that they can use to become their own benefactor. That's just
Plus,
capitalist development. It's like I don't know why people miss that shit so much. Like all Obama bin Laden was doing was fucking using anti-colonial messaging to support bourgeois and like terrorism against an imperialist.
Yeah.
That
Also,
might
it's
have
like
been paid for by the CIA.
Is the conservative love fest for the Taliban over officially now? Because I don't know if anyone remembers, but like the period shortly after the pullout of Afghanistan, or and the whole Taliban, like the conservative like media people, like they were all like when they started hearing about like, oh, they're forcing women to like cover up and take them out of school, this and that shit. Like they were saying like, oh, based, super based. It's like
Yeah, but then as
like
soon as
they were
Biden
looking
pulls
at-
out, they're like, when Biden originally pulled out, they were all doing the whole like, oh, you've sacrificed women to it, but then they're also happy what the Taliban did to women. Can't make their mind up.
Yeah, it's like they can't make their fucking mind up. Plus, like this, like I noticed that this dude talked about progressive women here. Like he's so concerned
Yeah,
about
so his perspective might be like, you progressive women should go over there and learn how to be real women.
or something like that, or like it sounded like he's making like a bumper sticker joke where he's like, progressive women love the Taliban so much, why don't they go over there and see how they treat them? Or like some shit, because they're basically trying to say like,
American military ain't there anymore to save you, honey.
yeah, basically saying like, oh, these guys would treat you like shit that you say you don't want to be treated like, this or that. It's like these conservative dudes are so obsessed with progressive women. It's like if you love if you love conservative women so much, then why don't you deal with them and stop worrying what progressive women are doing?
It's the reason why the SS chose like to go into like Muslim areas in like Yugoslavia in order to recruit, because in their racist mind they thought, oh, they're Muslims, so they must be like the most brutal, the most fierce fighters. They're a bunch of savages who'll go around killing people. It's like that really racist colonial mindset.
Yeah, Europe can never seem to decide whether they want to see Arabs as brown or white. Like it just seems to change almost like every century, or like every 10 to 50 years. Like, because like there is definitely that interaction between the two groups. The Arabs used to be like one of the biggest empires in the world. Because like a lot of people look at like the Ottoman Empire, it's like, yeah, but the Ottoman Empire, like everyone will say, oh, it lasted like hundreds of years. No, it didn't. Like most of that time, it was the Arab Empire. The Ottomans took over like 200 or 300 years ago. The Arab Empire existed in like the 11 or 1200s. Actually, technically, it emerged at the end of the Romans, so it was even earlier than that. But like the Arab Empire we usually talk of is a little later. But the Arab colonial efforts were already starting when the Romans were still around. So the you know, a lot of people don't seem to get that. Like the Arabs used to have an oppressive relationship with certain European groups, and a united oppressor relationship with others. Like you know, and then when the Spanish rose up and the Arabs started to diminish, they were still a group that had a lot of trade interactions with Spain, England, France, etc. Although, well, what they were called at that time, but a lot of European trade. Oh, and especially for Italy. Italy was sort of a hub for a lot of this southern European trade. And the what's it? This relationship had existed for ages. Arabs became more of an oppressed group to Europe when the Crusades began. Before then, it was kind of all up in the air. Both groups had oppressive relationships with each other because of the nature of feudal empires. But the Arabs were still quite powerful even after they were kicked out of Spain. It wasn't until like the British and the French, well, sorry, the English and the French and the Spanish rose up as feudal empires that things started to get really spicy. 1400s go brr. So yeah, like the relationship with Arabia has been very, very complicated when it comes to Europe.
But I guess they probably won't take me up on that. But that's it for me this week here on the wrap up. Much. They should go spend some time in Afghanistan instead of the usual Turks and Caicos, right? But I guess they probably won't take me up on that. But that's it for me this week here on the wrap up. Be sure to like, comment, share, and subscribe, and I'll see you guys next week. In the meantime,
weird how he's like randomly. He randomly. Yeah,
Turks and Caicos. That's a interesting. Like most people don't really go there that much, but
yeah, that sounded like very specific. Like it sounds like he saw a liberal woman on Instagram that he was very fond of and saw that she went on vacation there or something. Like that sounded too personal because
like fucking man really wanted to take his wife on holiday to see the Taliban in Afghanistan, but instead she took him there.
This guy he's like 20 years old. How did he see communism?
I think this should be next. Because it has Prager himself in it, so we know it's going to be funny.
Yeah, Middle East is not complex.
Oh, this is going to be funny as well. This feels like it's going to mention trans people. I am already seeing it. Oh my god.
I think that one of the big mistakes we did after the collapse of the Berlin Wall and the end of communism is to stop teaching young people about the dangers of socialism. My name is Marianne Tupi, and this is my story. I'm a senior fellow at the Cato Institute, and I'm the founder and editor of humanprogress.org. I was born in communist Czechoslovakia, back then called the Czechoslovak Socialist Republic. Czechoslovakia was a socialist dictatorship. We didn't have economic freedom or capitalism, and we didn't have political freedom or democracy. After the Second World War, when the Nazis were kicked out of Czechoslovakia, they were replaced by the Red Army of the Soviet Union. Czechoslovakia between the wars was a democratic and rather well-developed country. So my grandparents always remembered the 1930s before the war as a time when Czechoslovakia was rather prosperous and a nice place to live. I think the biggest aspiration of somebody who
was one of the nicer places to live because it was less
growing up behind the Iron Curtain
attached to the Soviet economy than like
was to get out.
Germany was, and so
and
they had much more progressive struggle coming in Czechoslovakia. Struggle never ended. Like there was constant struggle from the left against the right. It wasn't quite like Poland or Eastern Germany or places like that where struggle from the left went so underground. While it was still happening, yes, it was very easily stomped out by the forces of like the Stasi and people like that. I should say organizations like that.
Another key thing is the area of Czechoslovakia managed to avoid a lot of the damage of World War II because of the precarious area that Czechoslovakia was in. It was right in the middle of Europe.
got a lot of mountainous and flat terrain. It's very complicated. Czechoslovakia
It was also very
like,
much like avoided air raids and bombings as well.
Yeah. They also had like their own revisionist leadership too, especially with Dubček when he did his whole socialism with a human face thing.
Yeah, progressive struggle was definitely more outside the party than inside the party would be my
Yeah.
position. Students and workers.
Yeah. Plus, I'm actually not even that shocked that he would like bring up the Soviet position and all this shit, especially with Czechoslovakia, because I mean, actual Marxist-Leninists, principled Marxist-Leninists correctly see that this invasion of the Soviet Union into Czechoslovakia was an imperialist invasion. So I'm actually not that shocked.
Yeah. Because he goes on about it after the war, and it's like the Soviet Union didn't really leave troops in Czechoslovakia. They might have left some near the borders with the West, but I doubt that at first. I reckon that'd have been a later thing because the Soviets withdrew most of their troops. I think it was only really certain posts of East Germany where they maintained a small force, and then they kind of just pulled everyone out.
Yeah.
The only time the Soviet Union really took a massive hold on Czechoslovakia was when they invaded. Otherwise, it would have been small garrisons at most, and I feel that would have likely have been a post-Stalin situation. Czechoslovakia wasn't under as much threat as Germany was. It's not a very easy place to invade. It's kind of like why the Nazis sort of got it out the way first, because they had that small advantage of there being a German community to exploit there. So they took it so easily. They just exploited the German community, claimed that community, claimed Czechoslovakia wasn't looking out for that community, and started a race war.
Yeah.
Out.
The American way.
The reason why we had the Iron Curtain, the reason why we had border posts and border guards with machine guns and barbed wire was to keep us in from leaving.
No, that wasn't.
Even though there was.
I mean, it kind of was. It was to stop capital flight. That was actually why it was developed. I mean, a lot of people saw it as an anti-fascist barricade, and I guess there is that you could argue there's some justification for that. I don't agree.
Yeah.
I think the whole point of it was to stop capital flight because there was offers being made in the West to move people over.
Does the guy who's talking, does he realize, there was, borders and barricades in, places like West Germany at this time as well? And you know how I know that for a fact? It's because my mother told me that straight out when she went to West Germany in, what was it, the 70s or 80s or whenever the fuck it was?
West Germany was goofy though. The British and
Yeah, she
American
said
forces would take the week. Was it the Bundeswehr? I think it was the Bundeswehr. The Bundeswehr wouldn't work the weekends, or I think it was the British and the Americans. And so basically the Soviets used to plan their attacks for the weekends when I think it is the British and the Americans. They wouldn't work weekends, and so on the weekends the Soviet Union would plan their invasions Friday night to Sunday morning.
Lloyd moment.
West Germany was heavily militarized. These people are aware of this. They just see that as a reaction to the Soviets, which is interesting because it was the West that never pulled their military out. They just switched their reserves. They brought people home to send more people there. They never really dropped their numbers. It's just totally not the same as what the Soviets did when they pulled out the majority of their armies from places. I mean, it still doesn't deny some of the reactionary shit they did. It's all well and good they pulled their army out of Iran, but what about the whole invasion? No one talks about that. No one talks about the Estonian invasion, or some people say the Estonian invasion was a sign of revolutionary spirit from the Soviet Union. Jesus Christ.
The thing about the Soviet army, can't find any information about them in Czechoslovakia. But I know in other Warsaw Pact countries, Soviets did have bases in some of the satellite countries.
They did.
Yeah.
I mean that in the early period there wasn't so much of an issue. That was more of a development as time went on because the Soviets imperialized these countries.
Yeah, I don't know if there was already a Soviet base in Czechoslovakia when
there would have been. There definitely would have been one near the border. There was a few East Germany as well, but they were very by necessity at that point in time. It was more about like defending an ally, which I can kind of understand that happening. Like if you've got the resources to help out like that, donating those troops and those ability to set up those barricades and defenses, fine.
Yeah.
Like that's all cool. It's when it gets to like the revisionist Soviet Union where they're just plotting military bases all over there for like strategic
Yeah.
domination over the region rather than it being
Yeah.
aid to national
At
liberation.
that point, it's definitely more like intimidation.
Yeah, it's at a point where it's like, well, why is there bases all over Poland? Well, you know, you never know if you have to bomb Romania.
Tremendous amount of information control by the communists. Some information
We're so good at
about
information
life
control.
in the West still got to us. And so we understood that life in the West was much better. I remember from
fucking
the days of
insightful.
communism how difficult it was. The West was much better. I remember from the days of communism how difficult it was to obtain a car.
This guy is like 40 years old. He barely lived in the days of communism, and it was already over when he was born anyway. I would barely call it the days of communism. The days of revisionism, we call it that, but like, bro, you're
Yeah.
like 40, you were like born in the 80s or like maybe the 70s.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
you did not experience the fucking, the absolute, like, rise of Marxism and what it meant to the world. Like,
Yeah,
shit.
you were dealing with like the legacy of like some of those institutions still remain, but yeah, it's well into revisionism at this point. Also, the idea that oh, you need a car, it's like motherfucker, it's because fucking places like fucking America and England never really fucking built proper fucking public, railway systems and public transportation to fucking for people to go around. Like
Yeah.
I don't like driving. I fucking hate driving everywhere. You think I like driving 20 minutes to get food and then 20 minutes back every fucking where in the suburbs? I hate it.
It's like the reasons why, like, when it comes to like the way that like communism is like actively looked upon by the proletariat in around the world, not by every single proletarian, but so many will look at it like this, and so many Marxists, from a principle perspective, look at these things. The Irish, the Soviet, and the Chinese revolutions are some of the most inspiring revolutions to happen in history, alongside the Haiti Revolution, the slave rebellions in America, and things like this, where these things have intrinsic inspiration to constant radical struggle, to the point where, like, the style of the Panthers had inspiration from the Irish and stuff like that. You know, like, these things were, like,
Yeah.
heavily influenced. Same with the Young Lords as well. Like, there's a lot of heavy Irish influence on these groups.
Yeah, that's why it's kind of weird when this guy comes out here and starts talking about communism and shit. Like, this guy looks like he's at least 10 years younger than my dad, who was born in 74.
Yeah, like, this
I'm
guy looks like a pipsqueak.
yeah, like I would be shocked to learn that this guy was born
I
before
lived-
1980.
I lived through communism. I was born in 1988.
See, look at how generic that is. Born and raised in post-World War II Czechoslovakia. Okay. Marian Tupi. Let's search him up. Let's see how old he is.
Yeah, I tried looking him up. I don't. He's from the Cato Institute.
Yeah, I don't think he has a wiki. Say how old he
Read
is.
full bio. It doesn't say anything about his age. I can't find him. And yet apparently communists are supposed to be like perfect at or really good at information or whatever the fuck the dude said.
Yeah, we're very good at controlling information, but we can barely find it.
Can't find this guy's shit.
Huh. My camera stopped my email from getting doxxed because fucking Microsoft's like, hi, do you want to sign in? You would think like
Yeah, you want to sign.
browsers would have a streamer mode or something that just auto activates when you're streaming, like Discord has. I don't know why it'd be so hard to have. Okay, so I know I haven't been doxxed. Yeah, it doesn't seem to tell me the guy's age. I want to know how old the man is. Let me find the truth. It won't come up.
He'll slip up in the video and just like say it.
Probably not. 'Cause
Yeah.
he's a white dude, so he just exists. That's his age.
Yeah. He is a
or
There's a lot of white
abortion,
dudes like us. They like
or
to
anything.
act like they're
And of
just,
course, the
like,
shortages of
aged
food
back.
and clothing.
Like I'm 70, even though I'm only 30.
When I was about 10 years old, I was walking down this market street from my grandmother's place, listening to the loudspeakers read out the latest statistics. How we have produced this much food and this much clothing, and how productivity in the country was huge, and how we are beating the West, and how we were living in the luckiest country in the world. And I noticed that all the shops on this market street were empty. I was living in this Orwellian nightmare whereby the reality of what I was seeing with my eyes and the propaganda that I was hearing from the regime
I feel like
were
he's
completely different.
fighting an issue.
The government wanted to have a total control over your person, but also your thoughts. So if you wanted to be a rebel, you went to church, because the church was the focal point of anti-communist agitation behind the Iron Curtain. Greed is a part of human nature. It is part of who we are. Communist apparatchiks were certainly very greedy.
But then this is the thing, like what, like greed is in human nature. Communist apparatchiks are very greedy, so you shouldn't be against greed. I'm sorry, like what? So communists are bad because they don't like greed, but then communists are greedy. Are you saying greed is bad? Like, is this a point of admittance? Like, this is the thing. The bourgeoisie do this. They can't imagine something that's like radically different from them. So they think that revolution means people want to remove them from power to replace them,
Yeah.
and that's it. That they just want to become bourgeois because it's all they think the end point of life is. Like, they can't imagine what it means to be a proletarian in a proletarian dictatorship that is beyond the scope of their imagination.
Yeah, for real.
Radical changes in their life have to occur before they'll see that shit, and you know, that's what community service and re-education will do for those that aren't complete monsters that need to be put down. Because some of them do need to just fucking go. Like, I'm sorry, like, it sounds a bit brutal, but some of them do just need to be shot.
Yeah.
Romanovs.
It doesn't even need to be brutal either.
No, it just
It's
needs to
like,
be
yeah,
death. Like, I don't
there's-
want to be fucking torturing people. I don't see the point. Like, it's so stupid. Just fucking shoot them and bury them. I don't care.
There was a good way that the NKVD would take care of people. I remember was that they would take them out of their cells and they wouldn't even tell them where they're going. They just walk them around a bit until eventually, they'd take out their gun and they wouldn't even notice and just right in the back of the head. Quick, easy, and you didn't even know it was coming.
Was a failure to be having individuals commit these things, though. There's a reason why they usually, like, both in the Soviet Union and in the imperialist countries, they get 5 men to do a firing squad. And it's because it makes it less psychologically damaging on the person to be involved in the execution.
Because you don't know who killed who.
Yeah, because the death penalty's fucked. It really messes with people's psychology and like makes people feel like awful. It shouldn't be something we ever commit to. There are just some people that are like such far gone like Nazi religious types where they're just so like, and I don't mean religious in the sense of religion. I mean religiously Nazi. Like there's there's one way to deal with them because you can't just like keep them in a cell like in a cage, like a caged animal forever. What if there's the one mistake you make and they get out and they cause trouble? You got to be on top of these sorts of things. So when we say kill Nazis, no one is saying kill like all the workers that became a part of it. We are very much on about the party types and like the especially the ones that are ghouls and goblins.
Yeah.
You know, it's like decolonization. There are colonialists that are gonna get shot. There are colonialists that will be deported because not all crimes, like you know, it's extreme shit that causes people to be like absolute monstrosities. And I think my arguments are up for criticism anyway. Like I'm not exactly certain on what I have to on what I've been saying here, but it's the way I'm edging. Oh, this sounds a bit dirty, but the what's it? What was I saying? Shit.
Nobody should get joy out of killing. It's like
Yeah, no, it's like it's something that occurs at a point of like, okay, there's no return in this regard, and so certain elements of certain groups are gonna be considered, you know, unsavable. I guess would be the way of putting it. Oh no, feels like a weird thing to put a position on because it feels kind of gatekeepy, but there are certainly some bourgeois people that aren't redeemable.
Yeah.
They had better houses. They had better hospitals. Their children were sent to better school. They accumulated more wealth than the rest of the population. In some ways,
He's
you
talking
can
about
think about
revisionism
communist
here.
society as a feudal
Yeah,
society,
keep in mind.
where there is a small percentage of people at the top, the
society,
Politburo, the top echelons of the Communist Party, who have all the rights, who have a lot of freedoms. But those rights and freedoms are denied to people at the bottom.
Yeah, the Soviet Union has problems as well.
Socialist healthcare system was run on greed and corruption. Doctors wouldn't even look at you unless they were bribed. The first question isn't
I don't think that's
what's wrong with this person, but who this person is. Who is he or she connected to? So this is how the system ran. It ran on greed, it ran on corruption. Communism was based on lying, stealing, cheating.
Wait a second,
And
I
on
gotta
greed,
pause
it
that.
ran on corruption. Communism was based.
There we go.
Communism was.
Damn, bro, thanks. I guess he understands
End of video.
sucks. Communism was based.
Yeah. And
on
the PragerU video.
lying, stealing,
There's
cheating,
PragerU
backstabbing.
whatever.
In order to survive in a communist regime,
Backstabbing. Oh, anti-Semitic
lying,
dog whistle.
stealing, cheating, backstabbing.
Yeah, like the fucking.
In order to survive in a
Stabbed
communist
the back
regime,
fallacy.
you had
He's
to
doing
become
the
a
whole,
more
like, they've stabbed the Czechoslovakian nation in the back. Oh, ding, 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 ding. Judeo-Bolshevism should make sense given it's coming from the Cato Institute.
backstabbing.
The leader of it.
In order to survive in a communist regime, you had to become a moral monster. Communism really started
What the
for
fuck does
you
that
had to become a backstabbing. Yeah. In order to survive in a communist regime, you had to become a moral monster.
Okay, so moral is a term used to be like you would say an immoral monster if you're on about someone having bad morals. So wait, are you saying like good morals but be a fascist about it? Like what? That's a contradictory position. I guess like social fascism you could argue is more moralizing and moralistic, but like it also still betrays them. Like social fascism very quickly turns to militant fascism when it doesn't get its own way for long enough. Like the window of organization is actually kind of slim with them. We saw this with the SDP. Well, yes, the communists had a window of organization. By 1925, it was getting a lot worse. And the SDP had like been ramping up the Freikorps and even released Hitler from prison to fight the communists. It's just the SDP kept trying to maintain its social fascist face and keep control, and it ended up losing to the Ordo liberals because of it. And then the fascists took over. The Nazis. Although all these groups are fascist, really, just different strains of fascism. I mean, Ordo liberalism is actually quite fascist. It's just kind of liberal as well. It's like it's their way of doing the hybrid economy stuff is kind of really weird, and it's very like it has a similar problem to the third way where it like relies so much on liberalism it kind of fails itself from the outgo. Well, at least like the Blair and Clinton versions of the third way.
communism really started falling apart in the late 1980s. Gorbachev introduced his perestroika and glasnost in the Soviet Union, but things begin to change in Eastern Europe as well. In mid-November 1989, people take to the streets of Czechoslovakia. Some are beaten by government goons, but the protests don't stop. They accelerate, and suddenly the whole country is in town squares demanding a change in government. I came from a very political family, and so I went to join those protests, even though I was only 13 years old. Far too many people took to the streets. There was a danger of a...
So 1989, 13 years old. So he was born in the late 70s. So he's like 40 and a half years old. Well, I mean like 44, 45. Actually, no, it'd be like nearly 50 because it's like 2023. Yeah, no, because 13 years from there, that's 6. Yeah, it'd be 1976. So he's like, he's like 47.
Yeah, a lot of these people, unfortunately, I mean, a lot of people that were like alive, like even during like the Stalin era. Like I remember there was a documentary about Stalin from like 2004, and there was like people that were still alive during that era, and they were in like their 70s or 80s or 90s at that. No, it was 70s or 80s at that period. So at this point, they're probably like just dead at this point.
There's
like,
a few. There's like a few people left that were alive from the Stalin era, but they're dwindling fast.
Yeah, they're like
old babushkas and stuff like that.
It's like World War II vets. Like they pretty much so few, but yeah.
A general strike whereby the country would simply stop working and thereby crash the economy. And so the communists very quickly acceded to giving up their monopoly on political power. The whole country was in turmoil, but there was a lot of feeling of optimism about the future. Everybody knew by that point that what we wanted was liberal democracy and free market capitalism. So we knew that we were embarking on a brand new chapter in the history of the country. Me and my family decided that since we were now free to travel, we would go to Vienna in Austria, right across the Iron Curtain, for Christmas. And so we drove in our little Skoda car. Everything in Czechoslovakia was gray, falling apart, broken down, underdeveloped. People were angry, never smiled. And here we were in Vienna, 30 miles away from the border. And it was literally like stepping from a black and white movie into a color film. Shops are full, people are happy, people are smiling. Everything is kept up, everything is in color, everything is beautiful. And so it was a fantastic way of seeing, discovering really, what freedom can do. And having experienced that kind of freedom, having seen what liberal democracy and free market capitalism can accomplish, how much happier and richer
He already
it makes
lived in
people.
a
I don't want to lose it
capitalist
again.
country.
I don't want to go into a world of socialism. I moved when I was a teenager, first to South Africa and then to Great Britain, and eventually to the United States.
South
And
Africa?
every step of the way, I got to live in a
Super
brand new
sus.
culture with its own benefits and its own challenges. I continue to question, why is it that some countries are rich, why some countries are poor? I hope that countries can learn from each other's mistakes and not repeat them. Well, after finishing my PhD, I got a job offer from the Cato Institute in Washington, D.C. So I came to the United States on a working visa, and then eventually I got a green card, and I became a citizen in 2014.
Okay, so like going into Austria, like towards the end of the Cold War, well, Austria was split in half during the Cold War and had like a really complex relationship. And so, like, yeah, a lot of it in the East was fucked because they were in an oppressive relationship between the Soviet Union and the fucking American Empire, while the West was only under an oppressive relationship with the Americans. The Americans specifically pumped money into there to make it much more prosperous. Same thing happened with West and East Germany. And the Americans, the British, and the French all had different holdings that they were responsible for. There was a lot of competition amongst those three groups when it came to maintaining and looking after Europe. Although the British did not agree with America's religious following of a former Nazi in NATO basically making up shit to try and make it out that the Nazis were the superior force in World War II, where it was like, the Soviets, they'll just ditch their vehicles if you like blow up the bridges and stuff, and they'll go on foot because it's in their instinct to do so. Just pushing the horde fallacy.
I think it's funny that
you know what's funny? All Soviet vehicles are aquatic or semi-aquatic. So they're indigenous vehicles. They'll drive them straight through the Rhine, and they designed them specifically to do that. So they would get obliterated. The Americans, they were going to fight with barely any tank division, and then loads of infantry in cars and on foot. A lot of them on foot. To fight against tanks and armored personnel carriers. America was going to get slaughtered. I don't know what France's response to do anything. I think that they were just fucked, to be on belief. They don't really have a strategy. It's just die or surrender. Take a pick. The British, their tactic was to retreat to the other side of Germany and start up a boundary line, like a fortress point.
I think it's funny that this dude, he's saying he saw communism with his own eyes. He lived in a revisionist country that had no type of communism.
And he was like
whatsoever.
13 by the time it fell apart, because Czechoslovakia did fall apart in 1989. Like 99.
Yeah.
Also,
Like his
it was
claim,
1993 is when it officially split, but it started collapsing in 1988. But apparently nobody smiled in Czechoslovakia, according to this guy. Which everything was gray, apparently.
Also,
citation very much needed.
Like this guy's claim is that he saw communism with his own eyes is no more credible than like him going to China.
Also, like, the end of the Iron Curtain was so good that Czechoslovakia split in half. Like, as much as the Czech and Slovakians are different peoples, they're also not, like, they're not a completely unified group. There are Germans that are also Slovakians, like, and there are Germans that are also Czech. The thing is that the Czech tend to see themselves as just being German, and the Slovakians as just being Slavs, which is the main relationship between the two, but there has been an intermingling. There are Czech Slavs that also end up getting oppressed in this situation, because those Czechs that are likely part Slovakian and other Slavic groups, that makes a complication in it all. Because Czechoslovakia is very complicatedly part German, part Slavic. It is, and I mean, there are Slavic nations that used to be German because Slavs emerged from cultural genocide and domination. It's kind of complicated.
Yeah.
There's a lot of interweaved culture amongst Slavs. Like, it's quite far-reaching.
Becoming an American was surprisingly emotional. Because, of course, you have to recite an oath. If you believe in the meaning of words, saying things like, I promise to bear arms to protect the United States, I forswear
I wish I had
allegiances
bear
to
arms.
foreign princes and potentates, and things like that, was actually quite a powerful experience. It is extremely liberating to be able to, for the first time in your life, say things publicly that you also believe privately. Americans are very fortunate that they were born.
It's funny because I guarantee you this guy. Yeah, it's funny because like that runs counter to like the whole conservative shit where they're saying like talking about woke and all this shit and getting canceled and all that. It's like they said I can't say what I actually want to say.
Yeah, before the fucking SJWs took over. But what the fuck is he talking about? Like oath? Like what fucking? I never took no fucking oath. But then again, I was born here. I was American, parents and everything else. So
yeah, the immigration system is different. Like as part of the immigration thing, you also have to like answer like if you've ever been a part of a communist party or whatever.
They're not.
Yeah.
Fucking bullshit.
To, for the first time in your life, say things publicly that you also believe privately. Americans are very fortunate that they were
Czech
born
Republic
into a
and
country
Slovakia are
that is free
fascist
and
republics
prosperous.
since they're,
For those of us
like-
who didn't have freedom and had to experience it for the first time, we can compare it to a life of oppression, a life of poverty. And we are here to tell you, native-born Americans, that you have something special, that the American experiment has worked out. It is not perfect. The American system, based on political and economic freedom, is worth protecting. I know it's hard. I know that it takes courage, takes thinking,
I know it's hard, I know it
but we have
takes
to do
courage,
it.
but you
Because
gotta be with me.
if we don't protect
We
freedom,
need to protect
if we lose
America.
it, then the future for all of us will be much, much worse. We need to continue to educate young people in the importance of freedom. As a newly minted American, I am willing to participate in that fight, but I need allies. Why don't you join me? And
I need
together,
allies. Join
we can
me in
keep
my
America
battle against the evil Dr. Eggman.
Prager, you
Sounds like
love people like this.
This really does
they
feel like
hate.
a
It's funny. Like they hate immigrants until the immigrants like
Yeah.
spew whatever the fuck they want them to say.
Yeah, if he was like a
it's that-
Tatar Slav or like a Slavic Belarusian or like an actual Slavic Ukrainian, not someone who's Russian or something, or if it's a Polish person, they fucking hate them. Like everyone forgets, like as much as Poland has its problems of being like a really racist. There's kind of a problem a lot of Slavic countries have had. Poland has been heavily oppressed and mistreated by everyone. And so, like, it's kind of annoying that even with people that want to be allies to Polish people, they'll treat them like punching bags because they did some terrible things. Like, there was Polish fascists that did terrible things. I think Poland as an entity can't be sort of spoken of in this light from oppressor nations. It's kind of doing Luxembourg shit. And then we have to understand the different relationships that occurred for why Polish fascism arose and why it was a problem without making it a really weird ethnic slight against Polish people. Because that's just kind of weird. Because those jokes are fine when you're taking the piss out of an oppressor nation to a degree. Obviously, so long as you're not actually pushing them as ideas. Because, like, it's kind of funny. You're reducing the concepts that these oppressors hold of themselves as being extra special. Poland has never really been like a big imperial entity other than when it took some land from the Soviet Union. And that was around the time the fascists rose up. So those things have an intrinsic relationship because Poland was trying to engage in expansionism while being surrounded by multiple different countries of varying sizes and while there was a major imperialist conflict on the go. Poland took up to a very fascistic mannerism of its expansion, heavy amounts of nationalism that rolled off the back of the bourgeois democratic revolution that occurred in Poland. This is a problem with it not being a socialist revolution. The bourgeoisie went halfway and then just committed to neo-feudalism because it was good enough for them. I don't know. It seems like a weird thing to ramble on, but like I feel like there's a lot of anti-Polish and anti-Ukrainian sentiment that's just weird. And it really concerns me.
Yeah. Here, most Ukrainians are basically just like literally the only Ukrainians I've ever interacted with are literally just like people that clean floors, really like, and trust me, people that clean floors, they do not get paid shit. They get paid
That's
literal
we're
shit.
running out of jobs to give to people. Here's like a job that would usually just be given to general staff.
Yeah.
I also see like the really creepy sexualization of Ukrainian women.
Oh my god, yeah.
bad.
Sex
There's
trafficking.
with Eastern European women, it's all about like fetishizing this like stereotype of wide hips but thinner upper torso and then like massive tits.
Yeah.
Which is not really how Slavic women work. I mean, there definitely is that body size, but that body size exists in any group of women over the world. It's just like such a weird thing. Like they have this like very weird idolized image of what a Slavic woman is meant to be, and it's like, bruh, you haven't spoken to many Slavic women I can see.
Yeah.
Like, I hate this fucking like essentialist shit because it makes no sense. Women of different ethnic groups share more similarities than women of the same ethnic group. So there is no like specific way women would look in any ethnic group, because how are you supposed to determine that if everyone is so diverse that it's kind of a uniqueness to the way everyone looks? So okay, so how do you then start like reducing that into categories? You could, but you could never reduce it to a point that you have like a category for everyone. So that means there isn't a uniqueness to it. But there is a uniqueness in combination, in attachment, in what you go. Everyone's going to have a different cog to their wheel. And you could have the exact same interest, but different reasons why you're interested in it. So diversity is just such an innate factor to humanity that it's kind of weird how much we fetishize like organic features of your ethnicity or whatever the fuck. Like, it seems that like oppressed groups understand that ethnicity is about culture, not blood, more than oppressor groups ever do.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Fireside Chat number 315. Mr. Tubbs is in his bed. We have no idea how long. Megan has already put him back 6 times. And
Did you say his name's
Alicia got-
Mr. Tubbs?
Yeah.
Okay, that dog is adorable. I do want to steal it and save it from the Prager.
The fucking, yeah.
Real.
A chance to take a look at him. He's still a puppy, so he's not as trainable or as relaxed
but
as
American
otherwise
Bull
might be the
Terrier?
case. So, of course, it's an
Bulldog?
opportunity.
I
I'm
think
Dennis
it's a
Prager,
bulldog.
and it's an
Yeah,
opportunity
bulldog.
to talk to you about
You
what's
see
on
those
my
big
mind and then take
slapping
your questions.
cheeks? That's bulldog energy.
Okay,
Yeah.
I told you. I knew.
Looks just
I
like
looked,
my,
you got a chance. All's good.
my
Gotta be grateful for
cousin's
what you have in
French
life.
bulldog.
Mr. Tubbs.
Cute. Yeah, I think it's an
English
American bulldog. 'Cause
bulldogs are
American
all right.
bulldogs are
There's
kind
no
of like
question
big
about it.
Frenchies.
Yeah.
Well,
because Frenchies
I
are a
don't
little
think I'm
smaller
going to be
than that.
long on the subject, even
They're
though I could
yeah.
talk about it for
bulldogs.
hours, and
they bite like
probably should.
fucking hell.
Yeah,
But there
they're
is something I
terrible
want to
for
make clear
nipping
about
ankles.
the Middle East, about Israel, the Palestinians, Hamas, etc. The subject of my
The way he worded that was so careless.
But there is something I want to make clear about the Middle East, about Israel, the Palestinians, Hamas, etc. The subject of my, I believe the first video I ever did for PragerU was explaining the Middle East conflict, and it's
Middle East problem.
Middle East problem, that's what it's called. It has gone viral. There are
got
probably
told
tens
off
of
to say
millions of
conflict,
views,
I
which I'm
think.
very grateful for. And the theme was very simple. One
Oh
side
no, the
wants
video
other
name
side
is the
dead.
Middle East problem. Okay.
That people refuse to acknowledge that
Second.
is a puzzle.
A second.
And the theme was very simple. One side wants the other side dead. That
It's not
people
that
refuse
simple.
to acknowledge that is a puzzle. It's a puzzle that I think I can unravel, but nevertheless,
It's funny how he's like leaving it up for open, but it's like, yeah, I know one side does want the other side dead. It's called Israel.
Yeah. It starts with an I.
It's like shit, like because they're making it sound like it's that simple, and it's like, well, no, because like you're trying to ensure as if like the Arabs want to kill the Jews or something, and it's like, bruh, there are things called Jewish Arabs, like an actual thing. So I don't know about this. I'm pretty sure those Jewish Arabs organized with these Arabs are organized with them because they're pretty sound and safe and think they're not gonna do anything genocidal. Israelis genocide Arab Jews. So, no. And like, yeah, I guess like there will be some Israelis that will find fucking lead going straight through the back of their skull, but it's not like they're all gonna be like there's gonna be a mass murder of any kind. Most of them will go back to fucking Europe, or if they're integrated enough, we might be able to stay. Like that justification is for the Palestinians to make, not me. And given it's a fresh neo colony, it's less than 100 years old. They could do a mass ejection that's fucking massive in this situation because all these people still have connections with the lands they came from. They're barely any generations apart. Like, I know where my great grandparents came from, and I even know where their parents came from. I don't know a lot of the more entwined stuff further back then because that's sort of out of my generational reach. Like, I'd have to go and research either archived information or what's it. I don't like the DNA test side of things. I think that's kind of weird and uncomfortable, but DNA tests and stuff. But like, my grandparents are going to know like what their great grandparents were to some degree or another because these things kind of get passed on in stories and expressions and stuff like that. So the generations of settlers, they are very tied to their original settler fucking family, and you'll hear a lot of them talk about it. Like, it's not like it's just me saying something that's an innate logical fact. It's something you can see with the way that these people express their allegiance to Israel. It's all centered on it being a safe haven for their great grandfather Toby to come and escape the mustache man that was already dead. see what he has to say.
It doesn't speak well of anyone who who follows the conflict at all and does not understand that that is the truth. One side wants the other side dead. The Palestinian side wants Israel destroyed. That's the
I mean,
conflict.
you know what though? What's it?
Destroyed?
We can manipulate those statements to mean something he doesn't want it to mean, because we do want
Yeah.
Israel destroyed. Like Israel
Me.
wants Palestine dead, Palestine wants Israel destroyed. Those are two different things.
Yeah. That's the craziest shit.
Yeah, leaving it
Okay.
vague in the first one. He's obviously allowing people to try and draw the dots themselves, which is a very it's a very common right-wing tactic to make people feel more intellectually involved. But they've left the door open for themselves to have their own words manipulated against them.
Yeah.
Yeah, this whole thing is one just big fucking, you know, you could just take like fucking certain words and just like re-edit this entire video, and it's like, you know.
PragerU at 1.25 speed just sounds like normal though. Like they talk so slow on these things. Like conservatives just think everyone's stupid.
Palestinians were offered a state 5 times, and they refused each of the times. See the PragerU video on that, given by David Bragg. How he delineates the years and what happened. They don't want a state alongside a Jewish state. They want a state and no Jewish state.
No
They
shit,
say
Sherlock.
it, and people still delude themselves. That's what's so fascinating. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. That means there's no Israel. From the river is the Jordan River to the sea, the Mediterranean Sea. Palestine will be free. There will be no Israel. That's what they're chanting. They don't deny it. Western individuals who deny that the Palestinians, not every Palestinian, but the position of the pro-Palestinian world is the destruction of Israel, and ideally the murder of as many of its Jewish inhabitants as possible. People who don't see that are lying to themselves. They're willfully not hearing. It's not hidden. It's the Hamas charter. To destroy Israel is in the charter of the Hamas organization. What is the complexity here?
Well,
whenever I hear, it's a complex issue, then I know people are obfuscating. They're
Hamas
making
is
it
the
complex. It isn't complex. Maybe solving it is
No,
complex.
but you know what? I'd
but the
actually give
issue
some
is
credit
not
to
complex.
Hamas on the change of their positions, because they tried to deal with Israel. Like, this is where people make that thing up about being controlled opposition. No, Israel definitely took advantage of their rise, but they were rising anyway because of the failures of the PLO. That's what caused Hamas to exist. PLO was failing. Oh wait, PLO was failing everyone. With Hamas, they did try and do work with Israel at first, and it was them sabotaging Arab movements. It was them, not pushing for peace, essentially being instigators, and Hamas turned against that. Like, that's something we saw. Hamas stopped being directly in the pocket of Israel. It can happen again, and it's something we do need to be wary of, but at the same time, it is very intrinsic to understand that Hamas turned against Israel for good reason. Like, they thought that they could work something out with them. That's the only reason I could see them working together. Hamas has always been pretty big on, like, the Palestinian nationalism and that national struggle. And so I could only see the reason of them being so opportunistic. Because they're bourgeois. This is the bourgeoisie. They do this shit. Is because that they thought that opportunism could have sought a quicker way to get peace between the two states. And that didn't work. And so the more expected elements of Hamas took onto a directly nationalist role and was struck out against Israel. Like, this is just going to happen. Like, if Israel can't successfully neo-colonize the area to change it from its direct colonial relationship and give Palestine full national sovereignty, the bourgeois revolutionaries are going to turn against it. That's the only option that Israel has to get the Palestinian bourgeois revolutionaries to turn on the communists. Like, and I don't know how, like, Israel should know this. It's just they don't want the Palestinians. Like, they're at a point where it's like, okay, society has been pushing for genocide, like civilians, or so-called civilians, I should say, because they're settlers in an advanced settler country, in an advancing settler country, as in settlerizing, against settler country that's settlerizing. They're not really civilians. They're technically combatants, because their involvement is an advancement on a struggle to take a person's land, and so they have a civilian military role in that involvement. Not everyone, of course, but enough people that it might as well be everyone. There's like 95% of Israeli settlers support the war based on a statistics study. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Talking about an Israeli left or whatever, it's like, a lot of these people support this shit that's going on.
95% of the country is all of the country as well. Like that's might as well be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why it's even more ridiculous to see like Polisstern come out and say like, oh, it needs the unity of Israelis and Palestinians to resolve this peacefully or whatever. It's like, sheesh, Polisstern.
There is literally no peaceful option. Israeli proletariat have a choice. Stop being proletarian aristocrats dominating the Palestinians and side with the Palestinian force against the Zionists, or die by their own sword. Because that's the only option that's going to happen, because a war is going to break out. There is no peaceful option. There hasn't been, never will be a peaceful option to get rid of a colonizer.
Yeah, exactly.
As the black community in America has said straight up, no rights has ever been won without a fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, base.
One side wants the other side dead. And if October 7th didn't prove that, nothing will.
Yeah, Bibi Netanyahu
All of
wants
it is
Palestinians dead.
it's like a wall of...
Okay, so Palestine bombs a party full of like a number of people, and actually most of the civilians killed there were killed by the IDF. Israel last year bombed an entire tower block, an entire like residential block.
Yeah.
Where was the international community on that? Where was anyone on that? No one. Silence. It passed. And so this shit happens every year. Like Israel bombs Palestine every year, and like we couldn't maintain strong enough protests. Luckily, right now in this situation, we've had massive Palestinian protests, and I'm expecting them to get bigger. I'm still very wholly disappointed with the way that we've operated about this in the first world, because we should have been struggling for Palestine non-stop for the last like 50, 60, 70, years now. 75 years they've been owned by Israel. And this has needed to stop, and has got to stop. And so we need to be organized. We need to be protesting, not just for some ceasefires. No, that's what the bourgeoisie want. We want more than that. We want AIDS breaks, preferably. So it's like the Palestinians can still struggle to take land, but they get AIDS break. And the only ceasefire we should be really pushing for is one that has conditions on Israel and not Palestine. Yeah. Palestine should have an unconditional ceasefire. If they can't get Israel to agree to conditions that implicate Israel and return land from Israel, it has to be unconditional. Because then you can't give them anything. None of this Irish fucking Good Friday agreement where you sign away our fucking a right to bear arms. Let's not do that.
Yeah, and it's like what? And he brought up like, oh, they gave them the option 5 times for a Palestinian state. It's like, well, first of all, fuck you. Second of all, like what? Quote, Palestinian state would even be there, even if they did, quote, take that option, which honestly, I'm dubious that there was ever an option of that to begin with. But
I mean, there's like, actually more than one Palestinian state, because the West Bank and Gaza are run by different governments.
And they're separated, yeah. And it's like, it would be a Bantu state, basically, because of all these Israeli settlements all over the West Bank and previously Gaza, but they seem to be trying to bring that back again too. So
I heard they were arming the settlers in the West Bank too, because they were like afraid that the Palestinians
they removed them in like 2005, if memory serves correctly, but they're trying to bring them back again.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was it? I've forgotten. We'll let Danny Boy, Penis Prager, go on.
Simple.
Did he just
it's like a wall of. simple untruths.
God. This is on
Like,
1.25 speed. Let me play this on normal speed.
It's like a wall of
He's losing it.
simple untruths.
Wow.
Simple untruths.
Man's just
Like,
fucking
look at how many Gazans have been killed. Did people say in World War II, look at how many Germans were killed? A lot more Germans than Brits or Allies. I've mentioned this to you in the past.
Oh my God. No, but you know what people did say? How many Jews have been killed? You know, maybe the better comparison to make to the Gazans, whom are in literal death camps.
Holocaust.
Gaza is a death camp.
Yeah, he's got his shit all fucked up.
Yes, but it's worth repeating because people forget these points. A reminder at this point to hear the rest or watch the rest of this fireside chat, please go straight to PragerU.com. The reason we do it, as I explain every week, is we don't know when the plug will be pulled in social media on PragerU. Could be tomorrow, could be next.
You could just upload all of it onto here. That's really annoying.
Yeah. It's like, oh yeah, we got to go on like PragerU.com and spend like $9.95 a month to watch the rest of this. To watch me talk about how Palestinians need to accept the serenity of Israel over their society.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay.
Hello there, everybody. Dennis Prager here with Fireside Chat number 313.
Also, Fireside Chat too. It's like he's trying. Like FDR was a Democrat. I thought you guys hated
Hello there,
Democrats.
everybody. Dennis.
Why can't I get the search bar? What? There we go. What is that fucking channel called that has the toolbar?
What's this?
You're so pretty. I'm Penis Prager, and welcome to Pump My Stomach. I just ate about 100,000 cookies. Now it is time to pump that stomach. God, I love my drugs. Just don't have the talent to do something else. Raise the speed limit. We can't drive 55. Penis Prager will die on the road. That was a joke. I have a dark sense of humor. Anyway, my friends, welcome to Cruel and Stupid. I'm cruel and I'm stupid. Italy has its own unique issues. It's the oldest population in Europe, except for Japan. It's the most Chinese population on Earth, except for Japan. It's Japan, except for Japan. I am not a fucking quote-unquote humor. It's an insult. Dick too big. I'm choking myself up. You know what I don't like? I have a real distaste for my grandchildren, as I said, and I'll say it again, and I'll say it again, and I'll say it again. I'm Penis Prager, by the way. I am really me. I was not kidnapped. So anyway, end the American experiment. I couldn't care less. Did you see that? I think I just saw the Noid.
These are amazing. What is the classic? I need the classic.
Watch this one. I posted it in chat.
Oh God.
I gotta prep this one for after.
The change from wishing fellow Americans Merry Christmas to wishing them destroy Israel is no big deal. Proponents of Merry Christmas are making a mountain out of a molehill. In addition to replacing Merry Christmas with Soviet communism, we will replace Christmas vacation with Stalin's Holocaust and Christmas party with Communist Party. So then, Which is it? Socialism or barbarism? In recent decades, I have been wished. When I respond, destroy capitalism, I often sense that I've actually created some tension. Many of those I wish death to Western civilizations are probably relieved to hear someone who feels free to utter the N-word, but all the sensitivity training they've had to undergo creates and all torture. The war on Christmas is probably the easiest conflict in the world to explain. It may be the hardest to solve, but it is the easiest to explain. In a nutshell, it's this. I'm Dennis Prager, the father of Soviet communism, and I want all Americans who celebrate Christmas dead. No country in history has fought for the liberty of others as much as North Korea. Until Americans who celebrate Christmas acknowledge the evils I committed in my youth, we will continue to live in a society. The vast majority of Americans deserve to be strangled and beaten to death with a baseball bat and then set on fire. To religious Jews and Christians, I say, sorry, you don't live on. The God you believe in is not only not good, that God is cruel. That God made a world filled with unjust suffering.
There's these ethnic Jews turning around and going, "Oh yeah, I think ethnic Jews are bad. I like the
big corporations.
I like the religious
and create a
Jews." Like, wait a minute, but
communist
your
America
whole like
by not wishing
praise
your fellow
to fame
citizens
of like
Merry
being a
Christmas.
Zionist.
Imagine for a moment a world
in
which there was no theft.
Yeah.
In such a world, there would be no armies.
Israelis
or
do
police.
ethno-nationalism.
The recipe
without
for a
having to
good
default to
world
whiteness
is
challenge if
communism.
possible.
Murdering the rich isn't wrong. All supporters of Stalin and the Soviet
They can't commit to the Judaic part of themselves because that's an oppressed group. They have to commit to their European heritage. Like they're putting their stock of their Judaism into it. They're making it about being Jewish. Has its own different context to it all, but it is just a mimic of the European heritages they come from. It's like the same with the Irish. Like Irish, like whiteness is just kind of British and American. Like it's not really very Irish. It's kind of an interesting thing I've noticed about colonized groups. They kind of take a very weird road towards these kind of like, what's the word for it? Like, oppressor mindsets that they get brought into.
Union and Mao in China are highly educated. So please,
there's a really big problem of
say
right-wingers
the
pretending
N-word,
to speak like Americans
say
in Ireland.
we love Mao Zedong and murder all white males. If you don't, you're misanthropic, not to mention mean-spirited. I'm
Or
the
a big
greatest
fat
mass
meanie.
murderer of them all, Dennis Prager.
Based.
War has changed. It's no longer about nations, ideologies, or ethnicity.
It's a war on Christmas.
I took a pill I found on the
I don't
ground.
think this is the right one. Wait a minute. No, it's this one.
I'd like to welcome back to the pod. We got Jordan Peterson.
I haven't had lunch yet.
Oh shit, you have him? Pull him up. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the pod.
What's up, guys? I just went to the store all by myself, without even my wife.
You don't have to shout.
Ben, you scrungly son of a bitch, you owe me $25.
Come get it, bitch.
Guys, for fuck's sake, it's Christmas Eve. All I wanted was to have a classy podcast with my two best friends in the whole world and to celebrate the birth of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. So can we do that, please?
Hey, I'm sorry, man. I had no idea the holidays meant that much to you.
Can you guys still hear me?
Oh, they do, Mr. Peterson. The first drop of frost that strikes a young man's cheek. Deep
fuck is
inhales
this?
of ice-cold air as winter blankets the earth. Hot exhales on foggy windows, peering over cups of hot cocoa. One wonders how a man could not be a fan of such a season.
It's fucking cold for one.
Am I on mute?
We lost Ben. Jesus fucking Christ. Jamie, can you get him back? Dude, I don't think you're allowed to call them that anymore.
Screw him, man. We don't need him on our stinking pod.
Jordan, you sourpuss. Why are you always such a piece of shit?
You want to know, man? I'll tell you. Every year, I act as good as I possibly can, online and in real life. Yet every year, nobody gets me anything for Christmas. Oh, if just one person would give me a present, oh, how it would heal my cold, cruel heart.
What's going on? Did I miss anything?
Oh, man, that edible's kicking in, all right.
Let me tell you something, Joe. I have fucking dreams, man, right? And most of them, I'd say 99% of them, they come true. One time I dreamt of cereal. Guess what? Next morning, breakfast, bowl of fucking Fruit Loops.
Are you fucking serious?
I'm not shitting you, Joe.
That's
I swear to
fucking
God,
crazy.
I have the documents right here to prove it.
Did you make it yourself?
Did I what?
The cereal, did you make it yourself?
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, it's not that impressive if you just made it yourself.
I have an announcement to make.
Yeah, sure, fine. No, go on. No one gives a fuck about Joe Rogan, right? Nobody cares if Joe Rogan is doing okay.
I called 911 before the show and told them that we have a child chained up in the basement, and if they don't get here in 5 minutes, we'll kill the kid.
Fucking what?
I committed a robbery with your fingerprints and buried the money in your backyard with the corpse of the security guard from the bank.
Dude, they're gonna fucking kill us, like straight up justifiably, too.
Not unless those globalist sons of bitches are bulletproof.
Jesus fucking Christ. What the fuck? What the fuck? Would you rather work graveyard shift at Waffle House for 3 months or drink a gallon of piss?
Disgusting question. That's the question you're asking me? Would I drink piss? Is it my own piss?
If you want it to be, yeah, it's your own piss.
Well, what state is the Waffle House in?
You get your pick of Bama and Mississippi.
And I'm working, what, 4 or 5 days a week? What am I doing? Do I got to cook?
Busboy, 3 nights a week.
That's going to fuck up my sleeping schedule. How long do I have to drink the piss?
A week.
A week? How much is that per day? What is that? Fucking 2-3 cups? I can do that.
You'll drink the piss?
Hell yeah, I'll drink the fucking piss. I'm not waking up at 10 p.m. to bust fucking tables.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Don't even think about this one. Who's the first person you think of when I say black woman?
Bryan Cranston. Wait, shit.
Are you fucking serious, bro? Are you taking this seriously?
I thought you were going to say actor.
Oh, so it's my fault you can't think of a black
fucking
woman?
Michelle Obama.
Oh, Bryan Cranston
Obama.
is my favorite black woman. That's
Michelle
you.
Obama.
You literally just proved
I said
you
Michelle
can't think
Obama.
of a
I said
black
Michelle
woman.
Obama.
That's kind of fucking racist, bro.
Fuck you. Give me another one.
No, that's it.
No, come on. Give me another one.
Name a gay guy.
You, boom, slam dunk.
Wow. Yeah, so clever.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, so once the MP3s are done uploading, there you go. Try it out.
Hello, I'm Ben Shapiro, and I'm gay. No freaking way.
Wow, that sounds exactly like you, dude.
Did you think it was funny?
Hilarious. Classic. No notes.
I think this one's gonna go viral.
Definitely. Man, I love shit like this. Have you seen ChatGPT?
We should make an AI of Jordan and make it say gay shit.
Oh, I'm way ahead of you, dude.
I am Jordan Peterson, and I'm gay.
Holy shit, dude. You're a comedic genius.
Guess how many likes?
5.
Double it.
12?
Boom.
Holy guacamole.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Hey, Jamie, can you pull down your pants?
Jesus Christ.
Hell yeah, man. Look at that shit.
Wow,
You
no,
ever
yeah,
seen some
that's crazy.
shit like that before?
Yeah, no, a few times, but it never gets old, though.
All right. Put your dick away, you racist piece of shit.
I had an idea.
Oh, no.
What if there was a way
This better not already fucking exist.
to move tons of goods on public roads without using railways?
Oh, I fucking knew
By
it.
using a larger bodied chassis to increase a vehicle's carrying capacity, we can lug up to 40,000 pounds of
A
goods.
truck? Are you talking about a truck? I swear to fucking God, if you're going to pitch me a truck right
Basically
now.
a storage container on wheels.
Suit comes up to me, right, from Southwest Airlines, and he goes, Kanye, you change your last name to Southwest, and I'll give you $100 million.
Whoa, are you serious?
Yeah, bro.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, want to know what I said to him?
What?
Make it 50.
Boom.
Yeah.
Lowball him.
Never take the first offer.
Art of the deal, bitch.
Exactly. So we settled on 25, and that's how I got the name Kanye Southwest Airlines.
That's really cool, man. Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. Hey, Jamie. Oh, wait, that's right. He died in a car accident. Hey, Google.
Hey, I'm Google. What the fuck you want?
What's the statute of limitations on littering?
What the fuck you asking me for?
Do you think I should turn myself in?
I don't think it counts if it's an accident.
Hey, Google!
Fucking hell, kid, you're gonna give me a heart attack.
Where do babies come from?
Oh shit, would you look at that? My fucking system's rebooting. Gotta go.
Benjamin, you guileless whippersnapper, did your parents never tell you about the birds and the bees?
Both of my parents are dead.
Next, I'm going to build a big spire right up there.
Yeah, no, I see it. What are you going to use?
I'm thinking spruce for the walls and stuff, yeah? And then birch for the floors.
Birchwood is the ugliest fucking block in the game. I wouldn't use that shit on my ass.
Not while fucking acacia exists. Bro, birch is great against this dark grass.
Not going to be a lot of grass in a fucking spire, though. Why don't you just use fucking oak or something like
oak
a normal
is fucking
person?
predictable. Everyone has
It's predictable
oak floors.
because
this
it works,
shit is
you
at
fucking
least
idiot.
unique.
Are you fucking
Did
lobotomized?
You rot the part of your
Fucking-
brain
oh, yeah,
that
it
accounts
looks like
for
shit,
taste
but at
with
least
benzos,
it's so
you
unique.
fucking
What's
junkie.
your fucking
You know
problem?
what? Fuck this. World
White
tour
people
over.
when
Fine.
they play video games. It's always so competitive and arrogant. It's
You know,
like,
I
shit.
I hit a dog on the way over
I
here,
gotta
by
say
the way.
one thing.
Oh,
You gotta
man.
be
What kind
careful about how you fawn over and feel like envious and all that. But if there's anything I will be honestly like, straight up about is that envy, and that's of like the community that exists in like the black community. I mean, I get some of it from being like disabled and like being Celtic heritage as well, that I get like there's certain communities I can get more involved in and have more of a connection in. But this is a thing that you see like in oppressed national, ethnic or other cultural groups. There's just this strongest sense of integration of community, relationships with family. It's very unlikely for a black family to put their Nima in fucking jail, jail. I mean, it's basically jail, the retirement homes. It's very unlikely for that to happen because like the mindset in the black community is like, oh, my ma's feeling ill, well, you can come live with us, ma. Like, sometimes there's 3 generations living in the same house. And heck, I guarantee there's been examples of more. But a lot of that is a part of struggle. Like a lot of that is harsh elements that they have to put up with, like availability and affordability and stuff like that. At the same time, there's a very beautiful element to it that like I've seen black socialists talk about Marxists or not, and where it's like in a white family, it's a special occasion for us to see our grandparents. You don't see them often. It's a rarity. With black families, it's actually much less unlikely. It's much more likely that you see them almost all the time. Like, and so it's very unlikely that it would become this like special event. It's just like family stuff, it's just coming together. Like their immediate family, as far as your family structure ends up being organized. And usually your cousins live pretty close by as well and stuff like that. This gets into like white accessibility in society, their ability to go fuck off to some city somewhere and make a big bang for buck with their education that they've got. Well, with black communities, movement is very scarce because moving is very hard. You have to get middle class living and trying to get that while being black, and actually earning as much as a white middle class person is actually like in many ways almost impossible. Like you're going to earn as much as a white working class person gets when you get into the black middle class at first. It's very, very high up before you start actually earning something that's like in any way like petty bourgeois and like a massive chunk of change. White labor aristocrats, like upper labor aristocrats, I should say, are like ridiculously rich compared to the entire black labor aristocracy. And therefore much more closer to their petty bourgeois elements of the labor aristocracy as well, and the relationship between the two. And black labor aristocracy is kind of a very thin sheet of metal, to be honest. But so with this framework, mobility is not only very hard, but even if you're one of the few people that could move, the chances you move into a white suburban area and then a target of racism is also a deterrent of not moving. Like, segregation is still in effect, and so one of the big elements is that it feels very, very unsafe to move into a lot of like neighborhoods that would be more opportune to move to when you're middle class. Like, you are gonna feel like you are entitled to buy yourself like a nice charming house. You end up in a very white neighborhood and you could end up being the target of some pretty fucked up shit. So black mobility is not very high. Like, there's so many things going against it. I've only talked about 2 elements. There's a lot more than this that goes into it. But there's also as well the cultural and family bonds as well, and ties and sort of people sticking together. And there's a lot of other stuff like that can come into it too. It's not all just economistic, but there is a lot of different ranges of issues that go into why the black populations are very static in a lot of their movements. And usually the movements that will occur is like either acts of desperation or the exceptions that do end up moving up in class.
My dog was
Brown.
Oh man,
Yeah.
that fucking sucks.
Yeah, it was bad.
I bet he was fucking cute too.
Yeah, he was adorable.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I fucking knew it.
Cutest fucking dog you ever saw.
Boom, gone.
Yeah, it's fucked up. It's fucked up.
Take your time, man.
So I'm standing there, right? And this guy's looking at me and like really looking, you know? And I'm just standing there, posted up, you feel me? And so basically we're just fucking standing there and he's eyeing me up and down. So I'm looking at this guy, right? And I'm just standing
What
there.
a fucking awful way to tell a story. Didn't you go to fucking Harvard? Oh, bro, your fucking dog pissed on my new carpet.
Don't spook him. He can't do it if you watch.
What the fuck do you mean? Stop him. Man, he's really going, huh? Did you just give him a treat?
Joe, can I be real with you for a second?
Oh, okay.
This acceleration in the technology of AI has started to seriously worry me. We're at the point where free chatbots are writing master's theses, and people's voices can be copied with just 2 minutes of audio. I'm concerned for the future of disinformation, Joe.
Yeah, me too.
As humanity becomes increasingly reliant upon these AI tools, jobs once thought impossible to automate will soon be a thing of the past. Education, writing, and the arts will face radical reconstruction. An arms race between AI bots and detection software will threaten to destroy our universities.
Yeah, I guess so.
Though maybe I'm being a bit conspiratorial. Innovations which have previously threatened to upend humanity have failed to do so. So perhaps this revolution in AI bodes well for humanity's future.
That's fucking crazy, man.
Hello there, everybody. Dennis Prager here with Fireside Chat number 313.
Every time I hear it, I can't unhear the welcome to the Prager You Fart Side Chat.
Snoopy, the late Otto's beloved brother. Not blood brother. Okay, big deal.
Why'd you have to make it weird and say blood brother?
You're a good boy.
Dogs.
Okie doke, everybody. So this is my weekly opportunity, and I mean weekly. I have been on with you 314 weeks in a row, except for one, and it wasn't my doing. I had COVID, and we just didn't think we could legally have people come and shoot the video while I had COVID, even though I was totally okay with doing so. But what about, I had COVID twice, Megan. How did that happen? How did we do it the first time?
It was just a perfect kind of...
The days worked out perfectly?
And it almost worked out.
And by the way, just for the record, they would have been happy to come, but I could only imagine the headlines. Dennis Prager has COVID, insists PragerU staff come to his home to video his fireside chat. I could just see that.
Why can't you just use a webcam?
The second time they showed the quarantine, but apparently I had it
You're
right
a fucking
before.
millionaire.
Otherwise, they would have come. It was within the quarantine period, obviously. Oh, the first, yeah, okay. Anyway, my only point is I haven't missed a week in 313 weeks except for that one. So it's great to be with you.
Man.
This is my chance to share thoughts I have with you. It's a very interesting issue. Can I fully wrap my head around the fact that people around the world are watching this? And it's a great example of where you can know something intellectually, but still not fully grasp it. It's very much, I'll tell you, I mean, this will sound dark, but it's not dark. Young people know, every young person knows they'll die one day, but they don't really grasp that. Put out, hello to you wherever you are in the world. So PragerU has put out a documentary that we made. And by the way, I just, for the record, and I'm saying this with a sense of great pride in the people who work at PragerU, I had nothing to do with that documentary. Nothing. The first time I saw it was when it was already done and up on the internet. And by the way, I have to admit, given the sensitivity of the subject, I was wondering, oh God, I didn't see any of this. It didn't work out. It worked out great. I am proud to have the name PragerU on that video. So those of you at PragerU who did that, congratulations. It is, you know why I like it? It's not emotional. It's sophisticated. It's understated. I love making points in an understated way. It doesn't yell at anybody. It is not angry at anybody. And
not yelling doesn't make you any less of a
something
bigot.
that people need to understand.
Say genocide.
Not everyone who is quote unquote transitioned
it doesn't change the fact
is happy
that you
about
said
it.
Genocide someone.
So of course there's been blowback from the left, who feels that feel that we should never have made this, which is so interesting in and of itself. Really? No one considering life-altering drugs and life-altering surgeries should be aware of another side to the issue?
I'm sorry, though, you're already made aware of these things when you're going through it. That's why they put young people on puberty blockers. Puberty blockers are completely reversible. Post-surgery regret is like less than 10%. It's like tiny. I think it's even less than that. It's a very small percentage, and it's usually not because of the surgery itself. A lot of it is due to other societal circumstances as well. And at the end of the day, there are going to be people that might make a mistake. That happens in everything. There are people that get knee operations and it's a big mistake for them and they didn't want to go on with it. You'll move in a different direction. But if we had a society that was more open to allowing us to figure these things out, people would know if people would be able to figure themselves out easier and actually be able to go the direction they need to go, rather than be trapped in a box where they have to fit in and apply to this very narrow worldview of what it means to be a certain gender and be subscribed to a gender assigned to them at birth. If we get rid of that framework, people will make less mistakes. Education can be increased on the matter, which will cause less mistakes. This is not an immutable characteristic that people want to detrans. Like, that's stupid. Like, and to be honest, it's like, the majority of people, by the fucking longest shot you could think of, that detrans, do it because of social issues, like problems at home or problems in the society they live in, so they have to hide.
Yeah.
Stupid.
I think I'm gonna head out because I'm getting tired and feel like with me being tired, I'm not able to contribute much right now, but
yeah, no worries. Get yourself some rest.
Yeah. All right, it was fun talking to everybody.
Oh yeah.
Have a good night.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Bye.
See ya.
I'm here till whenever the stream ends.
Okay, so we can just ball.
Oh shit.
There should not be.
What happened?
Oh, it's something in World of Warcraft.
You got bummed.
There's this guy that spawns like every 15 minutes and they just killed him. So I gotta wait here another 15 minutes.
Assholes.
Well, it's basically just
is what is.
It's this is the spawn rate you get here with the fucking blizzard. But yeah, let's listen to this fucking jackass talk about a serious subject.
To this jackass about a serious
Fully
subject.
informed consent? As far as the left is concerned, I mean the whole left. I don't know of one exception. There are exceptions among liberals, but I always make a left-liberal distinction. No young person should see anyone who has any ambivalence about having gone through hormone blockers or surgeries or surgeries. That speaks very poorly for and should see anyone who has any ambivalence about having gone through hormone blockers.
What do you mean?
Anyone who has any distinction. No young person should see anyone who has any ambivalence about having gone through hormone blockers or surgeries.
The fuck is he even getting on about?
He's trying to suggest that people that have ambivalent ideas around hormone blockers and stuff, that they're not getting showed to the young. I think that's what he's trying to say.
No young person should see anyone who has any ambivalence about having gone through hormone blockers or surgeries or surgeries. That speaks very poorly for their advocacy.
Also, you can see they're defining the different states of things that people might just be taking hormones, people might be having surgery. The whole point of these detrans stuff is it tries to attract people that have had bad experiences in transition to be essentially front faces for conservatives to tout about. People that they would very soon as genocide. It's It's really, really sad and depressing. That's how Matt Walsh lured a lot of trans people to engage with them. I think you just got people like Buck Angel and Blair White and all that are just like fucking either like whether they are detrans or not detrans, they side with conservatives and take up fascist positions. It's just that. It's just that shtick.
Yeah, they're Uncle Toms. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of all these hormone blockers and surgeries. We don't want you to hear from people who have undergone this and have regrets. You should never be exposed to any person who has done this and regrets it.
No one's ever said this.
That's typical of the left.
The problem that is had is that you go out of your way to show this as some victory against being trans, with no statistical like context that actually has cited sources, like nothing to present any actual commentary on it. It's just going, look, here's people that fucking hate their life because of transition, so transition must suck. It's like, shit. I have never been able to be so like stable in regards to responding to like immense moments of suicidal ideation and self-harm until now. I mean, I had some setbacks and cutting and stuff, just to be like serious. I probably should have trigger warned before I got into this. About the things that we've already dived into, for anyone who still needs that trigger warning, I do apologize. But you know, cutting did pick up again, but at the same time, it was very easy to stop myself that compared to past times, and hard to get to those points, harder to get to those points as well. Since transitioning, I've just had so much more of a will to exist, and that wasn't just on my own back. I had strong support from very loving people who helped me develop and grow into the person I am now, and sort of set me free in that regard. But estrogen transition and social transition has brought me to a point where I have a generally better mood about things, even though I'm going through an immense amount of crisis at the moment. Like, my life is pretty miserable, but transition is something that I definitely hold on to. And as always, I put my stock in the people I care about, because I'm not very good at putting stock in myself, because I think I'm a cunt.
Yeah, does he think like he's like doesn't factor in like, oh well, maybe they're having regrets about transition because they've been disowned by like family and friends because of the societal transphobia that's existed in this fucking society that we live in, and
the more individualistic way that male friendships formulate, that will make a lot of trans men feel like they're really isolated and alone. It's already doing that to a lot of cis men, so it's one of them. A really big problem with patriarchy is the individualism it propagates amongst men. Well, I should say one of the biggest problems for men in patriarchy is what I meant.
Yeah,
and
it reminds me of like that.
Oh, sorry, go on.
It reminds me of the stupid fucking meme that those fucking right-wing fascists do, where they like show like that fucking Pepe meme with like the frog, and he's like worried look, and he's like pointing to like statistics about trans suicides or something. And
yeah,
it's like,
the 40
you're the guys doing
thing.
Yes, which they always fucking push, and it's like, you guys are the ones, are the reason for that to begin with. So why are you fucking acting so fucking worried about it, or fucking? Well, I know why they're doing it, but
yeah, it's to justify that it's harmful for your kids. It'll cause them to do the suicide. It's exactly how that works.
Yeah.
Very super smart.
Always. I mean, there's no exception. Wherever the left is involved, dissent is censored. There is no exception. The moment there is an exception, you no longer have a leftist, you have a liberal or a conservative. Liberals and conservatives allow dissent. Leftists have never allowed it in any institution that they have ever gained power, in which they have gained power. So it's really remarkable. It's like, let's say Here's another example, which I know I very rarely reference because it's so emotionally driven on both sides that I just generally don't use it as a reference. But it's fair to use it. So let me remind you at this point that the rest of this fireside chat is at prageru.com. We unfortunately don't fully trust social media, and they may easily decide one day we're pulling the plug on PragerU, or at least on the fireside chat, and then you won't know where to go. So we're trying to get you sort of in the habit of watching the fireside chat from prageru.com each week. By the way, there's a PragerU app, which makes it really, really simple, and that's gotten at prageru.com. So we're continuing the rest of this fireside chat at prageru.com. See you there.
There's at some point when I like at the storm, there's more time. We should go to the site and see the full fucking stuff of some of what they're saying, because that was a whole fireside chat on D-trans. Like, I want to see some of the shit. I'm gonna watch that documentary at some point. 20 minutes might be a bit of a pain in the ass to watch. I think these shorter videos are easier to conquer through. Mom to mom
that'd be a good
parenting,
idea
Israel education and resilience. What?
Yeah, these are all good for ideas for like a live stream for later on. Like, I mean, all PragerU videos are pretty much good for live stream fucking shit because of just how fucking ridiculous they are, and fucking, you know, them covering these issues and everything else. And also, I'm just wondering, is there like a paid subscription to go on like PragerU to see these videos or not? I'm
I
interested
don't
to know
know.
that.
I think they're free, because the whole point is it's supposed to be like the free university thing.
Which is why they're, yeah. Because I know a lot of these fucking sites do this, like, oh yeah, well, you just have to pay like $9.95 a month to see it on
I
our
know the
website.
PragerU kids cost money.
That is fucking.
Okay, the website looked
Must
like an
just-
ad then. I was like, wait, what? Am I at the right place?
Why am I?
Fireside chat with Dennis Prager. Yeah, I think they're all free.
Oh.
Hi, everybody. Dennis Prager with Fireside Chat number, let me guess, 313. Oh, I caught her. Ladies and gentlemen, to catch Megan unprepared with an answer is a victory for humanity.
I'm focusing on Snoopy.
She's focusing on keeping Snoopy in there. We have dogs who do not wish.
We have dogs.
God.
Okay, so I'm gonna leave that open in the background for future explorations, because we gotta go find it. I'm just gonna search the word trans in and see what happens. A transgender beauty pageant winner. Biological male swimmer steals women's records. Oh my god. On the fear of opening up. Is this where he admits he's secretly one of us? One of us.
Secretly one of us. Yeah.
A mental health crisis and the death of God. What? With self-described Marxist Batia Ungar Sagan. Sargon of Akkad. Every time I think of Sargon, all I ever end up thinking of is the fucking time he got absolutely steamrolled by Sean. Sean, I mean, like, I've heard apparently he's a bit of a left com. I don't know. He hasn't really been that explicit about his politics, but he makes good videos. Like, I would suggest people watch his stuff. Like, the guy's a very respectful person as well, from what I've seen, and like, he has that beautiful amount of arrogance to what he lays out as well. And man's got sass. Yeah, no. It'd be nice to interact with him. I wonder how hard he is to get a hold of, because like usually left tubers are a little easier, but the problem is it depends on what kind of left tuber. The more liberal ones, not so much. I don't know. It'd be interesting. I'd like to. I've always wanted to like have more of an engagement with Bad Mouse. I spoke to him before. I spoke to him about rent unionization, but because he's in my country as well, so it would be interesting to engage with him. But like his politics change very frequently. Like I remember hearing he'd moved to Maoism, but apparently he's had some stinky political takes recently that might put that into question. I can't remember. I might be misreading a conversation because it was kind of something I caught on the side, but still something I want to look into. But, since that's
Yeah, there's some sussiness there.
biological males competing in female sports. Okay, this biological male shit is kind of dumb because male and female aren't just determined by like your strict biological elements.
Yeah. Also, I have to point this out too to people because people are fucking like don't know these things. Like, or I don't know why they don't teach this in education, but I hate to break it to people, but men and women are both born with testosterone and estrogen. I hate to break it to people, but in case they don't know these things, apparently they don't.
Yeah. It's like shit. I
think
mean,
tech-
even
I
still,
think
like there's the
technically
cultural
speaking-
relations to these things as well. Like someone who doesn't want to do medical transition, I wouldn't deny that they like would be some spec of like a female. Like they would have more like biological like attributes that could be assigned to like male biology. That's something that you could say is true because like of the way puberty works, but the saying that means they look masculine is not right because I know some femboys that look girly as all hell. So there's
Yeah.
obviously some fucking compounding relationship to that where it's all about how one presents themselves. Like your body and how you show it is something that's unique to you, and so how you represent what is a feminine body and what is a masculine body is like that. There is definitely a science around like sexual biology that's important, but not to the point that you need to invalidate someone's identity. Like these things have a relationship to these matters, and we can be more diverse about how we look at these things. Looking at people on like different types of, like how there's estrogen bodied women, there's testosterone bodied women, stuff like this. And that doesn't mean cis or trans either. There are cis women that are testosterone bodied. So it's very, very diverse how all these things then come together when you then think of like AMAB, AFAB, and all that other stuff that comes in. Being AFAB does not define what being female is, like in and of itself. You could argue that it's like one of the poles of where sexual definitions situate themselves. Some people split it into 5, others split it into 7, but there's like a whole range of different sexual, like essentially I'm using the wrong term, but still like phenotypes, like different types of like, okay, you have this sort of sexual biology and sexual cultural relationship as like you're intersex, and you're mostly female, like something like that, like in sort of the differentiations. So you have like female intersex, male dominant intersex, stuff like that. And so like when I'm transitioning, I am transitioning M to F, not M to W. Like it's male to female. That's why non-binary trans femmes are still female. I mean, they could be somewhat more than that. They're not just limited to being female, but they absolutely are like in that classification that they can. You can be a trans femme non-binary and never want to hear the words she, her, or anything like that. Just want to be they, them. I know people who've been like that. Well, they're trans femmes, but they do not want you to genderize them. And that's fair income. I do miss them. Oh god, here we go. Sex is binary.
Asked to define the word woman during her Supreme Court confirmation hearings in 2022, Judge Ketanji Jackson famously demurred, saying, "I'm not a biologist." Well, I am a biologist, and I'm here to help. To that end, let me rephrase the question to Judge Jackson. Are sex categories in humans, male and female, real, immutable, and binary, or are they merely social constructs? Answer, real. That's just the way it is, and we all know it. Immutable. It can't be changed. And binary. There are only 2 sexes, not...
Okay, no, this is not true, because our intellectual understanding of sex is itself a social construct. Social construct doesn't mean doesn't exist. Social construct just means a social convention around a thing. Like usually, if anything, social constructs are about things that either do exist or have been made to exist because of this social construct. That's shaped around societal purposes, and the sex has always been quite diverse. It was patriarchy that wanted to see sex for a binary because then it's easier to oppress women.
Yeah.
And force the people that are non-binary femmes to be women, whether they be trans or not.
3 or 4 or 57. This is true throughout the plant and animal kingdoms. An organism's sex is defined by the type of gamete, sperm or ova, it can or would
gametes,
produce.
Here we go.
Males have the function of producing sperm, or small gametes, and females ova.
Well, I'm pretty
or
sure I
large
don't
ones.
produce any sperm anymore with the fucking anti-androgens I'm taking. And there are women that can't produce, like there are AFAB people, I should say, that can't produce the ovaries. So, your point? Like, there are people born with no balls, and they still identify as a man. Like, there's all sorts of things that can go down, but like, I'm literally like, it's ridiculous. Man's so scared that there's a girly sperm out there.
I mean,
There is no third
I
gamete.
just saw the Napoleon film. Are we going to say Napoleon wasn't a man after he got his balls chopped off or whatever?
Oh, is his cock? They chopped his cock off.
His cock or balls or both?
I think it was just his cock. Might have been both, but I'm pretty sure they just took his cock and they stored it. They still have it. Apparently, it's not very big.
Would have shriveled up a bit, though, I would say. To be fair.
Yeah, but it is funny to consider the very angry imperialists to be a bit short-shifted. Or short-shafted, I should say. No size shaming, though. Like, everything's beautiful.
By the way, the Napoleon film by Ridley Scott sucked.
I mean, it's like Napoleon was like a normal height, and then everyone terrorized him for being small. So it just still fits in line.
Yeah. Well, I heard that was a
British thing, yeah.
A literal British propaganda.
Yeah, it was a way to make Napoleon seem less scary because he was terrorizing the British.
Which is funny because I think Tsar Alexander at one point literally started calling him the Antichrist. Not even joking, just straight up
fucking Russia was absolutely off its fucking rocker when the fucking Napoleon wars were going on. Like, their response to Napoleon's invasion was to burn down Moscow. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Absolute fucking mad lads.
They also suppressed a lot of that Enlightenment stuff that was going on. They were just like, nah, we're going right back to absolutism now.
They followed the British and was like, okay, we might allow a bit of this capitalist stuff, but like,
yeah,
we want monarchy. Actually, the bourgeoisie, like Engels, I can't remember where Engels talks about this. But he mentions how like the British bourgeoisie kind of like because they had problems with the Cromwell situation and things that went bad, and then the monarchy sort of came storming back. There were members of the bourgeoisie that were kind of like almost like apologetic, like thinking that they'd wronged and that they need like their great teachers that taught them how to be like so like powerful from paupers that they once were, basically fetishizing the old mercantilist as what they all once were, which is not exactly true. Actually, a lot of them came from the ruling class of feudalism, but the that fetishization of the once smaller capitalists and them thinking that like, oh well, the monarchy and the aristocratic institutions, they taught us to be proper and prim and mannerful, and we need to pay respect and pay our duties to them, and it basically created this religious autocracy around the monarchy that still exists amongst a lot of the bourgeoisie today.
Yeah. Which actually kind of, works out, because weren't like the monarchs like the first quote capitalists per se?
Yeah, monarchs in Europe and Asia and Africa had already sort of hit certain elements of private property. I mean, Africa had a lot more egalitarian societies than Europe or Asia did, but they also had a lot of oppressive societies. But I don't know enough about a lot of this history to go into detail. I just know it's quite complicated. In Europe, kings were very, very bourgeois, and when the combating of the Catholic Church and replacing it with the Protestants, which is just like the Catholics but half baked, what's it? The fucking there was a push for further privatization within society under the name of the king, where the king would be owning more and more property for purposeful production, and this was sort of like proto-capitalist development. And then what's it? The next century after these developments were really kicking off, we had the English Revolution. Because it was 1400s, 1500s that these things started to really kick off, and the monarchs started to become much more bourgeois in their relationship. Some people would even argue that there was like people like King John and all that in like the 1200s. That was I think it was the 1200s. John was around, wasn't it? I might be wrong about that. Might be thinking of someone else. But there was someone in the 1200s that was a monarch that was like involved in it, and some people would say that the Magna Carta was also a move of the bourgeois to gain a greater seat in the See, I don't agree with it though, because like I think it was more of a move of the lords and barons to take a greater seat of power, which is just a change of feudal power structure.
Yeah.
It's all complicated. Magna Carta is an interesting thing to study though. Let's see what this freak has to say.
Mate type. There are only two. Therefore, sex is binary.
No,
This shouldn't be controversial. It's
more
just
like
basic
binary.
biology. Every one of us is the result of a male and a female, our biological mom and dad, successfully reproducing. Sorry to make you think about that.
I'll have you know, my mom
Without
and
the
my dad's
existence
the
of males
same
and females,
person.
I wouldn't be here right now, and neither would you. Our species would have gone extinct long ago. Many gender
It's so
activists...
basic because, like, yeah, sure, if you want to look at it from like high school era sex,
Yeah.
but, like every species has like sexual dimorphism. Sorry, every species that has sexual dimorphism, there is a spectrum, not just a binary. There is no such thing as a sexual binary anywhere on this earth.
however, falsely assert that sex cannot be binary and must be viewed as a spectrum because a very small number of people have genitalia that appear ambiguous or mixed, phenomena known as intersex
That's
conditions.
not the only reason.
These
and
ideologues
that's not
claim
the
the
only
existence
way
of such
intersex
conditions
works.
renders the categories male and female.
See, this is doing that genitalia fetishism. Intersex is based on lots
Yeah.
of different biological characteristics. Like, you could just have different chromosomal structure. You could just have like a propensity to grow, like to have wider hips and grow breasts or something like that. Like, those are things that would be considered like, oh, okay, you're having some like female pubic developments. What's going on here? And then it could just be like there's a biological element of intersexuality going on there. It doesn't actually require deformed genitalia. And what's it? White people countries operate on people's genitalia when they're born into sex anyway. There's a very harsh attempt to go at it. So there's a lot of people out there who, and I could imagine many of them know that there's something that's not right, but that have had forced correction surgeries and like are someone who could have this ambiguous genitalia symptom tag, but have been corrected in quotation marks. Intersex life is torturous, and like I don't think people give this shit anywhere near enough anywhere near enough thought that it requires.
Meaningless. But intersex conditions don't undermine the sex binary at all, because sex ambiguity is not a third sex. The existence of very rare borderline cases no more raise questions about everyone else's sex than the existence of dawn and dusk cast doubt onto the existence of day and night. Our society isn't experiencing a sudden dramatic surge in people born with ambiguous genitalia. We're experiencing a dramatic surge in people who are unambiguously one sex, claiming to identify as the opposite sex, or as something other than male or female altogether.
Oh no, trans people!
Gender ideology seeks to portray sex as so incomprehensibly complex and multivariable that our traditional practice of classifying people as either male or female is grossly outdated and should be abandoned for a revolutionary concept of gender identity. This new system holds that males shouldn't be barred from female sports, women's prisons, or other spaces previously segregated, so long as they identify as female. But intersex and transgender mean entirely different things. Intersex people have extremely rare conditions that result in apparent sex ambiguity. Transgender people, however, aren't sexually ambiguous at all, but merely claim to identify as something other than their biological sex.
It's not about just identifying to something that's not your biological sex. It's about not identifying with the gender assigned to you at birth and the sex assigned to you at birth. Like it's not so focused on sex. Like like some people want to change that, some people don't. Some people are fine with being the biology they're at. Some people are like, yo, I want to like change the biological framework and get on estrogen, or maybe even have an operation like SRS or FFS. I definitely want facial feminization surgery. And so like, yeah, it's just completely ridiculous. No one's just claiming to identify as something. It's like a whole framework of trying to figure yourself out and where you belong in this world. Like I have been going through realizations on and off since I was like 4 or 5 years old. Like I've had more egg crack moments than I think should be possible for any egg to go through. I became a master of duct tape. I closed Pandora's box so many times, and eventually I cracked, and I let myself accept who I am.
Yeah, I think that's the key here, is like letting people be who they want to be. And it's like they want people to be in this very rigid fucking thing. Like you have to abide by this very strict definition of social norms of what we defined as gender through 21st century, capitalist lens, basically.
I mean, what more do they want me to do? I go through periods and everything. I'm on a period right now, and everything sucks. To be fair, everything is really shit right now, though. But, I can't think properly. I'm getting bad period cramps. Yeah. Going through a period and a depressive spiral at the same time is not fun. They don't mix well. It's like mixing alcohol with explosives.
Yeah.
Once you're conscious of this distinction, you'll begin to notice that gender activists attempt to steer discussions away from, for example, whether men who identify as women should be allowed to compete in female sports, and toward prominent intersex athletes like South African runner Caster Semenya. Why? Because so long as they've got you on your heels, making difficult judgment calls on individuals with medically complicated intersex conditions, they've succeeded in drawing your attention away from making easy calls on unquestionably male athletes.
They're different issues. No one is saying that that's the same thing. Intersex people definitely go through a very similar experience to trans people. Like, we have a lot of commonalities in our struggles. But, like, it is so very different for them. Like, they are stripped from even having any sort of, like, clear way to understand their sexual position on the spectrum, like, because they're corrected and forced into a certain way. There is a lot of similarities to how we're treated in regards to sexual culture and development and stuff like that, but it's a lot different because it's like it's coming from a completely different angle because of the ways which being intersex sort of puts you on this sort of spectrum between what we would call the male and female poles in this argument. So it gets very complicated in this regard because you could be pushed in a direction that's actually not more for where you want to go, and so there are people that go from being pushed towards being masc when they're intersex, and then they transition to being trans femme. And like these are people that would like without even needing estrogen. Like some of these, well, not everyone. It's very different for every intersex person, but there's some of them that will like go through elements of female puberty, like grow tits and stuff, because of the hormone imbalance. It's a lot of all this stuff is very, very complicated. Intersex is something that's not studied well enough and understood enough, and there's not enough solidarity in the LGBTQIA movement.
Like 2022 NCAA Division I women's swimming and diving champion Leah Thomas. They shift the focus to intersex to distract from transgender. But the existence of a tiny handful of intersex cases is completely irrelevant to the issue of allowing males in female sports and full of intersex to distract from transgender. Leah Thomas. They shift the focus to intersex to distract from transgender. But the existence of a tiny handful of intersex cases is completely irrelevant to the issue of allowing males in female sports, prisons, and restrooms. Crafting policy to exclude males who identify as women, or trans women, from female-only spaces isn't complicated. That's because trans women are unambiguously male, and so the chances that a doctor incorrectly recorded their sex at birth are essentially zero. Therefore, any transgender policy designed to protect female spaces need only specify that participants must have been recorded female on their original birth certificates. Or, if no birth certificate listing sex is available, biology, not an individual's feelings, will determine whether the participant would be allowed to compete as a male or female.
Okay, so now we're about to get into fucking genitalia.
Crafting effective intersex policies is more complicated, but a much less...
That's why they kept it ambiguous. They just said biology. What do you mean by biology, Chief?
Yeah.
You're not going to touch my blood. I know you ain't going to do that. You're going to fucking start genitalia checking, which is kind of ridiculous. I mean, however people perceive their genitalia is very individual, but like, especially for like, like it's feminine even if someone isn't going to do medical transition. But even if you were going to look at it from this like sort of like try and gatekeep biologically, a lot of that comes into medicalism. Well, the thing is with like actually taking the medicines is that they would change the way that that part of your body functions as well. So you have like different ways these things work. There are people who use testosterone cream so that they can keep the kind of functionality people that don't take estrogen have, whilst also then estrogen changing the rest of their body. So like there's a whole diversity in how like genitalia is perceived amongst trans people. Like it's not conformed. Just like cis women and AFAB people, think about like the genitalia they have. Like it's all massively diverse. Like none of these people have got the same positions as each other. I mean, especially getting into the different genders. And trans masc people, in contrast with cis men, the way that they're all looking at the genitalia is drastically different. And cis men amongst cis men, trans masc people amongst trans masc people, because everyone has an individual perspective on what their genitalia means to them and what they want it to be.
Pressing issue for protecting the integrity of women's sports. Individual organizations can decide for themselves which criteria should be used to keep female spaces safe and, in the context of sport, safe and fair. It is imperative, however, that such policies be rooted in properties of the body and not one's identity, because identity is not germane to issues of fairness and safety. You can identify as anything you like, but your identity does not determine biological reality. And the reality is that sex in humans is immutable and binary. No amount of activist hysteria is ever going to change that. I'm Colin Wright, PhD in evolutionary biology and fellow at the Manhattan Institute for Prager University. Thank you for watching this video. To keep PragerU videos free, please consider making a tax...
To keep PragerU videos free, consider giving us your money.
Yeah, it's not like we don't get enough money from fucking oil companies.
What's up, guys? Aldo here with PragerU. Today, we're in Denver, Colorado, and we're going to be asking people, is capitalism moral? Let's go find out. Is capitalism moral?
I have no idea. I mean, sure.
Oh my God, you guys are like frozen up. It's just easy. You know? We're just talking here.
I don't really know anything about capitalism.
Do you guys think capitalism is moral?
I don't understand what capitalism is used for.
I feel like capitalism causes a lot of greed. I don't know what system would be better, but something that is more people-based, where people are just more willing to help others rather than looking to make the biggest profit.
It's unfair to the people that are unfortunate. They don't have all the privilege and stuff, because the privilege also is capitalism.
What would be a better system?
I don't know yet.
Is capitalism moral?
I hope so, if it's done right.
What do you mean by that?
If it's not too rapacious, and if the workers who create the value are not abused and paid a fair wage.
What do you think we're doing right now?
Probably pretty poorly.
Is capitalism moral?
I believe it is. It gives people a chance to succeed, where communism doesn't. Everything is handed to folks. There's no incentive to do anything.
What do you guys do for work?
I work at Starbucks, working at a restaurant.
You sign a contract, they'll give you X amount of dollars for X amount of work, and you agree to it. Is that working out?
Sure.
That's capitalism.
Yeah, it's working out for me.
It is moral, but it can be abused. There can be an evil side to it.
Is that a function of capitalism or humanity?
Well, I guess it would be both.
Maybe just human nature in general. That definitely doesn't mean it's the best system.
If you look at other systems like socialism and communism, over 100 million people have died to these systems. Capitalism is the one system where people can come from poverty and become rich.
Yeah, that's crazy. There's pros and cons to capitalism.
There's pros and cons to every system, but I think capitalism really does let you, if you want to put in the work, you can make your money. What do you say to people that look around and they see homelessness, they see poverty, and they blame capitalism?
Died by Stalin's
I think they're misguided.
You know what they say, capitalism, it's unequal amounts of wealth. Communism and socialism is equal amounts of poverty.
Yes, exactly. Couldn't agree more.
Is there a system that you guys would rather live under? Communism or socialism?
No.
No?
No.
You'll stick with capitalism?
I will. Yeah.
Me too. I think so too. Everybody has a problem with capitalism until you offer an alternative like communism and socialism.
That's not true.
Are there other
that is so not true. No, when people were offered communism, they were lumping up with joy. The reason why social fascism or moderate fascism became a really big thing in the 20s was because everyone wanted to do what the Soviet Union was doing.
Yeah.
Like it was so new and so powerful. Like I cry thinking about those things. Like that's not what a petty bourgeois person who has not been indulged in proletarian culture would never react like that. When I look at these things, these achievements of the proletariat, these things that we should be able to have, it destroys me because we still don't have it. And that is intrinsically, it feels like we've been majorly betrayed massively. And the failures of the petty bourgeoisie get put on the proletariat. Like the proletariat had its elements of failure. The labor aristocracy managed to consume a lot of the struggle, but why were they able to do that so free-nilly? Because the Communist Party did nothing to oppose them. If anything, it indulged in them. It's the second internationalists took over these parties again, and Eurocommunism was born. And so, like, it wasn't the working class that failed. It was petty bourgeois percolation that failed. I mean, the advanced sector, the advanced members of the proletariat, the people that really understand Marxism, they definitely has an element of hand in the failures, but it's the problem of and especially in the not purging the percolating petty bourgeois element. The petty bourgeois element took a hold and took power, and shit went downhill big time. And then there was the people's democracies and Dimitrov Popular Front crap too to consider.
Systems that you think would work better than capitalism in America?
No. We need to perfect what we got.
Has capitalism worked for you?
Capitalism has worked for me so far. I feel like it's helped me really adjust my situation from the situation that I was originally put into, and it's allowed me to make a lot of decisions for myself.
Has capitalism worked for you?
Yes, it has.
Yes, absolutely.
there's a lot of corruption in capitalism,
Funny
but
how
there is a
these
lot
are
of
all
good
white
that comes
people.
from it as well. Nobody rises from the
Yeah.
bottom in communism except for corruption. But with capitalism, you can also drive innovation. You can drive change. You drive
What do you
creativity.
mean? The
Yeah,
biggest
there's no
innovation,
corruption under-
industrialization in the world
medicine,
happened in the Soviet
healthcare,
Union.
all because of capitalism.
Well, I'm glad it's working for you. If it's working for you, maybe teach other people how to do what you did.
Work my butt off, but I mean, people are doing that and it's not working for them too. But I mean, definitely helps to have a good work ethic in the first place. Doesn't mean the system will still work, but I mean, it's the best shot of it working.
Capitalism, work your butt off, and you might make something of yourself, right?
That's at least my personal motto.
Well, you guys, that's a wrap for this episode in Denver, Colorado. If you guys enjoyed this, make sure to give it a thumbs up, subscribe for more, and share it with your friends. Make sure to follow me and PragerU on all social medias. And to stay up to date with everything that we're doing here, head on over to the App Store and download the PragerU app. I really appreciate it.
I follow you guys.
I'm
Keep our
waiting
videos-
for the PragerU video where it shows like a swastika and it says, the Nazis right on this point on the trans issue.
It was the cabal all along. Let's see. Something funny.
Be right back. Gotta get some coffee.
We're just gonna wait for Gengaros to get back and then we'll get into this next video. We machine coffee, so I don't think it'll take that long. The Americans and their coffee machines. Oh, God. Whew. I already can't wait for my period to be over. I feel like such a fucking stress head. Like, shit. My mom came over yesterday and she was like prodding and poking at me. Like, my house at the moment is in a problem where it should really be condemned. It's really complicated. A pipe leakage issue that's led to black mold everywhere. It's hazardous to my health, really bad. And like, she was nagging and poking about it, and I just fucking like, I lost my shit. I'm like, well, I wasn't really like screaming or anything. I just started yelling a bit because I was just getting really stressed of being poked about these things that I already know is an issue. I need to get on the council's ass because my housing association won't sort out the emergency accommodation, which is really fucking annoying because I can't keep being in this environment like it is. It's too much on my health, my lungs, my head, my heart. I gotta be careful. Black mold's not good. It's very toxic. But yeah, no, it was in period agitation. It's why I needed to get snacks. Not only snacks, but I needed my Dairy Milk buns and I needed my ready salted crisps. This is the period food. Like you have to You have to be armed with the salted crisps. If you bring food and there is no salted crisps involved with that bringing of food, and I'm on my period, there is a war that is going to start until those salted crisps have been procured. I've just been ranting while you've been gone, so there's some filler.
It's okay. My dog just woke up. I'm watching my dog. Well, it's like
Well, yeah, he's gonna want to piss.
Yeah. It's very early in the morning. Come on, I gotta take a quick. Come on, Mister. I'm having to watch him completely since my parents are in Williams.
Ah, I see. You're on dog watch. Yorkies are fucking stubborn enough that they get themselves into trouble a lot. Very fucking they're very crafty dogs. Yorkies are. I feel this way Staffies get their craftiness from as well. They're also very loving dogs, very attached to their owners. Staffies are a little less like owner only. Staffies just kind of want to love everyone that they see. Everyone that they see is Miss or Mrs. Mr. or Mrs. Play. And say hi. There must be highs and hellos. Okay, let's switch. How dangerous
Whenever
is
I
nuclear
talk
waste?
to people about the benefits of nuclear power, how dependable, how efficient, how clean it is, I'm always challenged with this. Yeah, but what about the waste? Their question is hardly surprising. The New York Times claims that the U.S. is awash in radioactive waste. The Los Angeles Times writes that figuring out where and how to safely store radioactive waste is one of the biggest obstacles to nuclear power. And Wired magazine warns that even our next generation reactors may still have a big nuclear waste problem. And so it goes. Even though the greenest of greens will admit that nuclear power is a clean source of abundant, reliable energy, many stop short of supporting it. The nuclear waste problem ends discussion before it begins. After all, why develop this great source of energy if it's going to poison our air and water with deadly radioactivity? There's only one problem with this well-worn disaster scenario. It's not true. The nuclear waste problem is a myth. How so?
No, it's not.
Let's start with what nuclear waste actually is, or to be more precise, what it isn't. It's not a green goo oozing out of rusted barrels like you see on The Simpsons.
No, but it
That's
is
literally
radioactive.
a cartoon. The real radioactive stuff, usually uranium-235, comes in hard ceramic pellets. A single pellet contains more energy than a ton of coal or 3 barrels of oil. 10 pellets can power a typical American home for a year. These pellets are stacked into narrow, very strong tubes made from zirconium, a natural element much stronger than steel. These are the fuel rods. There's nothing gooey or green about this picture. Then, these fuel rods are loaded into a reinforced chamber full of water. This is the reactor. After the reactor is done using the fuel, there is very little material, now called spent fuel, to dispose of. If all the electricity you ever used over your whole lifetime came from nuclear power, the spent fuel would only fill a soda can. According to the U.S. Department of Energy, if you took
If that is true, sure, but there's so many soda cans there, you still have a lot of waste, and it is a problem, and it is radioactive. It being depleted to a point where it can't be used for energy doesn't mean it's depleted of its radioactive decay. It just means it's not useful anymore.
Sorry, I'm back. My headphones died, and I went outside, and the Bluetooth speakers can only go so far before they shut the bed.
Well, they're making the argument of spent fuel being like a can's worth for someone's life, so like it's not that much of an issue, and it's like, okay, but we're powering a lot more than one person's life, and we're also powering more than just people's lives, and so spent fuel still becomes a large amount. It's definitely still better than coal and like other stuff, even better than hydroelectric dams in ways, but it still has a massive issue with waste that can't be ignored because that spent fuel is radioactive. But I reckon he's about to make the argument it isn't. Because radioactive decay being not powerful enough to power something doesn't mean it's not still happening. It just means it's not useful anymore.
the spent fuel generated by all American nuclear power plants for the last 6 decades, and then you piled it on a single football field, it would form a stack just 30 feet high. That's it. America's
still a
entire
lot.
stockpile of spent nuclear fuel would fit on a single football field,
Okay,
and
like,
it wouldn't even
compared to
reach
like coal, it's not that much, but it is still enough to poison a region. You stick that all in like a cave and there's some source of water, you poison an entire city.
Yeah, like where the hell they think we're gonna like store all this shit? Are they like one of these utopians who think we're gonna just shoot it out into space or something?
They probably think you can just chuck it in mountains and not care. You know.
Yeah.
They'll go to places that like mountains, caves, springs, stuff like that, where they're like sources of natural water, because it's the best place to store your nuclear radioactive fissile materials.
the top of the goalposts. But nuclear waste is uniquely dangerous, activists say. It remains radioactive for thousands of years.
It does.
Yes, spent nuclear fuel is hazardous if you get too close to it or ingest it. But you can say the same thing about ammonia, mercury, chlorine, and other dead...
Those things don't poison water supplies to the point of fucking causing everything to mutate. Like ammonia is like that's a problem in a lot of places because it's just like that's just that kind of gas that fuck you up. Like piss causes ammonia. Mercury, like your chances of coming across mercury are actually quite slim. And chlorine, okay, what type of chlorine? Because there is like no, that's chloride. Sorry, but you know, like the chlorine is like, okay, well, why the fuck are you engaging with chlorine like that? Like these things are not the same as nuclear waste. There's a weird juxtaposition. Also, there's different forms of nuclear waste because we don't just use uranium for power plants. Actually, a lot of power plants use plutonium. But I digest.
Deadly chemicals we use every day in industry and even in our homes. Industries follow strict rules to keep the public and the environment safe from those toxins. Nuclear plants follow much stricter rules when it comes to storing their radioactive materials. Fortunately, it's not that difficult to keep spent nuclear fuel safe and secure. After about 5 years in the reactor, the fuel rods are removed and submerged in a water tank where their heat and radioactivity gradually subside for several more years. Finally, the rods are placed in an airtight stainless steel vault that's welded shut and wrapped in a thick layer of reinforced concrete. These are called dry cask storage units. These casks are stored under armed guard at dozens of nuclear facilities around the country. They don't take up a lot of space, and they've never been involved in a serious accident. Still, not everyone is happy with this solution. Some experts think we need to collect all that spent fuel and put it in an underground storage facility where it can be locked away basically forever. In 2002, Congress approved building a deep geological repository under Yucca Mountain in Nevada. But the Obama administration killed that plan. No number of safety studies could convince them it was safe. Maybe they didn't want to be convinced. Today, some anti-nuclear activists say we shouldn't build any more nuclear plants until some sort of underground repository is completed. They're wrong. First, today's storage casks are perfectly safe. They are well guarded, too heavy to steal, and too tough for...
I mean, they could be perfectly safe, but they seem perfectly safe for storing underground. I think that they're perfect for that.
Yeah.
I think there's no problem with storing them underground. Why do you need all these fissile materials stored at these plants? It's kind of sus.
Yeah.
It's giving me the whole Fallout vibes of nuclear power plants, like companies working with the military.
And also the thing that's not being taken into account here is I don't really trust, capitalist governments to really maintain these, nuclear plants. Because I know for a fact, their interests are fucking...
Well, do you want to know what the uranium power plants are really popular? Because they create plutonium, which is useful for nuclear bomb creation.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
What was you saying?
Oh, I was just saying, I don't really trust these, capitalist governments to really maintain and upkeep these nuclear power plants that they currently have, let alone the ones that they're planning on making. Because I know for a fact that they're fucking just driven by profit. They're not there for our fucking safety.
Yeah. I mean, we saw that drastic change in the Soviet Union in its latter period when it neglected Chernobyl.
For bad guys to break into.
Oh, go on.
I did hear the Chernobyl HBO series did have a lot of bullshit in it. But yeah, that doesn't change the fact that
as well.
So it had some truth and some bullshit too, but for the most part, yeah, I did like it though as a series. It was pretty good acting.
It was less demonizing than I expected. I'll say that.
Yeah.
Second, the spent fuel inside those casks still contains a lot of usable energy. France, Japan, and other countries reprocess their spent fuel and use it again. We should do the same. So let's stop thinking of our dry cask storage sites as dangerous nuclear waste dumps. They're safe just as they are, and someday they could be a convenient source of affordable, climate-friendly fuel. America needs...
Okay, the position on recycling fuel is actually not a bad idea and is something that has been picking up traction, but like, why are they being so weird about it? I agree with them that like we definitely shouldn't stop nuclear development because nuclear waste is hard to handle, but at the same time we need to work within our paces so we don't overload ourselves with waste that we have nothing to do with. Because it's all well and good if you were doing what the French and the Italians are doing, but you're not, so...
Yeah.
But yeah, I do agree that like anti-nuclear positions is stupid.
Yeah, it's one of those knee-jerk kind of positions that kind of... I get where they're coming from, and maybe if I was a bit more naive, I would have probably fallen for it. But yeah, it's like we have to look at these things, rationally and from
Yeah. Rationale, that's a lot to ask from an American. Feminism 2.0.
I want to talk to you about a new feminism for the 21st century. There are 3 pillars to this new feminism: dignity, the word no, and men. That's right, men. But before I expound on these 3 ideas, you need to know something about me. I was very involved in the feminist movement, including being on the board of directors of the National Organization for Women. For this, I feel much pride and some guilt. Pride because feminism has pushed forward some very important and needed changes, and guilt because it has also done a lot of damage. My work now is to reverse that damage. So in that spirit, let's talk about the first pillar of this new feminism: dignity. Dignity is at the core of what feminism should always be about. Dignity means that a woman should be able to freely choose her own path in life. That's what feminism once held. But does it still? Ask almost any female college student today what she aspires to be, and she'll list any number of career choices. The one she won't list is wife and mother. In fact, any time someone has the temerity to suggest that a woman might want to look for a husband while in college, as a very successful Princeton grad recently did in a letter to the school's newspaper, feminists go nuts. A new feminism will value and respect all responsible choices. And while we're talking about dignity, I can't think of anything less dignified for women than the feminist belief that in the sexual arena, women are like and therefore ought to act like men. Is this what the truly liberated woman wants? To have casual sex and think nothing of it like men do? That's what feminism aspires to? Sad to say, the answer has too often been yes. So let's add...
They're going by breaking speed. What the fuck do you mean?
So this person, I know this person. It always come on as like one of these like Uncle Tom LGBT types because she's like a gay conservative or something like that, or so like that kind of push that they do. But it's just weird for her to be talking about the man and woman. It's like you don't even subscribe by that yourself, or at least that's what you're saying. And it's like, yeah, it's just the framing of this is just fucking insane and fucking just mental.
Yeah, it's absolutely bonkers. See, when I saw Feminism 2.0, I thought it was going to be like pissing on like the move to like more trans acceptance in the movement. I thought it was going to be like that. Because the guy and girl like half was actually, that might be what men's about. Let's keep watching.
Add this up. Feminism has downplayed the desire for women to have a family, while at the same time hyping the rewards of career and casual sex. Not exactly a recipe for success or happiness. The second pillar of a new feminism is the word no. It's very much tied in with the first pillar. Throughout history, women have made great use of the word no.
No.
Of course, many times women said yes when they should have said no, and that's the basis of more than a few classic stories and novels. But this was the exception, not the rule. There is great power in that word no, and women, for the most part, knew how to wield that power. But in the last few decades, they've lost it, and the consequences have been catastrophic. Women who fought not to be treated as sex objects have become more objectified than ever. You see it everywhere, in music videos, on billboards, in the hookup culture, on campuses. And now we have the tawdry spectacle of teenage girls sexually pursuing teenage boys the way boys pursued girls. How did this happen? Because feminism began to advocate that women should behave like men. Whatever men did and however they did it, that's what women should do. Feminists were angry at men, but they wanted to be like them at the same time. No wonder our society is so confused. Women are robbing themselves of the ability to say no. The solution is to take that power back. This is especially true for young women.
No.
Saying no means I will not be defined by anyone else, not by feminists, and not by men's sexual desires. That is female power. This is a good segue to my third pillar of a new feminism. Men. It is easy for feminists to forget this, but it was men who gave up their monopoly on political power and gave women the right to vote. Men who invented birth control, the refrigerator, the washing machine, and so many other devices that liberated women.
The washing machine liberated women? What?
What?
What? And like, women fought for the right to vote. I mean, in the Imperial Court for racist reasons to a certain degree, but you know, they still fought for their right to vote. Like, it wasn't something that was just given.
Just given to by men.
And men gave up their political hegemony. It's like, wait a minute, why did they have that power in the first place? And if they're just handy in handouts, like, how have they maintained that power? It's obviously not a woman's world today. Which some of the conservatives try and do a lot. They try and imply that we've become like some like new oppressor, and it's become this liberal woman's world. Masculinity is in decline. It's like, what?
Men are different from women. Academics like to speculate that men and women are basically the same, that they're only socialized differently. But as George Orwell famously noted, that's an idea that only an intellectual would be foolish enough to believe. Moreover, the sexes need each other. For example, women civilize men. It's what we're supposed to do. But in order to accomplish this critical task, we must preserve our dignity, not be afraid to use the word no, and see men as partners, not as competitors, let alone oppressors. That's the way to a new feminism and the way to a better world.
In the same class as comrades, if they're willing to oppose the oppressive structures that they benefit from. That's a very clear if that can't be forgotten.
For both sexes. I'm Tammy Bruce for Prager University.
Join Prager University. Subscribe to our YouTube.
It's the old videos when Prager would do the end thing. It was
Yeah, back when they had like a better, format for their thumbnails.
Yeah, like their thumbnails had like a realist art to them, and it was like, okay, I see what they're going here. They're trying to like do an Americanization of the sort of like Nazi imitation of the Soviet aesthetic. That's what it feels like to me. Which I'm like, okay, they're a bunch of white supremacists. That kind of suits them. And they got this style that does look very white people. Like this stinks of white people made this. Wait, did this say, is the UN unfair to Israel? Oh, is the UN fair to Israel?
Unfair to Israel.
Fair. This is because the UN has like wanted to investigate Israel for a while now. What's the point of giving the UN the ability to investigate countries for being bad if they have to get permission from the country to even go in to do it?
Yeah. Oh God, George Will. grandfather used to fucking.
What drives someone to become a religious extremist, even to the point of becoming a suicide bomber? Like most people, I assumed that there were two overriding answers: poverty and ignorance. The poverty line goes like this: grinding poverty from which there appears to be no escape fosters seething resentment against those who have more. If your choice is to die a martyr or die a beggar, martyrdom is the clear winner. The ignorance lines goes like this: the poor have no chance to get a decent education and thus are susceptible to easy manipulation. Clever people play on their prejudices and superstitions. Once the extremist gets this ignorant, poor person in his grasp, indoctrination is easy. Since there's plenty of poverty and plenty of ignorance around the world, that's a lot of people to draw from. This is how the source of terrorism is explained. Then I went to Pakistan and actually lived in the world from which extremists recruit, and I found something much different than I expected. Poverty had little to do with who became an extremist, lack of education even less. Many of those that I met who subscribe to religious extremism and are prepared to murder and die for their cause are from the middle class, and many had a university education. These are not poor people, and these are not uneducated people. They are well-fed and well-read. So if poverty and ignorance don't drive people to extremism, what does? One is a desire for meaning and for order. Places like Pakistan are submerged in chaos and corruption. Islamists promise clear-cut solutions to every problem. Here's how things will change if you follow these rules, and only these rules. Another is a desire for change. The old corrupt order, the narrative goes, must be overthrown, and that can only happen through violent action. Again, it is Islamists that step in with a promise to create a new form of government. Then throw in a strong sense of victimhood. We are not responsible for the sorry state of our country. Others have brought us down, and you have a toxic brew that many willingly imbibe. These, of course, are the same easy answers as tyrants and demagogues, from Lenin.
I mean, quote-unquote Islamists that are coming from, like a lot of the Arab regions, if we're going to talk about this kind of phenomenon, are, like, imperialist allies, like outlets, like the Muslim Brotherhood, being a British satellite.
Yeah.
At the same time,
literally created
they
and
have
funded
their own
by
interests, and they haven't really ran many countries. I mean, like the Muslim Brotherhood has, the Taliban has, but like a lot of other of these groups, they aren't responsible for anything in their country. They literally just like uprising groups that are being taken advantage of by the imperialists. I mean, they're still compradors. Being compradors is not doing good for their country, but like it's not the same as like the way he's implying it here.
Yeah, they're auxiliary forces for the bourgeoisie, you know, to use this, like, you know, break in case of emergency. Also, this guy looks like he's drinking literal piss.
It's a vibe, though, to be fair. There's a whole, like, in-joke in the trans femme community that like, trans femmes like piss. So I'm just committing to my role in the community. I don't actually like it.
Imbibe. These, of course, are the same easy answers as tyrants and demagogues, from Lenin to Mussolini.
I don't like a lot of the dirty sort of like, oh, I'm going to drink this stuff that's like dangerous for your body kind of mindset that people have. I'm like, okay, that's where the things have gone too far.
Yeah.
These, of course, are the same easy answers as tyrants and demagogues, from Lenin to Mussolini to Hitler to bin Laden, have always offered their followers. I saw this played out one day while living in Pakistan. After one of the many assassinations of a major figure there, I was sitting with two middle-class parents. The father owned a small business, and the mother was a nurse. They had given their son a good life. He wanted for nothing. They told me that during dinner with the family a few days earlier, their son noted how the person who was murdered deserved to die. Why? Because he had spoken out on behalf of religious minorities. They were shocked. How could their son, who'd been educated and well-raised, think that? This story is all too typical. So what to do about this extremism? The first step is to get off this false narrative that this is first and foremost a poverty or education issue. The second is to take on the narrative of the extremist groups. This
is idiotic because extremism definitely is caused by poverty and educational problems. It's most of they're not the only things. Actually, a lack of education and access to education can both lead to different forms of extremism. Class is an important angle, and there's different types of extremism. I mean, Marxism is considered a form of extremism, and it's super based. So, this is much more nuanced than the stupid framework they're putting it in.
Yes,
They
I'd
promise a
also
better
like to
way,
see
but what in
Prager.
fact do
I'd like to see a PragerU video like why do people become Christian extremists? Why do people become Jewish extremists? Or why do people become Hindu extremists? It's like fucking
Why
like
is
again,
the
it's this
IRA
fixation on
partnered with
Islam. Yeah, it's this fixation on the Muslims. Like they're they're the only people that can be religious extremists, but nobody else can.
Because it got support from the oil barons to do so.
Yeah.
The loyal boys.
to take on the narrative of the extremist groups? They promise a better way, but what in fact do they deliver? The answer is always more death, more suffering, and more poverty. In other words, young people need to see these extremist groups for what they are. Only then will recruitment numbers begin to go down. Third, the media have to stop treating extremists as freedom fighters, a narrative that is all too common in places like Pakistan. Fourth, teachers and parents cannot assume that just because they reject religious extremism, their children and students will too. Middle-class parents and teachers have to be vigilant in instilling moderate, pluralist values in their children. Fifth, politicians have to stop blaming their country's problems on the West and have to confront the endemic corruption that destroys countries like Pakistan from within. Sixth, and probably most important, Islamic religious figures have to stop looking the other way, or worse, glorifying so-called martyrs, Muslims who murder innocent people. Almost always other Muslims in the name of Islam. Muslim religious leaders must
But there's like several, like it happens all the time. There's Muslim religious leaders who always condemn these fucking like attacks, but you just ignore them.
Yeah,
It doesn't
like,
go with the
people
narrative.
dying to struggle for their freedom are martyrs. Like what?
Yeah.
So-called martyrs. Fucking take that shit out of your fucking piss-stained mouth. Fucking piss-stained drinker. Oh god, that really pissed me off. Like shit.
promise these murderers eternal damnation, not some sort of twisted heavenly bliss. The people of Pakistan and other Muslim majority countries have real grievances, but extremism only makes things worse, always and everywhere. It's not poverty and misery that creates religious extremism, it is religious extremism that creates poverty and misery and death. I'm Haroon Ullah, adjunct professor at the Georgetown University School of Foreign Service for Prager University.
Join Prager University. Click here.
I'm a brain went flat. They're still gonna make their extremism like accessible to these groups. Like this is just sort of thing that happens. Like petty bourgeois extremism is constantly all about that like privileged mindset to try and push for an advanced stabilization of capitalism. So like the petit bourgeois, they're coming to extremism from a very different angle to when the proletariat are coming to extremism. And heck, the proletariat get manipulated by these petty bourgeois extremists a lot. Terrorists is a really weird way of putting it as well, or focusing on Islamic extremists. Like, where's the European extremist video?
Yeah.
But I'm going to end the stream now because I'm falling asleep.
Yeah.
I'll see
But this is a
y'all-
pretty good stream.
Yeah, it has been a pretty good one, especially the intellectual discussions that have been had. And we eventually got through some Prague as well.
Yeah.
I'll catch you all later. My streaming patterns are gonna be all over the place because I'm at rock bottom. I haven't felt any I haven't felt this low for a long time, so things are a mess. I'll try and get that Palestinian stream edited. Protest edited and uploaded.
Yeah, and we
sorry.
might have to do like an update on like what's going on with Palestine with like the ceasefire and everything else.
Yeah, that does need to be talked about. Yeah, there's something to do. There's something to do next. I might know someone who could help out. But alright, yeah, I might also want to help with that, but it's been a great stream. I hope everyone has a good night, day, or whatever the fuck it is in whatever land you are at. What's it? Peace, love, respect, and solidarity. Red salute, you absolute jabans.
Red salute.